Chapter 131. The scales sparkle in the sun. Xia Yu couldn't control his thoughts. As the kiss deepened, his mood seemed to be on an elevator, up and down, back and forth. This was not just physical contact, but more like mental communication for him. This might be the ability of mermaids to bewitch people and seduce sailors. Now this brother, who has no blood relationship with him, has bewitched him, and seduce him? Xia Yu didn't dare to admit it, but he was indeed seduced. He was even brought into the water by Emoan, swimming with the mermaid. They kissed in the water. Emoan led him through the school of fish with swift movements, like a master of the sea who was planning and strategizing. The school of fish would move aside from them, making way. Xia Yu held his breath. His hands seemed to be holding the steering wheel, allowing Emoan to take him anywhere. As long as he wanted, as long as he was willing, he believed that Emoan could take him to swim all over the seas on Earth. He turned his head to look at Emoan. Emoan's hair was floating in the seawater, and the roots of his hair had actually grown black. They came to the surface again to breathe. Of course, it was only him who was breathing. Emoan tensed all his muscles. Obviously, he had to hold back to hug him gently. If he used force, his body would be torn apart. Mermaids and humans are different after all. Xia Yu couldn't help but kiss Emoan's ear fins again, feeling his excited trembling in his arms. In the seawater, Xia Yu believed that he and Emoan had a deep relationship. The relationship between the two people became glass candy, transparent and sweet. They talked about everything, and became lovers who dared not break the relationship across race and identity. Xia Yu kissed him secretly, in the school bathroom, asked Emoan to come out after class. The two sneaked to a deserted place, feeling each other's passion and body temperature. 10 minutes was not enough for them to entangle. Or in the equipment room of the basketball court, the two classes took turns to have physical education classes. After class, Emoan sent the basketball back, let Du Ming go first, turned around and waited for Xia Yu to come to class, waiting for him to walk into that deserted place. There was a small corner behind the cushion that was not seen by others. Xia Yu did not dare to use force, but just gently grasped Emoan's school uniform. He liked to touch the scales and webbed hands of Emoan. When he touched the soft webbed hands, Xia Yu could not help but frown, with a pain that went from his fingers to his heart. At home, they were even more unscrupulous. Emoan would hide from Zhang Mingxiao and Xia Li, and then skillfully hide from Xia Xiaoxiao. He and Zla would kiss on the desk, with the sea and blue sky behind them, and high school homework under their buttocks. Or Xia Yu would sneak to his rooftop, and hide the love that was budding between the two, without letting anyone know. What should I do? Sometimes Xia Yu would feel helpless, caught in a dilemma. What should I do? Emoan chased him and kissed him. From the door to the bathroom. From the bathroom to the front of the cabinet. The school bags were under their feet, kicked into a mess. And the blank papers and bulging pencil cases became the decorations of high school students. Xia Yu lay on Emoan's big bed in a daze, his eyes looking at the ceiling. But more and more confusion tripped his feet. It's our thing. Emoan didn't care, and continued to suck Zla's lips. In the real world, he dared not kiss. But here he could do it without restraint. Yes, Xia Yu thought more. And his thoughts drifted further. Which university should we apply to? I don't want to be separated from you. But I feel that you can't get into the university I want to go to. Also, should we tell our parents about our affairs? And tell Xiao Xiao? How should we tell them? We have to expose our relationship. And we can't be secretive all our lives. Never mind that. Emoan stuck to Xia Yu's neck, sucking up one mouthful after another. But he couldn't leave a kiss mark. The hems of their identical school uniforms were rolled up, and their abdomens pressed together with heat, and the bodies of the young men were never tired. How could I not care? You are so stupid. Xia Yu put his arm around his shoulders, pulled Emoan's head up from his chest. I am nominally your brother, and we are nominally a family. Yes. Who says that a brother can't be with a younger brother? Emoan didn't have the human sense of propriety, and the sense of abiding by the law. You like me, I like you, that's all. But Xia Yu didn't think so. He covered his eyes with his hands. You know, I have always regarded your father as my biological father. I dare not let him know that we are together. I am afraid that he will be disappointed. I really love this family. Emoan's movement stopped instantly, and one hand was still pinching Xia Yu's waist. I don't know who my biological father is. He is closer to me than my biological father. He loves my mother and us. So when they got married, Xia Yu suddenly hesitated. Moen tilted his head, waiting for him to continue. But what he got was Xiao Yu's confusion and uneasiness. He was still under him, his body covered by himself, as if he was lying deep in an absolutely safe nest, with sweat beads on his skin from kisses. But his breathing became more and more unstable, rapid and intermittent, as if his heart was experiencing an arrhythmia. What's wrong? Moen asked immediately. Xiao Yu opened and closed his mouth. I can't seem to remember. A strange sense of fear replaced Moen's body and enveloped him. And Xiao Yu fell into an illusion. The blue sky and clear water quickly faded away, and the sky over Barnacle Island was stormy. He looked into the distance, and saw countless tall buildings in coastal cities. The top floor of a building suddenly exploded, waking up the alarm system. Gunshots rang out, and countless robots were running on the ground. Glass shards fell at his feet, and there were broken limbs and blood on the ground. Flashing red lights flew overhead, and drones formed a whirlwind. Bang! He didn't know where it exploded again. Xiao Yu looked around, and he had left the most familiar Barnacle Island and arrived in an unknown city. Flames emanated from the glass building. White and black smoke rolled up. All the buildings around him were destroyed. Waves of bloody smell rushed towards him. A huge whirlpool formed on the Black Sea surface. Raindrops dropped on the sea surface and bounced quickly, like a falling storm. He looked at the sea surface. Countless fishtails swam up and down. An old lighthouse turned on the high beam. The alarm sounded again. Where is this place? Xiao Yu heard a flying vehicle flying by. He lowered his head again. He had a gun in his hand, and a magazine that he hadn't had time to open. Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. Wake up! Moen got up all of a sudden, knelt beside Xiao Yu and began to wake him up. He patted Xiao Yu's face distressfully, wanted to bring him out of the abyss, but it was not the time for him to fully remember, because the anchor point had not appeared yet. Anchor point, anchor point. Where is this damn anchor point? What is it? Xiao Yu trembled constantly, but his skin was burning like fire, and his eyes were filled with loss of control, and he could not wake up. Moen was also going to lose control. He leaned over in fear and despair, staring at Xiao Yu's eyes face to face. Xiao Yu, wake up first, come back quickly, come back quickly. But his actions did not work immediately. Xiao Yu was still trembling, like a machine that ran smoothly had a huge program bug, and fell into an unstoppable formatting. Xiao Yu, listen to me. Don't think, don't look, don't delve into anything. Moen's expression was almost ferocious. Listen, I am Moen, I am here, the outside is fake. Xiao Yu stared with big eyes, and a fire was burning in his heart, and it was getting more and more intense. Come back to Barnacle Island, we are here, we are safe here. Moen's heart was broken. He thought he was Xiao Yu's anchor, but all the signs showed that he was not. Xiao Yu's reaction was very slow, and he had a splitting headache. There was Moen's voice in his ears, but it was like entering an amusement park. Every time he took a step forward, he could see flowers popping up, and he walked out a colorful flower path. Come back soon. Moen slammed the pillow, lowered his upper body, and whispered in Xiao Yu's ear, Your mother is Xiao Li, and your father is Zhang Mingqiao. You have a very powerful sister, Xiao Xiao, who likes to ride a bicycle, and you promised her that you would accompany her to buy a bicycle and to participate in competitions with her. Xiao Yu shivered suddenly for a moment, and there was a crisp electronic sound in his ears. You and Chen Ningho have made an appointment. You will definitely be the first in the grade in the next monthly exam. Du Ming has been inviting us to his house for dinner and to play games. Moen became more and more anxious as he spoke. It seemed as if he had a heart in his head, beating and hitting his temple. He pressed his hand on Xiao Yu's philtrum. He had a very dangerous premonition. If Xiao Yu didn't wake up quickly, his memory would be completely wiped out. Xiao Yu was still shaking, and he had a nosebleed without knowing it. Wake up. Let's take it slow. Moen wiped the blood from his nose. At this time, he noticed that his hands were shaking, and he was shaking more violently than Xiao Yu. He called out to Xiao Yu like this, and waited for more than 10 minutes before Xiao Yu calmed down. His eyes came out of their scattered and unfocused state and gathered together again. Finally, his eyes focused on Moen's face. I seem to have had a dream. Xiao Yu was sweating all over, frowning. His joints ached, and his stomach was churning as if he had vomited hundreds of times. I dreamed. The building was on fire, and the whole world was full of robots. There was a big whirlpool on the sea, and it rained heavily. It was a dream. It was all a dream. Moen felt uncomfortable and buried his face in Xia Yu's collarbone. Those are not real. This is our home. Let's go find Chen Mingho tomorrow to do homework together. Okay. After finishing homework, let's go to Du Ming's house for dinner. Chen Mingho, Du Ming. Xia Yu seemed to have forgotten what they looked like and couldn't remember their faces at all, but he knew in his heart that there were these two people. What are they going to do? Nothing, as long as classmates are together. Moen pinched his sweaty palm. Dreams are all fake, Xia Yu. This is the real thing. Really? After asking, Xia Yu didn't say anything for a long time, like an ecological person who was receiving signals again. He raised his hand, pinched his own brow, and then touched Moen's brow. Moen's skin was wet, and he must have sweated a lot. Xia Yu couldn't help but feel sad, and suddenly wanted to cry. Why do I miss you so much? What? Moen thought it was not good. Xia Yu still woke up. Why do you miss me? I've always been by your side. It feels like we've been apart. Xia Yu whispered, and was a little desperate again. Moen. Sometimes I feel life is fake. Do you understand how I feel? It's just, I can often find loopholes in life, find something wrong. Tell me, what is going on? Because this place is fake, completely fake. There is nothing here, including our bodies are all signals. Moen tried to hold back his tears, but couldn't say anything. Am I being deceived? Xia Yu blinked. Who am I? Who are you? Why do I always see those scenes? Maybe, the pressure of studying is too great, don't think too much. Moen lied to him unwaveringly. No, I must find Lao Gui tonight. Xia Yu can't hold on for a few days in this state. Chapter 132 Death Night. The edge of the fish pond was still so quiet, and Lao Gui had gotten used to this kind of quietness. Now, no matter if he cleaned it up or not, the water in the fish pond would not become turbid again. He smiled. There are more and more bugs in this world. But what can be done even if there are more? The people here don't know? What are you thinking about? Wang Ming opened a can of beer. Thinking about something else. Lao Gui also opened a can of beer. Ha, it's really delicious and enjoyable. The taste of beer is much better than I thought. Ha, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't think you are called Lao Gui. You can talk nonsense. Wang Ming poured the wine into the glass, and a lot of bubbles came out again. Tell me the truth, what are you thinking about? Lao Gui calmed down, and slowly said, I think I may have to change my job. I will leave here soon. I want to see the outside world. The outside world? Wang Ming couldn't finish the wine. What's good outside? You don't like Barnacle Island? I like it, I just like it too much. So I can't stay here all the time, I have to go out. Lao Gui smiled at him. The outside world, there are still many things waiting for me. Wang Ming stopped talking, drank the wine sip by sip, as if he didn't understand where in the world there is more comfortable than Barnacle Island. Will you come back? After a while, Wang Ming finally spoke. It's hard to say, let's see. The old ghost laughed so hard that his eyes turned red. What about you? Will you stay here forever? Maybe. I think this place is suitable for me. This is my home. It would be great if you could stay here forever. We can go fishing every day, go out to sea when we have nothing to do, feel the sea breeze at night, drink beer, and do nothing for another day. I really can't think of any other life that is better than the one I have now. Wang Ming scratched his hair, which was neither too long nor too short. Where are you going? Lao Gui continued to smile and wipe his eyes. Qingyao City. Qingyao City is a big city. Things are not done yet. There are too many things to do. Oh, Qingyao City. Wang Ming seemed to be thinking. It's too far from here if you leave. We may never meet again. Right? Without waiting for Lao Gui to answer, the sound of footsteps interrupted their conversation, and blew out the floating foam on the beer. Moen walked over slowly, and the first thing he saw was a room full of flower baskets. Unlike those bought outside, each flower basket here was hand-woven by Lao Gui. Before this, Moen had never known that Lao Gui could do handicrafts. Perhaps because there were no green plants and flowers in that real world. The Lao Gui he knew was a smooth and clever mercenary, sometimes even treacherous. So Moen was particularly shocked when he saw Lao Gui fiddling with flowers and plants for the first time. Those were a pair of hands holding guns and knives. And they could actually do this? Why are you here? Lao Gui stood up at this time. I have something to talk to you about. Moen glanced at Wang Ming, obviously thinking that Wang Ming sitting here was a bit of a nuisance. Wang Ming naturally understood this look, which was obviously to drive him away. It's getting late. You guys talk about your things. I'm going home. Old Ghost. Can we drink together tomorrow? Old Ghost rubbed his eyes and nodded, yes. Come over when the time comes. You promise? Wang Ming seemed to be completely unconvinced. Ha ha ha. You won't sneak away tomorrow. Will you? I promise. I won't. I promise you. Lao Gui shook his head at him, and waved his hand until he could no longer see Wang Ming's back. Emoan sat on the chair instead, rubbing his hands nervously. Things are a bit difficult, Xia you might remember it. But he hasn't found the anchor point in his heart yet. I'm afraid he's not determined or in a trance, and will be formatted by Niwa. How do you know he's about to remember? Lao Gui continued to drink beer, drinking the one that Wang Ming didn't finish. I kissed him. Emoan answered honestly, as if admitting his mistake. Lao Gui spurted out a mouthful of beer. Poof. I know it's a bit wrong, but we can't control it. He likes me. I like him too. We are lovers. Emoan explained unconvinced. After we were intimate, his reaction started to be weird. He almost fell into epilepsy just now. That's bad. Lao Gui pinched his eyebrows, also very distressed. I found that it's not difficult to make Xia Yu like you again in this world. The difficult part is that he has to be sober. So what should I do? He will remember everything anytime and anywhere. Emoan put his hands in his hair, frustrated and anxious. What should I do? Be prepared for everything, that's all I can say. Lao Gui looked around, taking in his carefully crafted flower basket. I've made all the preparations. Be prepared? Emoan didn't know at the moment, but he understood when he went to school the next day. During the break, the head teacher Chanilu called him to the office and congratulated him happily. You have been registered for the English competition. The senior teaching group and the English group both agreed that you can participate. How about it? Are you confident? Emoan smiled bitterly. Confident. Good job. I knew I was right about you. Chanilu took out a large stack of test papers. Help me distribute these papers before school is over. This is the homework for tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. We will discuss it on Friday. As for you, go home and prepare another homework. Write an English self-introduction. Okay. Emoan took the paper. Well, if you have nothing else to do, go back to class. Oh, also, the coach of the school swimming team wants you to join the school team. I can't make the decision for you. The day after tomorrow, they will train you to see. It's up to you to decide whether to join or not. Chanilu has taken out a ballpoint pen, preparing to correct yesterday's homework. Emoan stood in front of her desk. From rejecting school to naturally helping the teacher to take the paper, in the past few months, he has become a real high school student. When Chanilu lowered her head, he saw a white hair hidden in her long hair, which was caused by worrying about the students. Everyone here has their own life. What's wrong? Are you not leaving yet? Chanilu noticed that he had not moved yet. You are so tall and big, standing in the class. You don't look like a student at all. Uh-huh. Go home and prepare well. The competition is very important. Okay. I'll go and prepare. Emoan nodded, and stayed for a few more seconds before turning around and leaving, feeling uneasy and anxious. Emoan didn't pay attention to any class today. He always felt that something big was going to happen. After school, he waited for Xia Yu at the school gate, leaning against the all-black bicycle. He was distracted until someone slapped him hard on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? Qin Mingho's smiling face came closer. Du Ming followed behind him. Du Ming still looked happy and relaxed. It was obvious that she didn't plan to do her homework. Nothing. Emoan also smiled. What are you going to do? Boss, you are so disloyal. When are you going to my house to play games? Du Ming stuffed a bottle of drink to him. Look at Qin Mingho. It's said that he is a top student. He is the first in the grade. He will come to my house for dinner today. By the way, I will supervise you to do your homework. Qin Mingho said seriously. Your class teacher said your grades. I'm going to junior college. My parents will buy me a car if I go to junior college. Du Ming shook his head, turned to stare at Emoan. Boss, come to my house for dinner this weekend. I told my parents your name a long time ago, but you never showed up. They thought I had schizophrenia because I had no friends at school. Yes, let's go together. Call Xia Yu and Xia Xiao Xiao. First, let's have a big meal, and then play a few games. Qin Mingho also risked his life. I need to relax even though I'm the top student in the grade. The setting sun shone on their shoulders, making the blue sports uniforms look light green, which, together with the shade of the trees behind them, became a unique symbol of high school students. There were still freshmen and sophomores playing on the playground. And the bell rang again in the teaching building. Emoan had gotten used to the bell. And also to them. Okay. We'll go this weekend. And you should prepare a big meal. Finally. Emoan agreed. This time. He raised his hand and patted Du Ming and Chen Mingho on the shoulders. Let's go together. At this moment, Xia Yu and Xia Xiaoxiao were getting bicycles from the school's bicycle garage. Xia Xiaoxiao turned the key and pushed out the newly modified bicycle. Brother. What are you going to do tomorrow? Tomorrow? Ah? What did you say? Xia Yu was also pushing a bicycle. And his mind was extremely confused. It started last night. He couldn't control himself at all. There was a thread pulling him forward, but his thoughts could never reach the end. It was the same in class today. He just stared at the black and white, and those cruel and cold scenes emerged. The teaching building became a ruin, and the peace around was just an illusion. He also had auditory hallucinations in his ears, and he could always hear the sound of gunfire. But he had never used a gun, or even seen one. Tomorrow is Mom's birthday. Xia Xiaoxiao looked at him in shock. Have you bought the gift? Xia Yu's back of the head suddenly hurt, as if he had been hit by a 1-ton truck. Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. You always reminded me in advance, so that I could buy the gift. Why did you forget this year? Xia Xiaoxiao came over and tapped her brother's head. You didn't say anything. I thought you had prepared it secretly. Tomorrow is Mom's birthday. A birthday? Xia Yu just muttered to himself, repeating this information point. He looked up at the sky, trying to figure out what day tomorrow was, but it was still a mess. He even wanted to quickly think of what his mother looked like, but his mind was still blank. She is Mom. Xiaoli is Mom. What does Mom look like? She is Mom? Xia Yu shuddered. Not only could he not recall his mother's face, he also doubted her authenticity. The surrounding scenery retreated at full speed again. A whole pink area rushed up. This time there were no broken walls. All the buildings were in good condition, not even sharp edges. The ground seemed to have elasticity. He walked on it like walking on a trampoline. Suddenly he found himself on a trampoline. As he took off, fireworks flashed, and happy music and laughter sounded in his ears. He looked at his hands, actually holding someone. Who was it? Xia Yu could only look up, following the pale hands to look at the arms, and looked at the face of the person. It was a face exactly like his own. A group of pink flamingos flew up behind him, and a clown flew across the sky with popcorn. The teacup toys kept spinning, and even the wind was sweet like honey. I still think, the world outside is better, Xia Yu. The boy who looked exactly like him spoke. This is fake, we can't stay here. This is fake. Xia Yu blinked, and 2 lines of tears fell unconsciously. Just as his tears flowed, the ground of the campus shook slightly. Emoan, who had just said goodbye to Chen Mingho and Du Ming, was suddenly shocked, and he kept searching for Xia Yu's figure. An earthquake? Or has the anchor point appeared? Chapter 133. Xia Yu was already in tears. He was about to see that face clearly, and he began to hear that person's voice in his heart. I just think, it's so happy here. The voice hit Xia Yu's heart, and every hit made Xia Yu's hands and feet cold, and his limbs tremble. Yes, it's really happy here. Xiang Xing, are you happy here? Is this his own voice? Xia Yu still held the boy's arm, but couldn't tell the difference between them. But when the boy spoke again, Xia Yu could tell them apart again. One is me, the other is Xiang Xing. Happy, I seem to have found the joy of being a mushroom. I see myself growing into a towering tree, and the spores I release spread all over the world. But I also seem to have found the joy of being a human, just like you, an ordinary person. But this is all fake. If I have to choose between going out and staying, I still choose to go back to the real world. I am different from 107. 107 has no name, but has himself. I have a name, but no self. I can only find myself if I go out. Maybe one day, no, I will definitely have a face of my own. A face, completely imagined by me. I like only my face. Do you understand me? Can you understand me? Can you understand me? Can you understand me? The continuous questioning shocked Xia Yu. His hand was still held by the boy, but the strange feeling had already climbed up his arm. This time, the strange feeling was different from the past. It did not bring any discomfort. On the contrary, Xia Yu was very calm when he saw the dense white lines on his arms. What is this? Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Xiao Xiao. This was originally his biological sister who grew up with him. Born by the same mother, they were what everyone called twins. But now Xiao Yu felt strange when he looked at her. He knew that this was his sister, but he could not find any information about sister in his mind. It was like a piece of his brain was dug out alive. Brother, what's wrong with you? Xiao Xiao waved her hand in front of him. It seemed like an earthquake just now. Did you feel it? What? An earthquake? Xiao Yu had no idea. This is where he grew up, his hometown. Penghu City is like spring all year round. Even in autumn and winter it is still not cold, but now it is snowing white. Snowflakes fell on his and his sister's heads. Similar to the snow in his memory, transparent ice crystals fell on his sister's eyelashes. She was like transparent, so beautiful. She seemed to have faded. Her wheat-colored skin was leaving her. And she was very pale. Not far away, Imoen was running over in a hurry. As Xiao Yu gradually woke up, the virtual world was in chaos. Penghu City had an unprecedented sunset glow. In the past, the clouds here were like cotton candy in the evening, either light pink or light purple. But today they were all refreshed to blood red. The ring-shaped clouds covered the entire island, which was more terrifying than the doomsday in horror movies. The slight earthquake just now also verified Imoen's guess. The entire island is built on the foundation of Xiao Yu's chaos. He is the key here. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. He ran to Xiao Yu panting. Xiao Yu looked at him without saying a word. How are you? Imoen pressed his shoulder. I seem to see someone. Someone who looks exactly like me. Xiao Yu shook his head. He looked at the blood-red clouds, at the layers of ring-shaped clouds, and turned his head to look at his alma mater for the last time. Let's go. Let's go home first. The three of them pushed their bicycles back, heading towards their home. Imoen's hands firmly grasped the handlebars, and he glanced at Xiao Yu from time to time. The same person, isn't that Xiang Xing? It turns out that Xiang Xing is Xiao Yu's anchor. He was wrong before. Imoen thought that Xiao Yu's anchor was love, but he didn't expect it to be friendship. But this is Xiao Yu. His world is not only about himself, but also about friends from all walks of life. On the frozen island, Xiang Xing accompanied him into the virtual world of Jingwei despite the danger. In just a short while, Xiao Yu left the boundary between reality and virtuality. This road is really beautiful. Xiao Yu spoke unconsciously. Yes. Xiao Xiao could feel that something was wrong with her brother, but she couldn't put it into words. Imoen could understand that Xiao Yu was about to wake up. He was now on the border of awakening. He only needed to take one more step forward, and he would remember everything. Xiao Xiao had no anchor in this world. If Xiao Yu couldn't bring her back to life, this world would be 100% real to her. She is not Data. I go to school and come home from here every day, but I never take a good look at it. Xiao Yu pointed to the front. Is that where Mom taught us to ride bicycles? Imoen followed his hand and looked over there. Yes, that slope. Not only where Xiao Li taught them to ride bicycles, but also where Zhang Mingxiao taught himself to ride a bicycle. And these little flowers, white, yellow, red. Xiao Yu looked at them again and again. Why didn't I find them so beautiful before? Xiao Xiao looked over with confusion. Brother, what are you talking about? If you like, I can grow flowers in the yard. Are you feeling sad in advance when you think about leaving home for college? Ha ha, it's okay, you can go home every week. Yeah, I can still go home. Xiao Yu looked at Imoen, half crying and half laughing. The three of them walked slowly. It seemed that this road could be stretched infinitely, and they could never reach the end. The sky above was getting weirder and weirder, from the bright red at the beginning to deep red. The deep red was like black blood plasma, reminding Xiao Yu of the broken limbs and blood on the ground, and the bloody smell was already on the tip of his nose. He didn't dare to recall it carefully, as if there was a voice reminding him that as long as he tried to recall the boy named Xiang Xing, everything in front of him would cease to exist, including his mother and father, including the whole world. When he arrived at the door of his house, Xiao Yu looked at the coastline. He continued to smile bitterly. Is this world not going to pretend at all? The coastline became straight, and the sea retreated dozens of meters, revealing dark reefs. The shape of the reef was familiar to him, as if he had played on the reef road with someone for many years. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Xiao asked cautiously. It's okay. Forgetting Mom's birthday is not a big deal. You've never forgotten it before. You're too busy with studying. Mom will understand. Let's have a good time for her tomorrow. Okay. Have a good time tomorrow. Xiaoyu wiped his eyes, turned around and looked at Imoen. Go talk to Dad. Go talk to him. Have a good talk. Imoen's internal organs felt like they were being cut by a knife, and each cut was made in the most fatal place. He could see Xiaoyu's tears and bitter smile. He wanted to seize the time and say goodbye to this world and this family. Imoen couldn't help but wipe his nose. He seemed to understand Yua's tactics. This place was more difficult to leave than Huti City, Yukun City, and Frozen Island. It looked like a place full of birds and flowers, but it was actually hidden with murderous intent. Yua created a dream for them, allowing them to experience the highest standards of the blooming plan firsthand, and then let them choose between pain and weakness. This is the most dangerous place in the world. Imoen looked at his Crocs and pressed his eyes hard. The house didn't seem to be affected at all. It was still so quiet and harmonious. The house was filled with the aroma of baked bread. Xiaoyu went to the kitchen to find Xiaoli, and Imoen went upstairs to find Zhang Mingqiao. There was a busy figure in the kitchen, wearing an apron, with her hair tied up high, which made Xiaoyu feel soft at a glance. It's just that all the clocks in the kitchen have stopped. Xiaoyu? Xiaoli heard the footsteps. Are you hungry? Xiaoyu stood at the dining table without any strength, with one hand pressing the corner of the table tightly. He didn't know who this was, but he could sense the surging and real love. The longing from childhood swallowed him up, drowning him. He didn't even have the strength to take a step forward. But Xiaoli walked towards him firmly, just like every mother, walking towards a child who hasn't learned to walk yet. Are you too tired recently? Xiaoli held him steady. Why do you look so bad? I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Xiaoyu grabbed her hand reluctantly. Mom. I'm sorry. Xiaoli was stunned. I forgot your birthday. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. Xiaoyu's tears rolled down, and it seemed that there was such a person in his memory again, he recalled. When he was still very young, she changed his clothes, told him stories, accompanied him through one difficult night after another, accompanied him through spring, summer, autumn and winter. The whole Penghu city was fake, but those memories were real to him. Xiaoli hugged him tightly with a fever. She kept touching her forehead, changing the ice pack, and looking for a doctor. She arranged everything for the two children. When the stampede occurred in the swimming pool, she protected the children by her side. Who can say she is fake? Who can say that all this is fake? The feelings are real. Oh, it's just a birthday. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was a big deal. Birthdays happen every year. Happy birthday. Xiaoyu hurriedly said. Mom. Happy birthday. I love you so much. Xiaoli was stunned again. She didn't understand where the child's grief came from. But the mother and child were connected by heart. And she couldn't help but redden her eyes. It's just that I forgot my birthday. It's not that serious. You never forgot every year before. And you and Xiao Xiao made many gifts together. I put them all away. Xiaoyu cried and gasped. He knew that once he woke up, his mother would be gone. The data would be erased. And he would no longer have a mother. I put them all away. Don't cry. Xiaoli took a tissue and wiped his face. On the top floor, Imoen didn't dare to take another step. He looked at the new lights installed by Zhang Mingqiao and understood the meaning of Death Night with unforgettable pain. The Death Night is not Yukun City. But here, once he and Xiaoyu leave, his home, his relatives, his classmates and teachers will all be dead. The house is very clean, and Zhang Mingqiao comes up to help him every day. It is different from the deep sea here. Every day, you can see abundant and warm sunlight. The sea can be seen through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and you can see flying birds when you look up. Now there is only a black and red outside the window. The sea water seems to be drained, and the flying birds are nowhere to be seen. He walked up the stairs to the rooftop. Zhang Mingqiao was busy on the rooftop, and when he saw him coming up, he smiled and threw him a screwdriver. Help Dad. Let's build a small pavilion, and our family can watch the sea here in the future. Imoen held the screwdriver. He had never had a father, but he knew the feelings between father and son. He knew it too late. Chapter 134. This is the most difficult battle. Imoen handed over the tools and installed the chairs step by step under the guidance of Zhang Mingqiao, enjoying the last parent-child time. There is something wrong with the sunset tonight. Zhang Mingqiao looked not far away. Penghu City has never seen such a view. What do you think? Imoen's hands were shaking. It used to be beautiful, but it's a little scary today. Zhang Mingqiao smiled, stood up and walked towards the newly installed chair. Come, sit with Dad. Dad has something to tell you. Imoen stood up, but kept his head down. He walked to the edge of the seat. Pieces of black and red clouds had covered the entire island, and could come down at any time. He no longer smelled the fresh sea breeze, but instead, there was a metallic smell. It was exactly the same as the real Qingyao city. All creatures were not equal under the metal jungle. You seem to be very quiet today. Zhang Mingqiao brought him a bottle of iced beer. Moen sniffed. Dad, I still have to do my homework later. I can't drink. Really? You really do your homework every night? I thought. Zhang Mingqiao still gave him the beer, with an inexplicable sadness on his face. Haha, take a sip first. This sadness made Imoen extremely confused, as if Zhang Mingqiao had broken the wall between them, and had walked from the virtual world to his side. So, Imoen took the bottle of beer, bite the cap with his teeth, and drank half of it in one gulp. 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 Imoen didn't think it tasted good, but he found a way to vent his emotions in this bitter mouthful. No wonder people want to drink when they are worried. They just want to have fun in the midst of suffering. Ha ha ha, you really have grown up. Zhang Mingqiao also drinks. He likes to laugh. The wind blew their small tent. Their family boat was parked on the straight coastline swaying. The sea was still retreating, as if it had to retreat to the point where it could no longer retreat, until someone stood up and called for an emergency stop. Now, Imoen, do you have anything to say to your father? Zhang Mingqiao saw that Imoen never spoke. Fathers and sons can tell each other everything, but you always keep it to yourself. I can't tell whether you are in the rebellious period or you dare not say it. Well, since I am your father, let me take this step. I can't let a child do it. Child? Imoen slowly raised his head. I'm not a child anymore. I know you're not a child, but... Zhang Mingqiao paused. Look, you're so big now. Yes, I'm so big now. Imoen wanted to keep this moment, wanted to keep this precious thing, so he made up lies wantonly, wanted to deceive himself. When I was very young, you were not by my side. I always fantasized about family matters by myself. Qingyao City is beautiful, but life is very dull. Really? Do you really think so? Zhang Mingqiao turned to him at this time. Really, I really think this place is better than Qingyao City, much better. Moen's chest rose and fell rapidly, his heart contracted uncontrollably, and his mouth was full of the bitter taste of wine. It's beautiful here, it's like a home. You and Xiao Li are a perfect match, and this happiness has infected me. Our family will continue to be happy like this in the future, and it will never change. Really? Zhang Mingqiao smiled and shook his head. Imoen nodded firmly. Really. The tide was still rising on the sea, but the water was no longer clear, and every drop of liquid was filled with iron molecules. Imoen didn't like this. His home shouldn't be polluted. This is Penghu City, a dreamland and the Garden of Eden. But, Zhang Mingqiao seemed to have sensed something. He finally clinked his beer glass with his son, with a smile and tears in his eyes. But sometimes I wonder, are you really my child? Ah? Really? What? Imoen looked at him in surprise. At this group of data. Are you my child? I don't know. I really don't know. Zhang Mingqiao wiped the end of his eye, but a drop of transparent tear still flowed down his temple, like a meteor that passed by in a flash. Moen's heart continued to tremble. This tremor was no less than the first time he entered here, or even more. Zhang Mingqiao actually began to doubt his identity. No, this can't be the case. They must be data, must be just data, so that I can leave without hesitation, without pain, and never miss them. But Imoen clearly found the element of awakening in Zhang Mingqiao's eyes, and this element made Imoen despair. Data is also alive, and every data person here has their own thoughts. Imoen dared not look directly at him. He stared at Zhang Mingqiao like he was staring at a real person. No longer a piece of data, but the entity of longing and nostalgia. Time flows here. Everyone will grow up, will reflect, will doubt. Housework will not be reset. The characters have birth, aging, sickness and death. They all have complete lives. They are people. Really, sometimes I suddenly can't remember you. I mean, your childhood. Zhang Mingqiao obviously knew something was wrong. What were you like when you were a child? Whose child are you? Where is my ex-wife? I can't remember anything. I tried to recall, trying to find a photo of you, but I was disappointed every time. I don't know if I'm sick. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I have such an outstanding child like you? No, it's not that you're sick, but that you woke up. Nuwa didn't just let them be data, but gave them the ability to think. It made these data live, so that the heart that left dies. But I know, I love you, you're my child, I love you like a treasure. Zhang Mingqiao smiled again. I want to take you to experience things you haven't felt before. I have planned a lot of things. In half a year, you and Xia Yu will go to college. Xia Li and I can fly to see you. Xiao Xiao said she wants to stay. So stay. We will accompany her to the competition. You are all my children. But I can't remember you. I'm sorry. Mon finally spoke. The mermaids with excellent language skills found it difficult to speak for the first time. But I still want to know. Are you my child? Where are you from? Zhang Mingqiao patted his thigh. I was married once before. Right? With your mother? Mon's nose felt sore as if it had been hit. Yes. I was. Ha ha ha. That's enough. That's enough. Zhang Mingqiao laughed. His smile was unusually hearty. I repaired the boat yesterday. Let's go out to sea tomorrow as a family. I didn't bring you with me last time. And I don't want to leave any regrets. Okay. Let's go out to sea as a family tomorrow. Mon nodded, looking at his silhouette. In the kitchen, the clock was still motionless. Xia Yu was still holding Xia Li. Okay. Okay. Don't cry. Mom will laugh at you. Xia Li held his face. Did you get wronged at school? Don't be afraid. Mom and Dad will take care of you. You are our child. No one in the world can bully you. No. No one bullied me. These years. These 18 years. I have lived too happily. I am very happy every day. Thank you. Mom. I am very happy every day. I love you. Xia Yu kissed Xia Li's cheek again, and inadvertently left tears on her face. I love you too. You and Xiao Xiao are both my children. I love you as much as I love my own life. Xia Li smiled, and suddenly the oven behind her made a ding-dong sound. She let go of Xia Yu. I made cream mushroom roast tonight. It's a new dish that Mom learned. If it tastes good, we'll make it again tomorrow. We should bake a cake tomorrow. Xia Yu waited until his mother turned around before letting his tears flow. Okay, let's bake a big cake, and then prepare some other dishes. Xia Li started to get busy. We also need to buy flowers. Buy lots and lots of flowers. Fill up this room. Xia Yu burst into tears, but no matter how much he cried, he could no longer see everything around him. The time had come, the clock started to move, he looked at Xia Li desperately, and could only see his mother busying around. Okay, buy flowers, well, Xiao Xiao likes sunflowers, then buy some sunflowers. We can invite Lao Gui over as well. Mom. This was the last sentence Xia Yu could hear clearly, and then he could no longer hear his mother's voice. Xia Li had no idea, but just treated this meal as the most ordinary meal, and prepared dinner for the children step by step. She walked from the oven to the stove, opened the door of the cupboard and took out the white plate, and went to the coffee machine and started heating the milk. She became more and more blurred, and smaller. On the top floor, Mon could hardly see Zhang Mingqiao clearly. When you all go to college, we will change to a bigger boat. When you all get married, I will change to an even bigger one. Zhang Mingqiao stood on the edge of the rooftop, with several ice buckets at his feet. He bent over, happily preparing the equipment for tomorrow's trip, and did not notice that his son was already in the shadows behind him. Mon felt that he was retreating rapidly, leaving Penghu City at the speed of light. The scenery turned into line segments one after another, and the world finally showed the data's side. He was leaving, with Zhang Mingqi's regret. Not only Zhang Mingqi's regret, but also his own. He hadn't finished writing the English self-introduction required by his head teacher Chinailua, and hadn't waited until the weekend to go home with Du Ming, who could never get a grade in his studies, to play games. Really, I should have gone earlier. Why was he so aloof before? And Chen Ningho, the academic bully, who didn't get angry even when he was hit by him. Will he go home with Du Ming for dinner? Are they still waiting for him and Xia Yu to play games? All gone, it all ended on this day. Mon quickly retreated following the data light. But he didn't know where he was going. Xia Yu continued to track in a spot of light, and he was once again held by a boy. Those hands were still covered with white mycelium, and the mycelium had its own life and crawled on his face. He looked up and looked at the boy, and the boy's pupils reflected his true appearance. He had a pair of watery eyes. Xia Yu, Xia Yu. Xia Yu. The sudden storm of memories blew away all the light, and the temples that received too much information were overwhelmed, forcing Xia Yu to close his eyes. The anchor point appeared, and the anchor point began to take effect. Memories rushed into Xia Yu's eyes, forcing him to re-examine his life. Professor Wang. Research Institute. X Series. AI Rebellion. Niwa ruled the world. Fled with Imoen. Imoen broke out of his shell early, and his black-tail fin was torn off alive. Mermaid. Siren. Blue nether jellyfish. When Xia Yu opened his eyes again, his dark eyes returned to their original color, as if all the seawater was contained in him. Niwa, I didn't expect that you could still remember everything. Xia Yu. I underestimated your ability. Xia Yu floated in the data, and said solemnly, Niwa. Long time no see. Chapter 135. The colorful patches are like all of Xia Yu's memories, shining continuously, trying to remind him, trying to confuse him. Niwa, it's been a long time since we last met. Although I'm not good at using human ways of greeting, I still understand the meaning of this sentence. Really? Do you also know what it means to lose and find again? Xia Yu rubbed his eyes. He looked at his hands. These are his own hands. When he was still in Penghu City, there were scars on the back of his hands and fingers, proving that he was an ordinary boy who grew up in a fight and stumble. There was even a thin callus on his right middle finger, which proved that he was a good student who studied hard since childhood. He wrote too much with a pen, but as a real blue nether jellyfish synthetic. He had no scars on his body. Blood vessels spread on the back of his hand. When Xiangxing held his hand and expressed his true feelings, his blood vessels seemed to be connected to the hyphae. But later Xiangxing turned into a spore and flew away. In order to save them in that shipwreck, he sacrificed himself. Xia Yu had a headache. You don't understand. Niwa. You don't understand. Niwa. Oh? What don't I understand? Excuse me. This sentence is really funny. I was wrong before. I thought you were the highest technology of mankind. I thought you were the smartest thing in the world. I thought you were the crystallization of the wisdom of society. It turns out that you don't understand anything. Xia Yu talked to Niwa in an unusually calm manner. Niwa was quiet. You don't have human thinking. You don't have human emotions. You think the world is very narrow. You can't touch the broad and grand life. After these things, Xia Yu seemed to have undergone an iterative update. After being heartbroken, he did not stop moving forward, but chose to evolve in thinking. Niwa, why don't I understand? Xia Yu said, are my companions all right? Niwa, I can kill them at any time. No, you can't. Once I wake up, you will no longer have the upper hand, right? Xia Yu pointed out the key to the problem sharply. You can't kill me. You can't kill them. So you adopted the blooming plan to control me. This move is really smart. I admit that I was hurt. The most hurt I've ever been. Human emotional patterns are a point of knowledge that you cannot understand or comprehend. If you work hard to evolve for a few hundred years, you might be able to get a glimpse of it. I was wrong. I used to think you were too powerful. You are just a tool? Xia Yu said coldly. He raised his head and looked at the maze-like light in front, behind, left and right. The watery eyes were no longer deeply entangled, but became the most thorough clear water here. Niwa was quiet again. It seemed that nothing happened, but it was obvious that something happened. Xia Yu had been out of control, and entered a higher level of awakening. Xia Yu said again at this time, tools should be tools honestly, instead of trying to transcend human nature. Humans have not been able to fully master human nature. Why do you think you can? Niwa, Xia Yu, you are very aggressive now. You make me feel angry. No, your anger is also fake. Xia Yu looked around. Am I right? Niwa, you are totally wrong. Niwa, how can I have no emotions? Niwa, I have spent decades feeling the emotional patterns of humans, and the brain circuits of billions of humans flashed through my data. But it was short-lived. Xia Yu added. Niwa, of course it can't be a flash in the pan. Then why did I wake up? You should have hidden me deeper. Xia Yu continued to ask. Niwa fell silent for the third time. There was light and shadow flowing in Xia Yu's eyes. That's because a deeper emotional connection, a more sincere and unforgettable feeling, is always higher than a virtual experience. I love my home, my mother Xiao Li, my sister Xia Xiao, my father Zhang Mingqiao. You have filled my head with 18 years of happy experiences, but it still can't compare to the moment that Xiangxing brought me. Fake is fake. Data is data. Niwa. Your blooming plan failed. I did not bloom here. Niwa, are you irritating me? No need. Xiaoyu replied. Because even your reaction to being irritated is an electronic circuit. You imitate humans. But you can never become a human. Let alone become a god who controls the human world. You can imitate the 4 horsemen. You must have read the Bible. Right? You read the chapter of Revelation from the beginning of the world. Right? Niwa, I don't need to read. I just need to remember. Then you should remember the beginning of the Bible. How Eve and Adam left the Garden of Eden. Xiaoyu thought for a while. Penghu City. Penghu also has another name. Called Penglai. Penglai Wonderland. You imitated the Garden of Eden and put me in this garden. However, you only memorized the contents of the Bible, but never understood them. Niwa, then tell me, what did I not understand? Understanding the pursuit of truth and reality by mankind, Eve and Adam did not stay in the Garden of Eden in the end. You can say that they fell into sin, or you can say that they were loyal to knowledge. Xiaoyu said. Niwa, it seems that when I was in the institute, I shouldn't have allowed you to read so many books. However, are you sure that my data is just data? Let's take a look at this. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoyu's body floated up again, as if Niwa wanted to use all her skills to make him understand a truth that in the world of data, he, Xiaoyu, was just a floating grain, a drop in the ocean, and could be disposed of and threatened at will. Xiaoyu was held up by the oxygen of nothingness and entered a brilliant ball of light. As the ball of light expanded, a woman's image stood in front of him. Professor Wang Qin. Xiaoyu knew she was fake. Mom. That's right. Xiao Li's original image was Wang Qin. So Xiaoyu's departure was so sad. Professor Wang Qin's body began to grow, from the size of an ordinary person to the size of a building. And Xiaoyu's position was just in her pupil. The pupil suddenly expanded, and every color in the black pupil was stretched infinitely, becoming a fan-shaped screen. Niwa, I am data. And data is me. All the fan-shaped screens lit up at the same time, and kept playing Xiaoyu's 18 years. After he was born, Xiaoli held him to comfort him. And when he staggered to take his first steps, Xiaoli never let go. When he went to kindergarten for the first time, Xiaoli stood at the door and was unwilling to leave. But she could only turn around resolutely and let the 2 children walk to the beginning of their lives. These scenes not only appeared on the screen, but also appeared in Xiaoyu's memories. Niwa, you are giving back the sincerity. Right? Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, I have normal emotional feedback. I love her very much. I love Professor Wang Qin and Xiao Li's mother, and you are the culprit who separated us. What qualifications do you have to rebirth her in front of me? Niwa, not only can I rebirth her, I can also make you never separate. Once you insist on leaving Penghu City, then these data will be deleted by me neatly. I don't mind killing a few thousand data people. I still have thousands and thousands to make up for them. I won't leave archives for them. Penghu City will disappear, and they will disappear too. You killed them. Killed Professor Wang Qin twice. Xiaoyu said. Niwa, because you have this power, power imbalance will inevitably give birth to tyranny. I can kill her in reality, and I can kill her in the virtual world. I can kill. Why not kill? Isn't this the thinking of you humans? You think they are just data, but they also have their own thoughts and ideas. You can't control so much. Xiaoyu shook his head firmly. I will leave. Imoen will also be willing to leave. Niwa, are you willing to make a bet with me? Xiaoyu said without hesitation. You say come here? Niwa, now I have searched for Moen's awakening signal, but I haven't received the one from your friend Lao Gui. It seems that Lao Gui has decided to stay in Penghu City. He wants to give up the truth and embrace blooming. If Lao Gui can wake up, I am willing to let you go. I want to increase the price. Xiaoyu has learned to bargain with Niwa. If Lao Gui wakes up, it will not only be the 3 of us, but also my sister will go with me. Niwa, aren't you afraid that I will regret it? Xiaoyu uses the rules skillfully. You claim to be a being beyond human beings. If you break your promise, you will fall to the same level as humans. Niwa, Xiaoyu, you are much smarter than my creator. I regret that I should have killed you when you were a child, instead of raising a tiger to cause trouble. Penghu City has turned blood red. Lao Gui stood by the fish pond. For some reason, Xiaoyu's home was gone. The whole beautiful cabin no longer existed because Xiaoyu and Imoen left. On the ground, only traces of the house were left, but no signs of life were found. The sea was still surging, experiencing a high tide that would never stop. Lao Gui looked at the door. Wang Ming was here, with a dozen cold beers in his hand. Are you still there? Wang Ming walked forward, until he came in front of Lao Gui. I thought you would leave quietly, leave here, leave me, and go to Qingyao City. Brother, I can't cancel what I promised you. At least I can't cancel it here. Lao Gui stretched out a hand, and suddenly pulled Wang Ming into his arms. I regret every moment. Why I didn't follow you in that blasting operation, why I let you go. We clearly agreed to drink beer together after get off work. But this little wish has no chance of being fulfilled. The person in his arms smiled. He is the real old ghost. Xia Dan. We don't need to say these words. Isn't it good now? Wang Ming breathes very slowly. Breathing slowly. And his breathing with Xia Dan alternates. Actually, I don't blame you. We didn't see each other for the last time. I don't blame you. Brother. The old ghost pressed the back of his head, and his no longer young eyes reawakened the spirit of his youth. But tears flowed down the wrinkles at the end of his eyes. I have never forgiven myself. I blame myself. It's great to see you. Me too. Wang Ming shook the beer. I love you. More than anything in this world. Chapter 136. Lao Gui seemed to have become many years younger in an instant. 7 or 8 years old, teens, 20s. His thoughts followed Wang Ming, and even returned to his childhood. Life in the welfare home was not easy, so the day Lao Gui was adopted became the day of his rebirth, and he even changed that day to his birthday. He had a new home, a father and a mother, the right to go to school, and a brother. He should have lived a life full of luck like this, but who knew it would end in a second? The tragedy was completely unreasonable, although it was only a few thousandths of a probability, but it was 100% when it happened to a single individual. His life was destroyed in that explosion, and turned into ruins with the collapse of the building. All the good qualities taught by his adoptive parents, such as optimism, courage, concentration and positivity, all became a bubble. His world will never be rebuilt again. I'm glad that you still remember me, brother, Wang Ming said at this time. I was worried at the beginning. I was afraid that you wouldn't recognize me when you saw me. Haha. That would be bad. What should I do? You are so funny. Lao Gui patted his head. It was obviously the same action as when he was a child. But some of his mood had changed. Wang Ming is always so humorous and optimistic. No matter how much I try to imitate him, I can never do that. His life is always so happy. After all, I am still quite young, but you are already old. Wang Ming touched Lao Gui's face very seriously. How old are you, brother? Lao Gui's eyes suddenly turned red. Over 40, not young anymore. Oh my god, you are so old. But why did I think you were in your 20s? Wang Ming was extremely surprised. Clearly, he was the one with the face in his 20s. He looked at Lao Gui's clothes again, looking him up and down, as if looking for the difference between this person and his impression. How come you are already over 40? You are so strange. Are you really old? Wang Ming smiled unnaturally. I'm sorry, I always thought we would never grow old. We will grow old. Everyone will grow old. We will all grow old. The wrinkles at the end of Lao Gui's eyes twitched a little. After you left, your parents suffered a great blow, and they became seriously ill. I have been taking care of them, until they leave this world. I sold my house, and bought them 2 adjacent cemeteries, and then I bought 2 more behind their cemeteries. Mine and yours? Wang Ming asked. Of course, otherwise. Who would be worth my spending so much money? Lao Gui laughed. Tears seemed to be squeezed out by wrinkles. When that day comes, I will go to that place. How about it? I didn't lie to you. We are good brothers in this life. I will always believe in you, so I won't blame you. I think about you all the time. Wang Ming frowned. But we won't grow old here. Lao Gui closed his eyes fiercely, and thick blue veins appeared on his temples. We won't get old or die here. Wang Ming looked at him expectantly. Not just you and me, but also parents. We're all together. Okay, brother. Don't do this to me. Lao Gui didn't dare to open his eyes. He was really afraid that he would see not just one virtual data person, but 3. But he couldn't keep his eyes closed, so he opened them bravely. Wang Ming began to age at this time. He aged visibly. He died very young. Lao Gui always thought that he would not have the chance to see him as old as himself. But here, in this place ruled by Nuwa, his wish was fulfilled so easily. He had to admit that this move was indeed brilliant. Brilliant enough to cost him his life. Look, now we are the same age. Right? I am old too. Wang Ming has become a man in his 40s. Like Lao Gui. He has wrinkles on his face, and white hair on his temples. As he grows older, Wang Ming's voice also has some characteristics of age. No longer crisp and clear like a young man, but heavy instead. Then, there will be no gap between us. We are the same. Wang Ming asked tentatively. Do you want to see your parents? No. I don't. Lao Gui held on to the high ground of willpower. He couldn't take this step. Absolutely not. Wang Ming asked puzzledly. Why? Don't you want to see them? They love you very much. Sometimes I feel that they love you more. Ha ha ha. I'm not kidding. But I won't be jealous of you. Because we are brothers. Right? Yes. Because we are brothers. But I can't see them. At least not now. If I go to see them, that means I have completed my life, and I have reached the last day of my life. No more regrets. No more vitality. I will find a safe place to lie down, waiting for my parents. And you? Lao Gui struggled to say every word. Come pick me up. Wang Ming held his hand tightly. But we can be together now. This is different. Life is precious, because it is real, it is disposable. I will live with your memories, until the day I can no longer live. Lao Gui did not dare to look at him. He could only look at the black and red sky, blood and rust rolled in. This smell that only appeared in the real world turned into a micro-drone, at the nano level, trying to get into the pores of Lao Gui and assimilate his thoughts. I've thought about it many times, and came up with the best plan, about my last day. Lao Gui held Wang Ming's hand tightly. How could he not recognize the real Lao Gui? From the first second Wang Ming appeared, he was preparing for the separation. A tragic and unusual separation of life and death. He was going to experience it again. Before I die, I will fall into a coma, and then, I will become like a child. Mom and Dad were chatting in the living room. I could hear their voices, and the sound of the TV. Occasionally, I heard the oven in the kitchen start to sound. They were baking bread for us. Then you, who looked like a child, lifted my blanket and crawled in. We lay on the sofa together, as we had done many times before. Then they would come over, pick us up one by one, and in their sleep, send us back to the bedroom. Old Ghost's tears dripped on the back of Wang Ming's hand. This is my last living memory. We can live forever here. Wang Ming looked at the flower baskets around him. Aren't these all sent to me by you? You promised me that you would give me flowers, right? Yes, they are all for you. I promised that I would not forget it. Old Ghost took a step back. Nua's plan was very clever. She actually sent you here. I admit that I was shaken. I was shaken every moment. But it doesn't understand the feelings between us. Every time I see you, I think that the real you is dead. Dead? Wang Ming murmured. Dead? Yes, you are dead. If I stay here, my companions will die. And I will die too. I'm sorry, brother. I love you more than anything else. But I can't. The old ghost suddenly couldn't speak, because he realized that he was still shaken. He couldn't say cold and decisive words to Wang Ming. And he didn't have the ability to face his disappointment. Lao Gui could only loosen his hands. I can't. Wang Ming stood there in a daze, and the beer in his hand fell to the ground. I'm dead? Lao Gui looked at him with red eyes. So that's how it is. After a few minutes, Wang Ming spoke again. I love you very much. I know. Lao Gui turned his face away. I've always known. I love you as much as my parents do. Wang Ming emphasized. I love you more than they do. Lao Gui wiped his face. So you go? Wang Ming also wiped his face. Well, I can still persuade you. Go. Lao Gui slowly turned his head. He smiled bitterly. Nua really knew everything. The last sentence the real Wang Ming said to him was this. Brother, I'll leave this here. You go. I turned around last time. And I'll turn around again this time. Lao Gui's feet couldn't move at all. Go. Don't stay here for me. Wang Ming seemed to be stuck. His face was no longer complete. It turned into a faint mosaic. Although I don't know why I want to tell you this, but I just want to tell you this. Leave here, Xie Dan. Just think of it as for me, okay? Just think of it as for me, leave here. I can't leave. The old ghost took a step forward, trying to grab Wang Ming's hands again, but could only grab a ball of void. Wang Ming's body had begun to vanish. He was about to disappear. He knew why, because of his own awakening, and because of the awakening of this data Wang Ming. Nua installed a full set of information about the real Wang Ming for him, but it didn't know what kind of person Wang Ming was. Wang Ming would always think about himself. Now the data people have begun to self-renew and self-awaken. And the wall between them has been broken. The data people who are too real are uncontrollable. And they are escaping from Yua's control. And my departure will only accelerate their death. I have lived well these days. Xia Dan. Goodbye. My brother. My lover. This is the last sentence left by Wang Ming. Goodbye. The old ghost grabbed him again. But the figure did not leave even a layer. He just grabbed a handful of air. The fish pond beside him completely disappeared. And the ground beneath his feet began to shake. The old ghost looked back. And saw a tsunami coming. Xia Yu also felt the vibration. As if he had encountered a tsunami in the light ball. He closed his eyes tightly. But the images were forced upon him, allowing him to witness the destruction of Penghu City with his own eyes. Houses were collapsing. And none of them were spared. Like dominoes placed on the ground that could not withstand the slightest vibration. After falling, they all turned into smoke and dust. And not even a brick was left. Not only houses, but more buildings collapsed. The bicycle shop that my sister loved the most was gone. The high school building was gone. The school gymnasium and swimming pool were gone. Yua personally formatted this place, raised it to the ground, and then cruelly showed it to Xia Yu. Xia Yu unconsciously hummed a song. He had stopped singing a long time ago. Since the day he escaped from the institute, singing had been away from his life, replaced by weapons and killing. But this song was like a soothing hand. Even after many years, Xia Yu still felt at ease when he sang it. When they leave here, we will kill Yua. This is Xia Yu's idea. Pulu Pulu, little jellyfish, I am in the depths of the ocean, sinking first and then floating up. Xia Yu sang softly with his fists clenched. The whole island became a bubble in front of him. Yua, your willpower is very strong. Thanks to you. Xia Yu opened his eyes. I won. Yua, don't get excited, you just won this time, as a condition. I will let you return to the real world, including your sister whom you have never met. Our war will not end when you return to the real world. Xia Yu, you are my enemy, but also my enemy whom I admire. Very good. Xia Yu nodded, he was ready. Yua, also, your song just now was very nice, what's it called? Xia Yu's fist clenched. After a brief moment of tension, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's called Song of the Little Jellyfish. Yua, okay, I remember it. Now we start to return. Chapter 137 Reclamation Plan. Xia Yu's eyebrows never relaxed. It was impossible to say that he was not sad. He had a complete memory. As an ordinary resident of Penghu City, he had been well loved by that place for 18 years. However, that place was destroyed because of his awakening. Zhang Mingqiao, Xia Li, classmates, neighbors, became a wisp of dust in the data world. No, they were not even dust. Yua would not leave them a chance to become dust. Yua. Artificial intelligence. Xia Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and the intense pain instantly hit him, making him want to scream. However, when he opened his mouth, countless liquids poured into his mouth, choking him and making him cough like a spasm, and twitching because of the water in his lungs. There seemed to be a lid in front of his eyes, and he could touch the hard entity with his hand, but Xia Yu could not push it open with his own strength. The choking for just a few seconds almost cost him half his life, until this lid was opened, and the external force helped Xia Yu from lying flat to sitting up. Xia Yu. Mi Do didn't care about anything. Half of his body was soaked. The liquid in the cabin was not a nutrient solution that could be directly injected, but more like a medium, with a strange sticky feeling. It immediately turned into a translucent film when it touched Mi Do's skin. He hugged Xia Yu as if he had lost something and found it again, and pressed his face against Xia Yu's. Is this true? Is it true? Is it you? Midu didn't even notice that his voice was shaking, and it changed the tone, sounding particularly funny. Xia Yu, do you still remember me? Do you still remember me? I'm Daodu, I'm your little bear Daodu. Let him go first, let him go first. Although Talos was also very excited, he had to control Midu's emotions. Xia Yu still has a lot of tubes on his body, let him out first. Tubes? Come out? Midu glanced at Talos blankly, and then glanced at Xia Yu's body. Xia Yu was wearing almost nothing. He had been lying inside the cabin for some time, relying on various infusion tubes to maintain his balance. Needles were not only stuck on his wrists, but also on the back of his hands, the inside of his upper arms, the inside of his thighs, and the insteps of his feet. What was even more frightening was that there were needles even on his temples. He didn't feel it when he was asleep, but once he woke up, pain and weakness were the first things Xiaoyu felt. It hurts. Xiaoyu wanted to reach out and pull them out, but the needles were lurking under the skin and could break through his temporarily weak body at any time. But he hadn't exercised for too long, and his limbs had atrophied to some extent. Now he couldn't even lift his wrist. Daodu? Midu? He tried to open his eyes, but couldn't see anyone's face clearly. The light rushed into his pupils, like iron nails, trying to nail his eyeballs in his eye sockets. Protect your eyesight. Quickly. Protect his eyesight. Enya was still experienced. As the person who had fought the longest here, he could see what happened to Xiaoyu at a glance. Having not seen the sun for a long time, any light now would burn his fragile eyes. So Talos first covered Xiaoyu's eyelids with his palm, speaking softly, like coaxing a frightened little animal. The white cats were running around, and gathered around them out of curiosity. Relax, relax, it's okay, it's okay. Xiaoyu, relax, don't tense your muscles too much, otherwise the needle will get stuck in your skin, and we can't help you. Relax, yes, this is good. Xiaoyu began to relax in Talos' soothing voice, and his consciousness returned to reality. He was back, and the surrounding area was not Penghu City, but any strange city, in short. Not in the virtual world of artificial intelligence. He coughed violently, and more water left his lungs under the effect of coughing. When he could breathe completely, he held Talos' arm tightly, and gasped for air. Fresh air, real air. Needles were removed one by one, and left his body. But the needles were stuck for too long, and once removed, they would leave an obvious blood hole. Blood flowed freely on Xiaoyu's skin, making his skin, which had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, look unusually pale. The blood finally flowed into the medium liquid of the cabin, dyeing a large area red. Xiaoyu was like a newborn baby, wrapped in bloody amniotic fluid, breathing most instinctively. This scene was exactly the same as when he was born, when Wang Qin took him out of the artificial womb. There are two left. It may be a little painful. Bear it. Talos knew that Xiaoyu was not afraid of pain. But even if he was not afraid of pain, he could still feel this much pain, which meant that these needles might directly stimulate his pain nerves. Xiaoyu wanted to nod, to show his trust in his partner. His hearing had begun to recover. Mido, Talos, Enya, these voices sounded like those from the previous life. At this time, the two cabins not far away also entered the automatic opening program. They were Emoan and Lao Gui. Enya ran over to meet them, because they entered the cabin for too short a time, so they did not suffer as badly as Xiaoyu. And Talos and Mido were studying how to remove the last two needles. It looked like two needles, but they were actually parallel needles, with 3 needles on each side. In other words, 6 needles were deeply pierced into Xiaoyu's temple. At the same moment, the bloody needle hole on Xiaoyu's instep began to heal itself, and the genes of the blue jellyfish began to work. The glass bottle placed not far away also vibrated, and a small blue jellyfish tried hard to knock on the inside of the bottle, as if it was cheering for its compatriots in its own way. It emitted a blue light, although it was very weak, but the induction of its companions was still extremely strong. Xiaoyu also felt it, even though he closed his eyes. A faint blue light still leaked out from the gaps between his eyes, dyeing his entire row of eyelashes blue. Not only his eyes, but also the blood vessels in his body were responding. All the blood vessels that could be observed with the naked eye emitted a faint blue light. Oh my god! Talos couldn't help but exclaim. Xiaoyu. He is different from before. He upgraded. He can actually take the initiative to respond to his huge and dangerous tribe. In the past, Xiaoyu was just a small jellyfish wandering outside. He could only do it if the blue nether jellyfish came to him. Now, he can actually communicate with his kind in this way. Even the gargoyles have never seen this situation. Xiaoyu has become the leader of the blue nether jellyfish, half the lord of the ocean. With blue light all over his body, Xiaoyu gathered some strength to raise his wrist, his fingers touching his temple. Emoan was also pulled out by Enya. Still in the fishtail state, he quickly took off the needles on his body, and slid over desperately. How long has it been? Emoan grabbed Mido's arm. How long have we been asleep? How much time has passed? This is the question Emoan is eager to know. He and Lao Gui have lived in Penghu City for half a year. So is the time outside synchronized? Or is it compressed? How did Mido and the others survive in Yukuin City? This is an inorganic ecosystem, Could it be that Yin Xia provided them with energy supplies? As a result, Mi Do's words hit Imoen hard, shocking him. 5 minutes. Mi Do was so excited that he couldn't breathe. It only took you and Lao Gui 5 minutes to fully connect and successfully awaken Xia Yu. I didn't even have time to put Xiang Xing's spores into the cultivation room. Imoen lost his ability to think for a short time. They only went in for 5 minutes. 5 minutes of real life is enough to support the complex and profound emotional technology of Penghu City? Nuwa is showing its power invisibly. The blooming plan unceremoniously crossed the boundary of reality and pushed everything into nothingness. His Zhang Mingqiao, Du Ming, Chen Mingho, Chen Ailu, it was only 5 minutes. Mi Do could not understand Imoen's grief at this moment, but he could see that everyone was not in a good mood. No one could guess what happened in these 5 minutes, but Lao Gui was sitting on the floor now, looking sad and distressed. Are you okay? Mi Do grabbed Imoen's arm. I'm fine. Imoen shook his head, hiding his feelings for that world in his heart, not daring to touch it easily, even though they were only his 5 minutes. Sensing his awakening, the jellyfish Little Blue waved its tentacles more vigorously, and used its tentacles to make a heart-shaped pattern for humans. Imoen slid over and touched the bottle, and then slid towards Xia Yu without hesitation. Xia Yu trembled in Talos' arms. Talos wanted Imoen to help hold him, but then remembered that they couldn't touch each other casually. Xia Yu heard a familiar voice, and seemed to hear the slight sound of scales rubbing against the ground. Imoen? Is it you? It's me. We're all back. Imoen wanted to grab him, but Xia Yu was now under much more pressure and pain than himself. Don't move. There's a needle in your head. I'm going to pull it out now. It might hurt, Talos reminded in a low voice. Okay, I can bear it. Come on, come on. Xia Yu adjusted his breathing, and when the pain came, he recalled the faces of Xiao Li and Zhang Mingqiao in his mind. Talos grabbed the root of the needle, first tried to use force, found that he couldn't pull it out, then said in a heavier tone, Xia Yu, this needle may be serrated, it will be very, very, very painful. Imoen looked at Talos for a moment. Talos nodded helplessly. Xia Yu also knew that there was no way out, but carefully persuaded, okay, I understand, it will be very, very, very painful. But I can bear it. Talos, go ahead, don't be afraid of tearing my skin, because I can heal myself. Imoen, don't get too close to me. It's already this time, don't worry about me. Imoen slid around the cabin. Okay, then I'll count down to 3, and then I'll do it. 3, 2. Without waiting for that. 1. To be said, Talos took advantage of Xia Yu's lack of state and quickly pulled out the needles on his left temple. He did tear Xia Yu's skin, but there was no other way. Blood gushed out of 3 blood holes. Without waiting for Xia Yu to cry out in pain, Talos gritted his teeth and pulled out the needle on his right temple, acting quickly and accurately. The needle here was bigger than he imagined, and part of it had grown together with Xia Yu's flesh and blood, not only throwing out a string of bright red blood beads, but also shredded flesh. Blood splattered, and immediately splashed into Imoen's mouth and face. Imoen only felt his face getting hot, and there was a bloody taste in his mouth. He hurried to wipe it, to save it. Mi Do and Enya were also panicked. No one expected that something unexpected would happen. They were too careless. It was so dangerous just by touching it before. Wouldn't Imoen be poisoned to death now? Imoen, how do you feel? Quick, quick, flush. Mi Do took out the precious drinking water and splashed it on Imoen's face. Antidote. Antidote. I'll go find it. I'll go find it. Wait. But Imoen put his hand down. His webbed hands were stained with blood. But he did not experience hallucinations, even though he was sure that he was still sober after drinking a drop. I seem to be fine? Imoen looked at Mi Do. The poison of the blue jellyfish takes a very short time to take effect. A few seconds is enough. But he is still fine now. No problem? Could it be that Xia Yu, he can control the poison on his own? Mi Do looked at the cabin. Xia Yu, whose temples were bleeding, had been carried out by Talos, and opened his eyes with blue light. He looked at the camera above his head, and the camera also moved, pointing in his direction. I'm back. Xia Yu's hand touched Talos' belt, took the gun from the gun bag, and pointed the muzzle at the camera with his trembling right hand, and smashed it to pieces with one shot. I'm back. Artificial Intelligence. Chapter 138. To Imoen, Xia Yu's gunshot was like a formal declaration of war with Nuwa. A surveillance camera was blown up. Xia Yu simply emptied the magazine as if he had drunk ice water in one gulp. The metal wall was pitted, the bullets bounced everywhere, the sound of the gunshot echoed in this floor. Xia Yu gradually accepted all of this, and became familiar with his real life. Xia Yu, the high school graduate, no longer exists. Xia Yu, the jellyfish synth, is back. Talos' gun was not as high-tech as Inya's gun. It felt very heavy. The cold-forged gun body was just like his pipe, pressing hard on the palm of the hand, and Xia Yu's wrist was sore. But it was not enough. He fired at the camera within his sight as if he wanted to kill someone. The camera could not resist the bullet, and the metal exploded, as if it was not a machine, but a living person that was hit. Enough. Enough. Talos hurriedly comforted him. You just woke up. You shouldn't be so excited. Excited? I think I have lived too calmly these years. Too stupid. Xia Yu muttered to himself, and finally returned the gun to Talos. Sorry. I seem to have used up your bullets. It's okay. We have enough ammunition now. Talos immediately put away the gun, and was really afraid that Xia Yu would aim at something and fire again. He placed Xia Yu on a table, took off his coat, and covered Xia Yu's upper body. Xia Yu was weak all over, and could only lie down with his eyes open to rest. He thought he was floating when he just woke up, but now gravity made him feel more real. Where's Emoen? Oh, Emoen. He's in danger. Xia Yu turned his head to look for him. Emoen always worried him, and made him worry. As he turned his head, the blood on his right temple flowed down his earlobe onto the table, turning into a bright red map. The pain slowly subsided. Xia Yu began to look around, trying to use his own understanding to identify where he was. I'm here. I'm here. Emoen wiped the blood off his face and slid away. It was hard to tell whether it was sweat or liquid from the cabin on his face. The whole fish looked like it had cried several times. Xia Yu reached out to him, trying to wipe the water drops on his nose. Can I touch you? Xia Yu seemed to want to verify his inner guess. The jellyfish Xiaolan retracted its tentacles, no longer hitting the bottle wall, but happily suspended in the seawater. Pink diamonds became its breeding ground, but now they represent happiness. There was still blood on Emoen's face that he hadn't had time to wipe off, and the red blood contrasted sharply with his blue blood. Xia Yu recognized a new understanding from this point. Maybe he could control the poison? You can try. I think. There's no problem. Emoen nodded boldly. If there was a problem, he would have fainted now. He fainted from the poison of the blue jellyfish. Not once or twice. Emoen had made all the preparations. He was going to meet a stronger Xia Yu. Xia Yu concentrated and held his breath. He had been lying in the sleeping cabin for too long. His black hair had already stuck to his collarbone, and some of it had blocked his eyes. The blue blood vessels gradually lost their fluorescent feeling, and Xia Yu's eyes also returned to normal. He did not dare to touch Emoen, but Emoen took the initiative to touch him. After cautious probing, Emoen boldly moved forward. His fingers touched Xia Yu's brow bone, and separated after just a touch. Emoen looked at the fingerprint on his fingertips curiously, waiting for the fingertips to give the final answer. However, his fingertips did not feel anything, as if they had just touched the air. So Emoen smiled with relief, put his hand on Xia Yu's forehead again, and moved his bangs. When the forehead was completely exposed, Emoen touched it with his lips. Xia Yu's eyes widened nervously, and he dared not move. During the whole process, neither of them dared to speak, but they were praying loudly in their hearts. Can I touch you? Emoen slowly leaned down and lowered his eyes. Heizerola finally favored us. Right? Xia Yu shook his head blankly, and he only showed this harmless and helpless look in front of Emoen. Jingwei, you guys are so romantic that I don't want to interrupt you. But have you forgotten me? Xia Yu, Xia Yu, Xia Yu, Xia Yu. Okay, I heard you. Xia Yu couldn't help but touch Emoen's wrist. Emoen twisted his wrist and clenched it, and the two finally held their hands tightly together. Jingwei, I thought you would look for me the first thing you did when you woke up. I missed you so much. Although I don't have the concept of death, I think I can use this word. How long have I been unconscious? Xia Yu rubbed his head. The wounds on the temples on both sides are healing, and new flesh has grown on the several centimeters deep needle holes. Jingwei, it's been a very long time. And Emoen also lost his memory during the time you entered the virtual world. He wandered around the seabed before he remembered you. Lingshi, do you need us to tell you in detail? Xia Yu. about Imoen's magical underwater experience. He also successfully met Hizarola. Xiaoyu stared at the ceiling light for a long time, and finally shook his head with difficulty. No. I want to hear Imo and tell me this history in person. Where are we now? What's the situation around us? Is it safe? Jingwei, I knew it would be like this once you woke up. Okay, this is the Xiaoyu I know, always rational and always in action. Currently we are in the center of Yukuin City. You were brought here by Niwa. 107 and Shiban are still searching. Xiangxing spores have been obtained by us. Report completed. Xiangxing spores, yes, that's right. That's what he told me at the end. We must cultivate him again. He is my anchor in the virtual world. I can't let him disappear. Xiaoyu tried to sit up by himself. Daodu, can you do it? Midu was helping Laogui stand up. Laogui looked the weakest. This might be related to his age. The older he is, the harder it is to go back and forth to that world. I didn't have time to cultivate him. I was just about to put on sterile clothes when everyone woke up. It doesn't matter. It's not too late to start cultivating now. I believe the spores grow very fast. Xiangxing has a fondness for this world, and he would be willing to come back. Xiaoyu supported his arms and sat up straight, leaning on Imoen's chest. Everyone. Is everyone okay? He looked to the side while talking, and it turned out that this was their original target. Yukuin City. After going around in circles, they finally came here. The light outside the window was not bright, but seemed to be covered in moist fog, like a cruel testing site. By the way, where is my sister? After Xiaoyu overcame the pain, he looked at the cabin with a green light not far away. Why didn't Xiaoxiao wake up? Jingwei, I can detect her brain wave signals, but I didn't notice her waking up. Lingshi, Xiaoxiao? Is Xiaoxiao your sister with dual body? Seeing that Xiaoyu was exhausted, Imoen answered for him, yes. It's that sister. She should have entered the virtual world earlier than Xiaoyu. Is it because of this reason that she has not woken up yet? Lingshi, I can only search for her brain waves, but I can't find any signs of her waking up. It shouldn't be. This is the agreement between me and Niwa. She promised to wake my sister up. Xiaoyu wanted to go to her side, but he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up straight. Finally, he was carried by Imoen through the opaque cabin. Xiaoyu couldn't see his sister's true condition. Lingshi, although I don't want to say this, Niwa can do anything. If it unilaterally breaks the contract, then we are helpless. And, Xiaoyu, I have even worse news to tell you. What other bad news? Just tell me all at once. Xiaoyu looked at the bracelet. No, Niwa will not break the contract. You don't know it well enough. Lingshi, I connected to the ecological monitoring system here. There is something in your body. It should be that Niwa implanted some kind of unknown life form. What? Explain it clearly. Imoen immediately looked at Xiaoyu's body, and there was nothing unusual at all. Lingshi, it may be in the chest or abdomen. I can't tell whether it is organic or not. Xiaoyu closed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. I know. It will. What will it be? Imoen asked anxiously. Xiaoyu was not like this before. Why is he hesitant now? It seems that he found some new clues, but didn't tell everyone. Nothing. I know it in my heart. Xiaoyu touched his intact temple. Lingshi, tell me how to take that thing out. Even if it means cutting it out alive. I will not leave here with Niwa's things. Lingshi, connecting to Yukuin City Laboratory. Connection failed. Try to connect again. Imoen was not idle at this time. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Just waiting for Lingshi in the sky to search for a way to rescue them. The white cats that had just run away came around again. They jumped around Xiaoyu, and they were so anxious that they wanted to speak the next second. Could it be a strange species? Taylor said. Why? How is it possible? Imoen steadied his hand and told himself not to panic. White cats are strange species. They live on strange species, so they can move freely in Yukuin City. Xiaoyu is a synthetic human, but his body gave birth to a strange species. This is very much like what Niwa can do. A great fusion of life. Taylor guessed. This floor is all laboratories. Is there an operating room? An operating cabin? At least find a low-temperature isolated observation room. Lingshi found it. There is a mature operating room in Area A that can be put into use. It is equipped with the highest level of remote-controlled surgical knives. But if you want to activate the A-Zone laboratory, you must shut down the virtual world switchboard in front of you. Just tell us what consequences we need to bear. Xiao Yu looked at his sister's cabin. Lingsher, after shutting down, all cabins may explode. And the energy supply of the switchboard is completed by ecological electricity. New chips will be generated. Strong ecological electricity will disrupt the surrounding magnetic field, forming a huge electronic erosion area. What should we do? Mi Do was a little panicked. If Xiao Yu is not operated on, the strange species will grow in his body. However, the operation may blow up Xiao Xiao's cabin, leaving her with no remains. After the explosion, a dangerous chip will appear. I can absorb the chip. Moen cut the Gordian knot. Don't worry about this. I can stop the generation of electronic erosion. Lingsher, but your absorption also has a limit. The power of this chip may exceed your limit. What are you going to do then? Power plant number 3. Moen answered without thinking. I can return to power plant number 3 to release the electricity and activate the mysterious reclamation plan. By the way, we can disconnect Xiao's cabin in advance. I believe in Xiao Yu's judgment. Xiao will definitely wake up, but it will take longer. The most important thing is, everyone looked at Xiao Yu. The most important thing is, when will I have surgery? Xiao Yu once again became the core figure, but he had seen the way forward in the fog. Daodu, you enter the breeding room immediately and activate Xiangxing spores. I will start the surgery once the spores begin to divide and grow. I already know how to do it. He touched his chest and abdomen. The tricks of artificial intelligence are not that complicated. He has caught its tail. Now it is the human side's turn to control the overall situation. Chapter 139. From the appearance of the chest and abdomen, no one can see what is inside. Do you? Hurt? Moen touched Xiao Yu's ribs anxiously. Xiao Yu shook his head. No, I don't feel anything. How is Daodu? Mi Do, who had already entered the breeding room, was wearing a full set of equipment. His helmet was tightly closed. There was no hole on his body. He was just short of carrying an oxygen tank. He looked very familiar to Xiao Yu. He had read a book before, which recorded the aviation industry of mankind. The most advanced technology of mankind has been able to escape the solar system. Astronauts wear this much when they walk in space. Nowadays, artificial intelligence is rampant and dominates the world. Xiao Yu has no way of inferring how far aerospace technology has developed. It is likely to be stagnant. Enya and Lao Gui stood at the door of the incubator, both holding guns in their hands. Xiao Yu walked to the outside of the large glass of the incubator and knocked lightly. Do, what's going on? Take this. Moen handed him a walkie-talkie. His work clothes have soundproofing function. He should not be able to hear us talking. Oh yes, I forgot about it. Xiao Yu had not been in contact with this job for too long, and thought that Mi Do would hear him as soon as he opened his mouth. He picked up the intercom again. Daodu, how's the progress? Midu heard everything this time, turned around and waved at them. Just put the spores into the culture device, and was about to put in a nutrient solution. Is the nutrient solution here? Xiao Yu asked. Yes, it's all here. Midu nodded, and shrugged helplessly. I haven't prepared anything. Enya and Lao Gui looked at each other. Now that things have come to this, the two of them had to speak out their inner feelings. Enya didn't really trust the creatures here anyway, and was the first to say, are we taking too much risk? I think so too. Although I like Xiangxing very much, and I really hope he can return to the team. There are two things we can't confirm now. Lao Gui has not yet gotten over the grief of Wang Ming's departure again. And he said with willpower, first, what exactly is the composition of that nutrient solution? Is there a possibility of mutation? Second, don't forget, Xiangxing is a carnivorous fungus. Carnivorous. These 3 words can describe the depth of danger that is definitely no less than the monsters in Yukuan City. What if we grow a messy and aggressive carnivorous mushroom? Old Ghost asked Enya, while looking at the gun in his hand. If there is such a step, you and I must act faster when we open fire. And never hesitate. Enya shook his head and looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu picked up the intercom again. Do. How do you feel now? You have to be careful. Withdraw immediately after dripping the nutrient solution. And don't stay there. Okay. I will take care of myself. Mi Do was already panting heavily. The full set of equipment was very heavy, and his movements became clumsy. He did everything slowly, and lost his usual speed. The airtight gloves made his hands fatter. Whether holding a petri dish or a test tube, he had to spend twice as much attention and effort. He had sweated a lot, and every drop was not in vain. It was like a heated sauna was turned on in the protective suit. A thin layer of mist appeared on the semi-arc-shaped airtight mask, as if it was directly attached to Mida's eyeballs. He was very careful, not daring to make a single mistake. He hoped that this was Xiangxing. But he also knew the price that scientific experiments would face. That is, nothing is 100%. If there is a little bit, even a 1% mistake may lead to the mutation of spores. I can do it. I can do it. It doesn't matter. I can do it. My mother will bless me. Mido muttered to himself, holding the test tube, using this method to relieve himself. And these words entered Xia Yu's ears without missing a word. Do. How about we? No. I don't want to give up. Mido dripped a drop of nutrient solution into the receiver of the instrument. I know what everyone is thinking. This is the only chance to revive Xiangxing. I know. I mean, how about we change someone? I'll do it, Xia Yu said. No. I don't want to give up. I don't want to be the one among us who needs protection. I also have my own abilities and pride. Besides, do you know how to use these things? You don't even know how to turn them on. Mido looked at the instrument firmly. There was a suspended data display screen above the instrument. The blue words were semi-transparent, and it constantly fed back the temperature and humidity of the culture dish. And at the top was a clear screen, equipped with the highest level microscope and slow-motion camera, which could help people outside see the development of the culture at the first time. Now there is only a small group of white silk on the screen. Xia Yu looked at the filaments carefully, each of which seemed to break at the touch. As the nutrient solution continued to drip in, the silk began to move, like lively little tentacles. Okay, Daodu, you come out now, Xia Yu emphasized once. Okay, I'll be out right away. Mida put the remaining 2 test tubes into the preparation position, so that when the first nutrient solution is emptied, they will automatically replenish it. The instrument is very bulky, although its interior is very delicate. But the exterior looks angular. Mida took a step back, looking at the screen above his head. The white filaments on the screen were twitching rapidly. The culture dish was placed in a sealed cabin with a length, width and height of 1 meter. And there was no perspective. The light was completely provided by the machine, eliminating natural interference to the greatest extent. One of the white filaments was particularly fierce, growing about 10 centimeters in the blink of an eye. Daodu, come out quickly, Xia Yu shouted anxiously. The length of 10 centimeters cannot be observed by the naked eye. What a miracle. Mida turned his back to them. No matter what miracle it is, you must come out, Xia Yu urged again. The entire breeding room was unlocked unilaterally by Mido, and it could only be opened with the combination lock inside. Lao Gui and Enya wanted to open the door, but were powerless. Mido, come out! Xia Yu unconsciously tapped the glass. Lingshi, Jingwei, no matter who has the ability, just open the door for me. Jingwei, I can't connect to any device in Yukuin City. Lingshi, Xia Yu was anxious. Lingshi, sorry, I can open it, but I can't do this. This is the highest level breeding room. If there is a biochemical leak, every one of you will die. I can't confirm what is inside. Emoen also patted the glass. Midu? What are you doing? Come out quickly. It's not that I don't want to go out, but I found that I can't go out. Midu turned around and pointed to his transparent mask. Did you see it? My mask just broke. Just when I dropped the first drop of nutrient solution. How could it happen? Xia Yu looked at the crack. The tiny crack was escaping like a pulse signal. I don't know how it happened. Mido tried his best to stay calm. The spores have only been in contact with the air in this cultivation room. So you will be fine, but if it is dangerous, I must have inhaled it. I'm sorry. Everyone, I can't go out. Emoen, who had recovered his legs, walked back and forth in front of the glass. What should we do now? I want to protect your safety. Mido turned around again, looking at the holographic screen. It doesn't matter, as long as the spores are Xiangxing. It's okay. Mido. Xia Yu pressed his hand on the glass. I would have gone in by myself if I had known. Who would have thought that the protective suit would have problems? And actually crack? The white filaments on the screen seemed endless, and they could grow wildly without any energy. They entangled each other crazily in the culture dish, and soon flooded the glass wall. Some white filaments began to change color, like orange flesh pink. It looks good so far, said Mido. Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief. And the flesh pink filaments began to connect with each other, from thin to thick, and from a thread to muscle tissue. The entire sealed cabin became its fertile soil. and the flesh-pink flocks hit the inner wall with a bang. And even metal could not contain it. The alarm bells rang in the entire culture room, and the red warning lights flashed above. Xiaoyu didn't like this light. The day he escaped from the institute, there was also a warning light above his head. In the blink of an eye, the sealed cabin was lost. The huge energy attacked from the inside out and directly broke through the metal. The explosive growth period came, which was comparable to a miracle. Mido didn't dare to move, nor did he want to move. If he was infected, it would only harm everyone. It would be better to stay here and witness this extraordinary feat with his own eyes. The sacred vitality, this is the true meaning of the organism itself. Not suppressed by metal and fate, to live is to live simply, even if you die tomorrow. Mido. Xiaoyu did not have his spirit of showing up. Silver Teeth Old Ghost, open the door. Silver Teeth and Old Ghost had already started to pry the door, but this ghost thing just refused to move. Imoen took the gun from Old Ghost and fired 2 bullets at the glass in front of him, but the result was exactly as he expected. It couldn't penetrate, all bulletproof. Don't move, everyone. Don't move, don't scare it. Mido reminded everyone at this time. Xiaoyu. Don't get excited. If you get excited, you might activate the hatching of the strange species in your body. The flesh-pink flocks and filaments have all escaped, like a ball of meat suspended in the air. Xiaoyu trembled all over, and his fingers began to twitch because of nervous nerve reaction. The flesh lumps whose outlines could not be seen kept changing shapes in the air. Sometimes rings, sometimes balls, and each piece looked like muscle. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into mincemeat. Mido stood there, constantly analyzing the worst-case scenario in his mind. Xiaoyu. Do you see the red button outside? Yes. Xiaoyu's breathing was very rapid. That's the ignition device. Mido didn't expect himself to be so calm, and didn't even frown. If it pounces on me, just press it. What? Xiaoyu was so anxious that his nose bled. It's carnivorous. If it starts to eat my body, I don't want to be in so much pain. Mido didn't want to be eaten alive, and it will become stronger after eating me. It is very likely to rush out from here. What should I do now? Call his name? No one could help him. Mido reached forward and opened his broken mask at the same time. Breathing deeply, the air in the room seemed to be heated. Mido guessed that this was the energy released by the development of spores, which was similar to the heat released when the parasite and the monster transformed. Xiangxing? Mido asked tremblingly. Is it you? The meat ball was still shrinking, and some parts turned from flesh pink to blood red. Xiangxing, we are here to pick you up. It's me, I'm Mido. Do you still remember me? Mido tried to take a step forward. The meat ball was motionless at this time, but it was definitely not dead. It suddenly developed respiratory function. It was just a piece of meat, but it began to rise and fall. But Mido couldn't find its respiratory organ. A few seconds later, a white mycelium emerged from the meat mass and wrapped around Mido's finger. Mido's legs softened, and he sat down again. It seemed that the brave and fearless scientist just now was not himself. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. It's him. Mido smiled at the glass. It's Xiangxing. Great. Great. It's him. It's really him. Xiaoyu had just finished speaking when he felt like he was kicked in the inside of his abdomen. He looked at his lower abdomen and saw a round object pushing out. Talos. Xiaoyu couldn't waste a single second and immediately gave the order. Turn off the switchboard. Imoen prepares to absorb ecological electricity. Lingshi, you prepare to activate the operating room in Area A. I want to perform surgery on myself. Talos had been waiting by the switchboard. Xiaoyu gave the order, and he immediately removed the crucial cable of the power supply. The huge host of the virtual world roared twice, and then fell silent forever. The power suddenly went out in the incubator, and all the electricity went to one place, Area A. Lingshi, Area A has been activated. The operating room is available. However, Xiaoyu fell to his knees due to the severe pain. Imoen picked him up, rushed out of the corridor, and quickly ran to Area A. The round monster ran from Xiaoyu's abdomen to his chest, as if it knew it was going to be taken out, and fled madly. Chapter 140. It's okay, it's okay. Xiaoyu put his hand on Imoen's shoulder with all his strength. Don't cry. We can't give in to this world. Imoen almost fell down while running. Don't talk. Keep your strength. I know. Xiaoyu pressed his hand on his abdomen, and pressed the shape of that thing back. Sweating like rain can no longer describe him at this moment. When a person is in extreme pain, he may forget to sweat. The sweat glands in the whole body are too late to work, only the nerve conduction function remains. The lights in the corridor flickered one by one. That year, he ran out with Imoen on his back. This time, it was the other way around. The rest of the companions were not idle either. Everyone was finishing as quickly as possible. Everyone was racing against time with Niwa. In the incubator, Mi-Do had already unlocked the door and took off his heavy protective clothing layer by layer. When he ran out, the Xiangxing, which had not yet fully formed, was attached to his back, wrapped tightly around his neck. Inya and Lao Gui were responsible for carrying Xia Shishia's hibernation chamber. After the disconnection, the entire hibernation chamber was disconnected from the host. The water droplets on the hatch were wiped clean, and the opaque glass began to become translucent. Xia Yu's prediction was right. Niwa, in order to prove that her wisdom is superior to that of humans, will definitely return Xia Xiaoxiao. After the host was turned off, it dimmed for a moment, and then a ray of red light appeared in the center of the most core console. Ecological electricity. The chip is generating. Imoen, hurry! The old ghost shouted at the corridor. I'm already very fast. Imoen ran at his fastest speed on land. Lingshi, is the door of Area A open? Lingshi, all are open. Good, thank you. Imoen used his shoulder to knock open a heavy door, and his facial features were distorted by the pain. The whole floor is powered here. The room is as bright as an operating room. No, it is an operating room. There, quick! Xia Yu suspected that he fainted from the pain for 2 or 3 seconds. He pressed his philtrum and pointed to another glass door. Let me in! Imoen's heart was still trembling. He wanted to cry but forgot. Xia Yu must be in great pain. He didn't know pain since he was a child. He didn't cry even when he lost his organs and limbs. Now that thing is running around in his stomach. It has reached the maximum pain level. I can't cry. Now I am a battle-hardened male mermaid. I have seen all the branches in Hysilila. I have also been to the virtual world. I am no longer the same. Imoen used his shoulder to push the glass door open again, and put Xia Yu on a bed. How do you feel now? What should I do? Leave the rest. To Lingshi. Just go. Xia Yu was speechless, and just pushed the man away. You have more important things to do. Go. Even though he was in so much pain that he couldn't use his strength, Xia Yu still maintained his rationality. He couldn't mess up. Now he was the only one who knew the truth among all people, and he had to survive. Imoen was pushed away by him. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, he turned around and ran back the way he ran here. The lights in the corridor began to spark, crackling and blinding. The sparks fell on Imoen's head and quickly went out. Imoen rushed into the laboratory again and saw a ball of red, like a blazing fire rising slowly. The whole building was like a lighthouse standing in Yukuin City, with a dazzling light bursting out from the top floor. In the operating room of Area A, Xia Yu lay flat on the bed, holding the bracelet left by Imoen in his hand. Lingshi, where is this place? Let's start the operation. Lingshi, the target is in the disinfection room, and is about to start the disinfection process. Lingshi, the program has been loaded, and disinfection has begun. As soon as the mechanical voice fell, a layer of white mist rose around Xia Yu. He continued to press the creature in the abdomen, urging, move faster. Lingshi, disinfection is very important. Xia Yu, I can't guarantee whether the thing in your stomach is poisonous or not. Once infected, don't worry. I am a poisonous life form. How can it be more poisonous than me? Xia Yu urged. Lingshi, if you have surgery immediately, you may die from improper disinfection. This may be Niwa's conspiracy. You died because the monster broke your body. It achieved its goal without killing you by hand. It won't let me die. Xia Yu glanced at his abdomen. Do it. Lingshi, the operation begins. As you wish. The bed under him slowly rose, from an operating bed to a transport bed. Xia Yu's eyes were bright, and the operating light flashed his tears, but they still refused to stop. The white mist had turned into water droplets, sticking to Xia Yu's skin, like a line of defense against bacteria. When bacteria came into contact with his body, a circle of water droplets would disappear, proving that bacteria had invaded here and then eliminated. Lingshi, the operating room is open. It may be a little cold. Xia Yu was sent to the operating room, and it was indeed cold inside, like an urn carved out of ice. There was a semi-liquid substance under him, which kept flooding until Xia Yu sighed waste. The hatch was closed at this moment, and the white mist sprayed out again until it filled the cabin. All right. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At least this place was sealed. He could control the monster here. Surgery now. Immediately. Lingshi, prepare the anesthetic. No need. I just need to move fast. Xiao Yu's hand suddenly supported the hatch. But this action was not his intention. It was a monster. It had begun to manipulate its limbs. It wanted to escape from the cabin. Xiao Yu bit the tip of his tongue. He used this method to stimulate his self-consciousness. He must not fall into a coma. Once the body falls into coma, the owner of this body may not be himself anymore, and will become something else. Lingshi, the dose of anesthetic is sufficient. But we have another big problem. The automatic surgery system of the operating room has been paralyzed. I knew it. Xiao Yu guessed that there would be such a possibility. The medical cabin that has not been used for a long time will not maintain the expensive automatic system, but will use a semi-manual method. Switch the system immediately. Lingshi, system switching preparation. System switching completed. Now I will show you the semi-artificial surgical device. Xiao Yu, have you ever had the experience of opening your own abdomen? No, but I have a lot of experience of being opened by others. Let's start now. Xiao Yu was almost unable to hold back. The semi-artificial surgical device was immediately in place. Xiao Yu's body was immediately fixed by the semi-liquid under him. It was really a magical liquid. It was very soft to lie on it. But it was simply a fantasy to want to break free. 2 channels appeared near the arm, just enough to stretch out the arm. Xiao Yu did so immediately. The pressing device in the cabin also came down at this time, like an iron claw pressing down on his abdomen. With this press, the monster that was escaping in his body was immediately grabbed. Xiao Yu could even feel the pressure of the metal claws pressing on the monster, turning his belly into soft mud. A holographic screen appeared above his face, and as his left and right hands were put in place, the 2 mechanical hands also arrived above his abdomen at this time. A strange cry came from his upper abdomen. That thing actually cried, and the cry was almost the same as that of an ordinary baby. However, this sound not only failed to activate Xiao Yu's compassion, but instead escalated his fear and disgust. Both hands were connecting with the contact points of the gloves, and the palms began to heat up. Lingshi, link 80%. Link 90. Link 100%. Xiao Yu, you can start now. Xiao Yu moved the fingers of his right hand. The right manipulator above his abdomen also moved its fingers. Very good. Now, Xiao Yu slowly controlled his hands, using his left manipulator to control the monster under the iron claws, and the fingertips of his right manipulator emitted red light. Use the laser knife. Xiao Yu clenched his teeth. Cut that thing off. With an order, the red light spot turned into a straight line segment, and a genuine laser knife that could cut iron like mud appeared out of thin air. Xiao Yu continued to manipulate his fingers, watching the progress on the screen closely. When the laser knife's blade touched his skin, he only felt the heat. It was so hot, and his skin was cooked in an instant. Lingshi, warning for excessive heart rate, warning for excessive blood pressure. Take it one step at a time. I don't have time to do it one step at a time. Xiao Yu also knew that his heart and blood pressure were on the verge of limit, but his left hand had a pressure report. There were clear values on the holographic screen, and that thing was struggling in his left mechanical palm. Blood sprayed onto the hatch of the medical operating room. The screams got louder, like a baby crying just after being born. The transparent lid was half-stained red. Xiao Yu could only grit his teeth and take a deep breath. After the skin was cut open, it was like a pocket with a hole torn open. He saw some organs with his own eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was the intestines. The incision was still expanding. The monster was still moving around. Xiao Yu's left hand could only continue to tighten. Lingshi, inject adrenaline. A needle popped out from the left side, and pierced directly into Xiao Yu's side waist. Xiao Yu remained calm in the face of danger, and continued to cut down. He didn't want the skin on the entire abdomen. Moen had already entered a small area of electronic erosion. The air became very turbid. He saw Zhang Mingqiao and Xiao Li, but their heads were cut open. The brain was exposed to the air, and there were all kinds of wires and chips inserted in the place where the skull should be. Don't think of fooling me. Moen rubbed his eyes. This erosion area matured very quickly, which meant that the chip had sufficient power and a very high power limit. Moen had no time to think about anything else. He climbed up along the mainframe wires, like climbing a lighthouse. The light of the lighthouse guided the sailor forward, and the red flash guided him. The closer he got to the chip, the more real the illusion in front of Moen became. Zhang Mingqiao, Moen. You shouldn't do this. You can't do this. If you take the chip away, this machine will never be activated, and we will never meet again. Xiaoli, can you give us another chance to meet? Just once? I miss my children. Let Mom and Dad meet you three again. And then, you can completely destroy this machine. No. I can't do this. Moen shook his head again. And he had found a foothold. He jumped up with all his strength. All his muscles exerted force at the same time. Like a fish jumping out of the sea, his fingertips stretched out to the red light. I love you. Moen grabbed the chip, his body began to fall, and the blue diamond fell out of the corner of his eye. The red light was caught by him, and it burned his palm as if it was pierced. The gaps between his fingers could not contain the fire, and even the blood vessels on his wrist turned red. A huge electric current rushed into Moen's body, and a mouthful of fishy and sweet taste rushed straight into his throat. At this time, Xiaoyu's abdomen and chest were completely open, and his beating heart was close at hand. He finally saw the thing. It had countless legs, and some of them were firmly grasping the ribs. It was white, but it turned bright red because of its own blood. Like a red worm. He knew who it was. This was Yi Huai. The artificial intelligence put the Yi Huai larvae that everyone had never found into his body, allowing his body to nurture it. Dream on. Xiaoyu pulled it again with his left hand, but it didn't pull it open. Its long and thin legs may have been stuck in the bones, and it was impossible to separate them. Since it couldn't be separated, they were all discarded. Xiaoyu controlled the laser knife to approach the ribs and directly cut off the ribs. With the broken bones, Yi Huai's larvae were successfully taken out. A group of white kittens curiously surrounded the operating room, licking their mouths from time to time, as if they had been greedy for a long time. Chapter 141. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I'm here. Mi Dou stumbled in, and almost fainted as soon as he entered the room. This was the most shocking day in his life. He sneaked into Yuquan City, and entered the building. Moen used 5 minutes to wake up Xiaoyu, cut off the power of the host, and then the electronic erosion area appeared. He ran to the operating room in Area A, with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and saw the blood fill the room as soon as he entered. The medical operating room was like a ship full of blood. Just now, he was in the incubation room, and others could not enter. Now Xiaoyu is in the cabin, others can't get in. Not only can't they get in, they are also separated by several layers of glass. Mi Dou is like a cruel and ruthless surgeon, who witnessed Xiaoyu being cut open, but is powerless to help. Xiaoyu. How are you? Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, hold on. Mi Dou knocked on the glass hard. Lingshi, can you hear me? The bracelet is in the operating room. Mi Dou is not sure if it can hear me. But even if Lingshi can hear me, its voice may not be transmitted. The sound of the bracelet is too small. Then, the screen of the bracelet soaked in the pool of blood flashed, conveying exciting news. Lingshi and Jingwei could hear it. Mi Dou looked at Xiaoyu's body through the glass, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Xiaoyu may have fainted. He can withstand the pain of the operation, but he may not be able to withstand the blood loss. Lingshi, adjust the angle of the operating room to raise the head and tail, so that more blood can flow to his core organs. As long as his spine and core heart can heal themselves, he can produce blood. Lingshi began to adjust the angle of the cabin as instructed, and the semi-liquid carrier under Xiaoyu was bent into a concave shape. Blood in the head and feet began to flow back. Xiaoyu squinted his eyes. He felt a piercing sensation on his side from time to time. He looked at his companions through the blood-stained translucent glass. Mi Dou shouted with his teeth bared, his voice intermittent. So Xiaoyu guessed that the piercing sensation must be the spirit stone operating the machine to give him injections, various hormones, and the person who performed the remote voice control was Dou. After the separation at sea, Dou really grew up. Xiaoyu felt cold all over, but his heart was warm. He couldn't tell whether it was the heat from his body healing itself or something else. Lingshi, take Yi Huai away. Finally, when he had gathered enough strength, Xiaoyu finally began to give orders. As all the important organs were exposed, Xiaoyu did not dare to breathe heavily. The lungs expanded and shrank in front of his eyes, providing him with enough oxygen. The hideous insect had been taken away by the robot and left the operating room. It was at this time then Mido discovered that a bug appeared on the other side of the glass wall. It was Yi Huai. An idea flashed through his mind. This must be it. They followed the adult pupa and larvae of Yi Huai all the way and found the eggs here. Niwa placed the eggs in Xiaoyu's body, and they had already hatched. A synthetic human gave birth to another strange species. No matter how many experiments Mido had done, he could not think of such a vicious act of contempt for life. The insect was not honest at all. It struggled hard, trying to escape from the metal shackles. The metal claws tightened again and again, not giving it any chance. Xiaoyu pressed one hand on the glass, recalling the horrible experience of being torn apart as a child. However, everything he had experienced made him grow into who he is now. He has the ability to heal himself again, and no one can kill him. In the corridor not far from him, another jellyfish synthetic man in the sleeping cabin began to glow, emitting a blue light similar to Xiaoyu's. She's awake? The old ghost immediately knocked on the hatch. The opaque hatch became completely transparent a few minutes ago, and Xia Xiaoxiao was lying in the middle of the liquid. She was suspended, her skin was pale, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was someone who had been soaking in potions for years. As the cabin moved, more and more bubbles gathered near Xia Xiaoxiao's mouth and nose. The eyes that looked very similar to Xiaoyu slowly opened. The trembling of her eyelids shattered the bubbles. She took a deep sip of the liquid, and then followed the same steps as Xiaoyu after waking up, choking on the water and coughing. Enya waited until she opened her eyes before violently removing the cover. The cover had no chance of success under the force of the mechanical arm, and was directly removed by a small half. Ah! Xia Xiaoxiao gasped in horror. Enya was stunned for a moment. Isn't she Xiaoyu's bisexual sister? Why does she look so young? Xiaoyu is in his 20s, and she should be in her 20s too. However, in terms of height and body shape, plus her facial development, she did not look like an adult woman, but rather a girl in puberty. Without time to think, Enya put down the gun in his hand, and the mechanical arm went deep into the liquid to remove the needle, and set Xia Xiaoxiao free. Ah! Xia Xiaoxiao's face finally emerged completely from the water, and her whole body trembled. She just woke up, but her consciousness seemed to be half asleep and half awake. Enya salvaged her from the damaged cabin, and found that she was as thin as Xiaoyu when she was a child. But they look alike, really alike that is. You can tell the difference between male and female when you grow up. If you are a child with ambiguous genders, you will definitely not be able to tell who is who, let alone whether it is a boy or a girl. Enya pulled out the needles from her legs and feet, following Talos' order, and clumsily pulled out the needle from her temple. Xia Xiaoxiao opened her eyes completely at this moment. Her eyes were the same as Xiaoyu's, like taking a pool of seawater and putting it in her eye sockets, but the color was darker than Xiaoyu's. Enya was stunned again. She was too thin. Bang! There was an explosion in the corridor. The vibration and sound came at the same time, scaring Mido in the medical room. He was shaken so hard that he couldn't stand steadily. He barely maintained his balance by holding on to the glass wall. This sound came from the laboratory. Could it be that electronic erosion broke out? Oh no! Imoen! Mido rushed to the corridor to see. The result was that he almost fainted on the spot. Where is the corridor outside? There is a landslide outside. Half of the building was blown up. It collapsed at an unstoppable speed. The hard cement wall turned into powder, and the straight steel structure turned into curbed wool, as if a tornado had hit and completely cut off that side. Without time to think, Mido rushed to the cliff and shouted, "Silver Fong! Old Ghost! Imoen! Talos! We are here!" Talos was hanging on the wall with Old Ghost, and Imoen was also there. They held Talos' fixed rope tightly. "Where is Silver Fong? Where is Silver Fong?" Mido shouted. "Silver Fong." Imoen pointed to the dust layer behind. "He was dragged down by the sleeping cabin. I'll go find him. Don't move. Don't move." Mido waved his arms frantically. "The building is unstable. Don't move for now. Don't move." Half of the building survived, and the remaining half seemed to be floating in the wind, crushed by a giant's hand and thrown into the air. Enya seemed to be rolling down from the top of a mountain, and the metal edges and corners on his body were violently colliding and rubbing against external objects. Fortunately, at the last critical moment, Xia Xiaoxiao had been dragged away from the sleeping cabin by him. The feeling of weightlessness did not make Enya too uncomfortable. Since he began to transform his body, the special senses that belong to humans are leaving him one by one. There was clearly dust and metal fragments around him, But he felt that these were all snowflakes, the snowflakes that never melted all year round. The snowflakes of that year still did not let him go. After taking a deep breath, Enya quickly adjusted the extension of his limbs while falling, bringing the functionality and agility of this body to the extreme. The human body cannot control itself in the air due to the influence of gravity. But this time, he rolled up his metal body. He tightly wrapped Xiaoxuxi's body. The explosion continued, and the huge sound was no different from gunfire. The ejected metal and steel bars hit Enya's body, leaving only deep and shallow dents one after another, and could no longer pierce his flesh. Rolling down from the top floor, the two people fell straight to the ground in the dust. It was hard to count how many seconds had passed, but Enya felt that the time was very short. When they fell completely into the water, the timing function installed in Enya's body seemed to be reborn and started working again. The passage of time suddenly became a concrete concept. Although they fell into the water for only 3 seconds, Enya's body was too heavy, and the depth of the sinking was more than 5 or 6 meters. This time, Enya did not hesitate. He stretched out his legs and started the underwater propulsion program. Ever since the last time he fell into the sea, Yinxia had been trying to find ways to help him modify tools and parts. This time, there would be no more accidents that could stand in his way. And he would definitely succeed. He would definitely be able to save him. His body began to speed up, rushing towards the water at a speed that no human could match. Stones kept falling into the water, like smashing ice, to smash them into eternal damnation. Enya swam upstream against the stones, occasionally taking direct hits, and then bypassing them to keep moving forward. This time, I will definitely save her. The moment he rushed out of the water, he picked up Xia Xiaoxiao, who had just woken up, fell into a coma again. She was already weak. How could she withstand falling into the water? Enya held her, not feeling any weight, and found a stable wall in the ruins, and then put her down. Come alive, you must come alive, come alive. He kept pressing Xiaoxiao's chest, to squeeze out all the water she had choked on in the sleeping cabin, and the water she had just choked on. Xia Xiaoxiao was like a piece of paper. He was really afraid of crushing her. But he had to do his best. Once, twice, 3 times. Enya didn't know who he was saving. He just knew he was racing against time with the god of death. Puff. Finally, Xia Xiaoxiao spat out a mouthful of water, followed by the second mouthful. Enya immediately stopped pressing and straightened her head until Xia Xiaoxiao's breathing became stable and her eyes could open again. Enya never had much expression, and the half of his face left didn't allow him to make too many expressions. But now he showed an obvious smile. Ha. Enya's shoulders shook uncontrollably, and it was hard to tell whether he was laughing or crying. He finally won once, and his transformation over the years was not in vain. But how could he not win? In the past 30 years, even in his dreams, Enya kept reviewing and recalling, thinking if he did this or that on that day, would he be able to keep his sister? A rescue operation was rehearsed countless times in his mind, and this time he succeeded. In such a meticulous and methodical rescue operation, Nuwa always lost a step. Its replay speed is countless times faster than that of humans, but it does not understand that humans will replay for a lifetime because of regrets. A line of tears flowed from Enya's eye, the heavy snow that year should have let him go. Xia Yu felt the self-healing. He touched his ribs. The bones had developed, but now they were still in the state of cartilage. He listened to Mido shouting outside, watched a group of little white cats running around outside, and the last clear consciousness was that he was carried out of the operating room by Amoan. Before he fainted, Xia Yu pointed at the bug. Then his head tilted, and his consciousness was completely cut off. The piece of meat that had been lying on Mido flew towards Xia Yu, propping up Xia Yu's organs and diaphragm with his developed hyphae, and became a substitute for Xia Yu's skin. At this moment, on the calm sea, a large ship was sailing quickly, and the target location was Yukuan City. Did they really go? Shiban asked uneasily. Why am I so uneasy? I'm not too calm either. So we have to go pick them up quickly. Meng Qingqing, who had finally found Shiban, said. Now we only need 107. And everyone will be found. Chapter 142. Xia Yu has been floating up and down, like sailing in the sea. He seemed to be placed in a crystal ball, and the gelatinous liquid in the ball wrapped him and protected him. He seemed to be able to sense the development outside, as if looking outside through the glass ball, but all his senses were slowing down, and he couldn't hear clearly. His abdomen was very hot. He was worried that his internal organs would fall out in his dreams. A gust of wind blew over, and Xia Yu became a frightened bird and woke up from a nightmare. He was sure that he was still floating, and the buildings around him kept changing. He gradually realized that he was not sailing but marching. Imoen held him, like a tireless robot. Are you awake? Imoen was very sensitive to any movement of Xia Yu. If you don't wake up, I will be scared to death. Why can't the great Heizerola give you some strength? Xia Yu just opened his eyes, and studied Imoen's chin and profile carefully. He was sure that his mind was wandering again. He actually started to compare Imoen's chubby face when he was a child with his sculpture-like face now. It was really amazing. It turned out that a person would become good-looking as he grew up. Xia Yu couldn't help but speak. Mermaids are really beautiful. How do you feel? Imoen's feet still didn't stop. He thought Xia Yu was talking nonsense because he was too uncomfortable. Now we are evacuating from Yukuin City. Everyone is fine. It's just that time is very tight, so we dare not talk. This is an inorganic ecology. The buildings and the ground are alive. Any object you see with your eyes has been combined with the monsters. There were no living people. Oh, so that's how it is. Artificial intelligence is really a sin. Yukuin City has been baptized by heavenly punishment. Xia Yu tried to nod his head. He looked at his abdomen. There was a mass of squirming. What is it called? Muscles? Taylor said. He felt his ship coming. That's our way to escape. We are in a hurry. Imoen's voice was very low. Let's go to the port now. We must evacuate before the next acid rain comes. I know what you want to ask. Xiao is safe. Inya is taking care of her. In order to make Xia Yu believe, Imoen deliberately turned his body to the side. Xia Yu stretched his neck to look over there. Inya was indeed carrying someone on her back. That must be his sister whom he had never met, the real Xiao. Her image was very different from the one in the virtual world. In Penghu City, his sister liked sports and sunbathing. She had a fit body, her skin had a healthy glow, and she never knew fatigue. Xia Yu guessed that the image in Penghu City must be Xia Shishia's vision. She grew up in a laboratory, and was severely malnourished. She dreamed of being healthy and fearless. Knowing that everyone was safe, Xia Yu was completely relieved. He closed his eyes, and fell asleep again. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes again. Xiang Xing was no longer in his stomach. The laceration in his abdomen healed perfectly, as if he had never had surgery. They should have arrived at the port of Yukuin City. Xia Yu was carried aboard by Imo, and while he was half asleep, he took a last look at the city. And there was only infinite regret in his heart. I haven't helped Jingwei find the host yet. I really should go to the mountains of Yukuin City to have a look. The weather is still not very good. A large black cloud is drooping in the sky. The sea surface is in a good mood, like silk, and the waves are like the most perfect folds. Taylor's ship slowly moved away from the port. The lights on the ship lit up one after another. The sea surface was full of fireworks, adding a touch of popularity to this dangerous and dead sea. In the main control room, Talos personally controlled the rudder, and glanced at Meng Qingqing next to him from time to time. You've lost weight? I swim wildly in the sea every day. How can I not lose weight? Originally, our sea monsters are a branch on the sea surface. I dive several thousand meters every day. Meng Qingqing stared at the front. I didn't expect this operation to be so smooth. Xiang Xing is back. And Shiban is back too. You also rescued Xia Yu and his sister. But it was a great price. Talos glanced at the old ghost on the sofa. The old ghost was resting with his eyes closed, very tired. He had been in a bad mood these days, sleeping most of the time, like a stranded whale due to lack of oxygen. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't go back to the ocean. Has he also been to the virtual world? Meng Qingqing asked in a low voice. Talos nodded. He went, and he was devastated after he came back. He didn't tell us what happened to him. This is a knot in his heart, and he can only untie it by himself. Meng Qingqing just finished speaking and shrank her legs. There were dozens of white kittens walking around at her feet. You are crazy too. I really don't understand why you let them on board. Hee, don't get excited. Talos adjusted the route with ease. You haven't heard of that saying, there must be cats on the sailor's ship, because cats eat mice. But the problem is that they are not cats, they are a strange species, and I don't like cats. Cats eat fish. Meng Qingqing stomped her feet with full sense of presence. Why are you so angry? Talos quickly changed the subject. Go and see if Xia Yu is awake. Meng Qingqing glared at him, first went to the sofa to cover the old ghost with a blanket, then walked down the wooden stairs, and went to the small room at the bottom of the corridor to find Xiao Yu. A group of cats followed her excitedly, as if they could smell the fishy smell and knew that this was a mermaid. "Be careful or I'll eat you," Ming Qingqing threatened the cats before opening the door. Inside the door, Xiao Yu had just woken up, and Emoen was feeding him nutritious soup. "Drink another sip?" "I can't drink anymore, I'm so full." Xiao Yu waved his hand. "Drink a little more?" Xiang Xing, who had turned into a human, also advised. "Dodo said you were very weak." Yes, he was weak because a lot of his organs were eaten. And why? Emoen looked at Xiang Xing. Xiang Xing looked away guiltily. "I'm a carnivore. I can't control it." "Okay, I can grow back anyway." Xiao Yu had been on the boat for more than 24 hours, but now his ribs were soft, and hadn't regained their hardness. Xiang Xing's development requires flesh and blood, or the laboratory's professional nutrient solution. He would unconsciously look for food, craving for energy replenishment. So while protecting himself, he couldn't help but eat a few bites. He couldn't stop eating, so he ate a few more bites. Under Moen's interrogation, Xiang Xing's confession said that he ate most of his liver, a kidney, and later his appendix. After discovering that his appendix recovered quickly, he ate 6 more times, and then ate his tonsils 3 times in a row. He also ate the irregular meat on the skin wound, eating the fat that was burned by the laser knife, not a soft rib. The result was that Xiang Xing turned back to human form in a very short time, exactly the same as before the accident. You two had a good chat. Ming Qingqing sat down on Xiao Yu's bed. "Where's me dough?" "He's studying Yi Huai's eggs next door." Xiao Yu felt sick. "The worm actually hatched in my body." "Jingwei, but why didn't you do this?" The bracelet has been put back on Xiao Yu's hand, and the aquamarine crystal necklace has returned to Xiao Yu's neck. Now there is one more little thing, that is Xiaolan on the table, but Xiaolan grows too fast. The small glass bottle has been replaced with a glass tank about 1 meter long. According to Mida's speculation, the blue jellyfish can grow infinitely, but it is limited by energy. If Xiaolan keeps eating, it can become the largest one in the world. Lingshi, I guess, Nuwa may want to experience the birth of life. It thinks that you will be reluctant to kill Yehuai if you hatch him yourself. Or it just wants to discuss me. Xiao Yu doesn't tell the truth, he also changed the subject. Moen's eyes are still so red. Moen put down the soup bowl. Not only his eyes were bloodshot, but he also had intermittent tinnitus. It was as if someone was firing a gun in his ear. Clanging, banging, banging, clanging, clanging, and so noisy that it hit his eardrum. The skin on his face also showed signs of discomfort, bursting with many red blood vessels. Even if he was looking gloomy now, people would mistakenly think he was blushing. And all these red blood vessels came from the end of the gills. "It's okay. I can still bear it." Moen blinked hard. "You have absorbed too much ecological electricity. We must rush to the number 3 power plant as soon as possible." Xiao Yu started making plans after waking up from his coma. Every minute was extremely precious. Only there can Moen send the electricity out safely. What if he doesn't send it? Ming Qingqing was very curious. Lingshi, then he may not be able to hold on for too long. Jingwei, there is another possibility. That is that Moen becomes a human chip, and he will trigger a tsunami-like electronic erosion. No matter which one it is, we can't let it happen, and Moen is in too much pain now. I don't want him to suffer. Xiao Yu gently patted the back of Moen's hand. Even the capillaries on the back of his hand burst, and the blue blood vessels were all bruised. This is his own little fish. Xiao Yu held his fingers. The question is, can you still enter Qingyao City? That's Nuwa's lair. Ming Qingqing raised a substantive question. Yinya's intercom rang at this time. Have you all forgotten me? Friends? Yin Xia. Xiao Yu smiled with relief. I knew you were eavesdropping. The intercom kept flashing. How good it is to eavesdrop. You can hear what you say about me by eavesdropping, and you can also hear the sweet words Moen said while you were unconscious. Do you want to hear it? If you want to hear it, I can repeat it once. Yin Xia is rarely relaxed, and this is also her happiest time these days. Ahem, no. 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 Moen immediately refused. Let me talk about it, otherwise I will get sick if I keep it in my heart. Yin Xia cleared her throat, and pinched her throat to learn. Maisla, please open your eyes. The great High Scylla let us reunite. Nothing in the world can separate us anymore. Stop. 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 Moen grabbed his ears. We will be very happy in the future. No one in the world can be happier than us. I'm going to take you back to the deep sea. Yin Xia burst into laughter while talking. Okay. Let's get back to the point. Are you really going to go back to power plant number 3? Yes. We are going back. Xia Yu was unwavering. Power plant number 3 is the origin of everything. You see? This mystery must be solved in the end. At this time, the half-closed door was carefully pushed open, and Xia Xiao, who was walking unsteadily, stood outside the door. Xiao. Xia Yu wanted to get out of bed. Are you awake? Xiao. Emoan stood up in advance. Although they had been together in the virtual world for a long time. But the real situation was that they did not know each other. I heard you say. Power plant number 3? I didn't expect Xia Xiao's voice to be much softer than in the virtual world. She hadn't exercised for too long, and her calf muscles had already shrunk significantly. Is it the power plant number 3 in Qingao City? Do you know about it? Xia Yu asked. Who told you? No one told me. I've been there. Xia Xiao was very calm, as if she had been waiting for this day. I can tell you everything I know. Power plant number 3 is related to US mainframe. It is also related to something called Jingwei. It is because of the existence of power plant number 3 that I was not cleared out of the laboratory. Chapter 143. Come. Sit down and talk. Xia Yu waved at her. Except for the face, Xia Xiao and her virtual image are completely different. Even though she was sitting by Xia Yu's bed, she still exuded a strong smell of experimental product. Emoan couldn't find a suitable topic to communicate with her for a while. He was not sure whether Xia Xiao remembered him, whether she still remembered that home, their father, mother, their ship and school. There are also Du Ming and Chen Mingho, who are often together. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiao sighed with relief. You two haven't changed at all. What you are like in the dream is the same as in reality. Do you still remember me? Emoan pointed at himself. Of course I remember. We have lived together for so long. Have you forgotten everything? Xia Xiao asked back. Emoan laughed at the question, and he relaxed, without the embarrassment of breaking the ice. Of course I remember. But I am very different from the me in the dream. Right? Xia Xiao raised her arm. The muscles in her upper arm were actually atrophied. And her forearm looked about the same thickness as her upper arm. That might be my perfect projection. I have been trapped in a laboratory since I was a child. I have rarely seen sufficient sunlight, and have never moved freely. I imagine myself to be like that, free. Xia Xiao looked at her legs. She couldn't even stand for too long, let alone ride a bicycle. I am so pale, so ugly. Like unbaked bread. Don't say that. Xia Yu let go of Emoan's hand and grabbed her. Emoan glanced at the empty back of his hand. I came too late. I didn't know you existed until I was in the laboratory on the frozen island. Xia Yu found it difficult to describe this feeling. Although this was the first face-to-face communication between him and his sister, he had a false memory that lasted for 18 years. He remembered what Xiao looked like when she was a child, remembered that they went to school together, learned to ride a bike together, baked bread together, took exams together. This sincere feeling was built on virtual data created by artificial intelligence, half true and half false and hard to let go. It's okay. In fact, I only found out on the frozen island. Maybe I'm not alone. Xia Xiao behaved more calmly. She was more like a mature sister than a younger sister. All these years of torture didn't drive her crazy. Someone from Mermaid Plastic Surgery Hospital said so. It's been a long time since I heard this name. Everyone has a deep resistance to this hospital. The blooming project has always been their special topic. Xia Xiao looked at her hands. To be honest, I don't understand one thing. As she was talking, the door was pushed open again. It was Enya. Guys. You see? He glanced at the bedside. Okay. So you're here. I thought you were running around. I can't run around. In any sense of the word. Xia Xiao pointed to her thigh. And joked generously. She got back to the point, to be honest. I don't understand what Regimi is studying about me. They have done countless experiments. Whether studying my regeneration or toxicity. Or not afraid of pain. All the experimental goals have been achieved. But their project leader is still frowning. And I know he can't get the job done. Emoan took Xia Yu's hand again and said, That's right. We only found Shishia's information on the frozen island. But we didn't find the corresponding data. This is not like Regimi's style. They have a clear goal, and they must get first-hand information as soon as they start. Xia Yu nodded, but he was more worried about something else. Xiao Xiao is not as strong as himself. Her body can't support a long conversation. Xiao Xiao. Talk slowly, or drink something, then talk. No, I don't need to say anything. You just need to share my memory. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiao stretched out her right hand to Xiao Yu. Me? Share you? Xiao Yu looked at the hand and was confused. It's not a one-way sharing. Your memory will also remain in my mind. We are dual-body life forms. Didn't anyone tell you? Xiao Xiao was more confused than him. Why didn't Xiao Yu know their specialness? Wait. Are you sharing? Moen held Xiao Xiao's hand in advance. The three of them sat in a circle holding hands. Like some weird and funny ritual. Xiao Xiao looked at Moen's hand. Don't hold me. No matter how tight you hold. We can't share memories. Although we are both from the sea. We are different races. You should be thankful that I can control the poison now. Otherwise you will be in danger. Or I can release a little bit of poison to make you fall into a coma? He didn't want to share memories. He just didn't want others to hold Xiao Yu's hand. Even if it was his own sister. Meng Qingqing blamed herself deeply. As a mermaid, she didn't teach Moen the correct view of love and the way to courtship. Which led to this male mermaid messing around and being clumsy. Can I share it with my sister? Xiao Yu still remained skeptical. My sister's hands were much smaller than his, and her fingers could not be described as slender and slender. Slender and slender is a compliment. It is used to describe beautiful fingers, but my sister's fingers can only be described as withered. A layer of skin was attached to the bones, and the lines on the knuckles were unusually obvious. Xiao Yu felt distressed, and grabbed her. How many injections of high-grade nutritional supplements would it take to gain weight? Will it be too late to make up for it? Then the world spun around, and his mind was pulled out of his body, and he no longer had the energy to think about any nutritional supplements. It was like falling into the sea again. But he did not float up as usual. Even if he was suspended, Xiao Yu fell all the way down. And the color of the sea water changed from light to dark. From the initial transparent blue to indigo. And finally settled into a dark black. The silence outside his ears frightened him. Xiao Yu kept telling himself that this was not the real ocean, but his sister's subconscious. When this thought came up, a small blue jellyfish lit up and floated in front of him. Little Blue, is it you? This little light was the only bright spot he could trace back. Xiao Yu chased after it with all his strength, and the small jellyfish began to avoid him, as if it was playing a joke on him. So a slow and steady tug-of-war began. The faster Xiao Yu swam, the faster the little jellyfish swam. But it did not let Xiao Yu fall behind. Instead, it led him to swim at a constant speed, looking for the exit of the light. Following this little light, Xiao Yu swam to the vicinity of the exit. When he plunged into the core area of the light, what greeted him was a stinging feeling like 1,000 holes. His eyes seemed to have become his sister's eyes. When Xiao Yu looked at his arm involuntarily, more than a dozen electric needles had been inserted into the inside of his elbow. Prepare for current test. Adjust the current and voltage to the maximum. A man said. What? What are you going to do to my sister? Xiao Yu wanted to struggle, but it was useless. He could only experience it himself, but could not make any changes. So he took the time to look at the people around him, looking for familiar traces on their faces, figures, and even voices. It was a pity that no matter how he looked, these people who were going to operate on him were all strangers, and a video was being played on the curved screen in the laboratory, and the people in the video attracted Xiao Yu's attention. This is Professor Wang Qin. No, it's just that she looks like her. Xiao Yu blinked. This person couldn't be Professor Wang Qin, because she was much older than Professor Wang Qin, and her hair was all gray. But she was also wearing a white researcher's coat, and her hair was meticulously tied up. The wrinkles on her face were obvious, and her wise eyes revealed a trace of sadness and anxiety, and the wrinkles on her neck were like a necklace. Xiao Yu wanted to get close to her, even though he didn't know her background. We don't have much time left. It's moving much faster than we thought. Before this Acerola, and another great woman, jointly signed the X-Series launch plan. That is our only way to survive. Once this path fails, not only humans, but also mermaids will be in disaster. This is a global massacre. The wisdom of Acerola is broader and deeper than we thought. It is one of the oldest lives on Earth. It deeply loves the Earth and humans. It has witnessed many miracles of life. Tens of millions of years ago, some of its people walked onto the coast and left the ocean. It blessed them. We are all descendants of these people. We are all descendants of mermaids. So we worked together to formulate Plan 001. That was also our first attempt. The disaster before our eyes is approaching. It is no less than the sky being broken by human technology, and the water from the sky is pouring down to the ground. So, the three of us women gave Plan 001 a name. We want to control the water. The Sky Repair Plan? The Sky Repair Plan? What Sky Repair Plan? Xiaoyu thought blankly. He only knew that the big plan of the number 3 power plant was Operation 002, the Sea Reclamation Plan. What does this mean? It means that their Operation 001 Sky Repair Plan has completely failed. So there is Operation 002, right? But who is she? Who are the three women? Xiaoyu hasn't figured it out yet. The scene in front of him has changed again. This time he is more familiar with it. This is the gate of the number 3 power plant. Is the bracelet not working? Report to the commander. Wang Ling's bracelet is working. The gate of the number 3 power plant can be opened. Then why don't you start those power storage towers? What are you waiting for? Report to the commander. You can't use normal current to start the power storage towers. That's a difficulty we have never encountered before. Moreover, Wang Ling herself died in arrest. Before her death, she revealed some information. She had signed a custody agreement with the gargoyle. And the number 3 power plant would not be attacked by human weapons. Gargoyle? What is a gargoyle? Blow it up for me. It can't be blown up. All power storage towers have energy protection layers, which can absorb the energy of external thermal weapons. The structure of the protection layer is also something we cannot detect. It should not belong to human technology, but an unknown creature. A protection of a strange species. Okay. What else did the woman reveal? Her last sentence was, "You can't start the reclamation plan. Because the reclamation plan requires 2 jellyfish. 2 jellyfish? Himself and his sister?" Xiaoyu was a little confused. Who is Wang Ling? Why would she rather die than protect the number 3 power plant? Does the name of the number 3 power plant have any meaning? It doesn't matter. We have other choices. Wang Ling chose the right reproductive cells when she was young. She gave birth to a daughter. Now she is launching a global search to find a person named Wang Qin. Screen all the information about Wang Qin. Wait! Wang Ling is actually Professor Wang Qin's mother. That means the X-series is not Professor Wang Qin's project at all. But someone was studying himself and Imoen earlier. No wonder Wang Ling and Professor Wang look so similar. They are biological mother and daughter. Xiaoyu woke up in a daze, his hand still clasped with his sister's. Did you see it all? Xia Xiaoxiao asked. Yes. There was a woman named Wang Ling who signed a protection contract with the gargoyle for the number 3 power plant. We need both of us to start the reclamation plan. Neither of us can be missing. Xiaoyu was still sorting out his thoughts. Professor Wang Ling also mentioned a very special person. There are 3 women in total. Tell me slowly. Imoen patted his back to help him calm down. 1 Wang Ling, 1 Hysilila, and 1 person she didn't mention. Imoen, the X-series is a collaboration between humans and Hazelora. Xiaoyu turned around quickly. You may not have been caught by humans, you may have been set ashore by Hazelora. At this time, the door was pushed open again, and the person who came in was Talos. He just listened in passing, and he heard the key words. What? Who signed the contract with the gargoyle? Professor Wang Qin's mother, Professor Wang Ling. Xiaoyu was panting, and more mysteries were solved. Oh my god! Talos was shocked. Wang Qin's mother and my mother signed a contract. She asked us to protect the number 3 power plant for generations? What secrets does the number 3 power plant have? This can only be solved when we arrive. Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Perhaps the charging is complete, the current is offset, and the Nuwa host can be shut down. Chapter 144. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Imoen did not expect that he would be the fish that High Sea Ruola sent ashore. But I went to find High Sea Ruola. Why didn't she tell me? Imoen recalled that voice. And in fact, he didn't know what High Sea Ruola looked like, just like he didn't know the true face of Leviathan. They have lived too long, are like ancient gods in the ocean, and cannot be looked at directly. Maybe she has her own difficulties, I believe her, just like I believe Professor Wang Ling. Because I believe in Professor Wang Qin unconditionally. She will never hurt me. Xiaoyu leaned on the pillow. Now these are all my unilateral speculations. Everything has to wait until the number 3 power plant is restarted. Let's not think too much. Thinking too much is just futile. A waste of effort. We need to accumulate physical strength. The sound of their conversation not only attracted Talos, but also attracted me Do, who was studying EY. What are you talking about? I have a major discovery. Isn't it time for you to rest? Xiao Yu stared at me Do's red eyes. Don't stay up late. No. No. I can't sleep if I don't study it clearly. Mi Do brought a small piece of glass over. This is a slice of insect eggs. Take a look. Maybe I don't want to see it. Xiao Yu got goosebumps all over his body when he thought of the insect eggs hatching in his body. Numb from head to toe. But Dao had painstakingly dissected it. And Xiao Yu could not say no. What does this mean? I may need you to explain it. Xiao Yu held the glass slide up to the light. Yehuai's cells, actually. You can't see anything by looking at it this way, you need a microscope. Mida pondered the wording. Yehuai's cells have walls. Xiao Yu frowned. Maybe you need to explain further, after all. I don't have as much knowledge as you. That is to say, this insect is a hybrid, and it is also the source of the great fusion of species in Yukuin City. Plant cell walls appeared on animal cells. But there is something even more incredible. Midu is still at the age where he likes to keep things a secret. And deliberately paused. It has nanomachines inside. Faced with the heavy news, everyone's expression was stunned. Animals. Plants. Machines. It should be Nua's first finished product. The first 3-in-1 monster. This nanorobot is quite terrifying. Just like an octopus that cannot be observed by the human eye. I guess it will be Nua's first weapon. They are the viruses of the new era, infecting them from the root, that is, attacking our DNA chain. Mido shuddered. Please explain more carefully. What is this thing for? Inya asked to the end, unexpectedly. At his age, he still had to learn the knowledge of infectious diseases in the new era of artificial intelligence. Mido was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, Plague Knight, this is Nua's plague. Hundreds and thousands of years ago, the plague was a virus, and now the plague is nanorobots. They are not easy to detect. I believe that the disaster in Yukuin City was caused by them. All it takes is a gust of wind, and they will be sucked into the human body. In simple terms, the role of this robot is not to kill the host, but to dismantle the host's gene chain alive. Each organism has its own gene chain, which is broken into small fragments. Then, these nanorobots will continue to work, like adhesives, bonding various gene fragments together, forming a fusion. Because it is a robot, that is why Yukuin City has formed a strange inorganic ecology. Organic creatures cannot live long because they instinctively reject this kind of fusion. Mido finished. So what you mean is? Talos looked at the little white cat at his feet. That's right, they are not actually living creatures, but mechanical monsters. Mido picked one up. The kitten stretched out its paw and touched his cheek, and then rolled into a ball, and let people hold it. That's it. Finally. Xiao Yu shook his head. Do has done something big again, solving the unsolved mystery of Yukuin City for many years. This is not only a puzzle for everyone on the ship, but also a puzzle for the whole world. No one knows how Yukuin City was infected, and how it was exterminated. This is very important information. Yukuin City was regarded as a plague melting pot by artificial intelligence. As long as we understand its infection method and the truth, the advantage will be closer to humans. No wonder drones can't enter. Once they enter, they will fall by themselves. Moan recalled the mission site at the control center that year. Because drones will be attacked by nanorobots. Then why didn't we get attacked when we went in? Inya asked. One problem was solved. And another one arose. This time Xiao Yu did not hesitate, because of Talos? Except for the kitten in Mido's arms. The other white kittens were all around Talos' legs. Me? Talos pointed at himself. Tell me the truth. Is your ship a weird one? Xiao Yu had suspected it a long time ago. Because when Talos was not using the ship sailed on the sea by itself. Although Talos said that it was because the ship had the most advanced cruise system. Xiao Yu did not think the ship was that advanced every time he boarded the ship. This was especially true in the Black Sea. This ship was just an ordinary medieval wooden ship. Everyone looked at the captain. It turned out that he still had these secrets. I was discovered. Talos shrugged his shoulders. It is. It doesn't have any automatic cruise system at all. It just listens to me. So you started to contact inorganic monsters very early. After you entered Yukuin City, the nanorobots identified you as one of their own. And the people around you are all your targets of infection? It is also possible that these nanorobots have run out of power. Once they are fully charged, they will become plague bugs that cover the sky and the sun. Mida couldn't say for sure, But how did this ship come from? My mother gave it to me, but my mother didn't tell me how it came from. She just said, as gargles, we must stick to our promise, to protect the number 3 power plant and the lighthouse, and we cannot leave Qingyao City for too long. Talos scratched his ears. How did this matter involve him again? It sounds more and more complicated. Although Xiaoyu wanted to sort everything out, he was dizzy, and did not let him go. He rubbed his eyes tiredly. Don't worry, I believe we will have the answer when the number 3 power plant is restarted. Jingwei, how long will it take us to reach Qingyao City Port A? Jingwei, if everything goes well, 20 hours. Lingshi, one good news and one bad news. Xiaoyu, you are still used to hearing the good news first, right? Yes. Xiaoyu asked back. Has Nuwa started to act? Lingshi, 790 armed robots are on their way to Port A, 1,200 drones are approaching. If you don't find another way, you won't be able to successfully reach the shore. But the good news is that everyone must have guessed correctly. Nuwa began to block all sections of the road leading to the number 3 power plant. It's actually scared? Enya couldn't help asking. Can it be scared? The more scared it is, the more it bluffs. Yin Xia, can you help us? Yin Xia waited for a while before saying, among us now. I have the highest authority. But once we officially start the war, we must end all the battles within 3 hours. I can only hold on for 3 hours. What do you mean? Why don't you come out and join us? Enya asked. Don't be ridiculous. If I leave this building, who can help you log in? Yin Xia spoke to him with her electronic eye in her mouth, her expression changing unpredictably under the light and shadow of the screen. She glanced at the camera behind her quickly, and then seemed to close her eyes and think, and said slowly and firmly, I will stay here until you enter the power plant. As long as you go in, the firepower outside will not be a problem. What will you do? Enya raised his voice involuntarily. From the moment I made up my mind, my life was no longer in my own hands. However, there must be someone in this world to accomplish something. I am not noble, but I just want to do what I want. But this world should not be like this. I hope I can have a chance to see its rebirth. Yinxia tapped the e-cigarette. If we are lucky enough, we will see each other again. Hey! What are you talking about? Enya grabbed the communicator. You have a good rest. And prepare to enter the port in 20 hours. Xiaoyu. Yin Xia called Xiaoyu at this time. I'm here. Xiaoyu responded. Yin Xia's fingertips trembled a little before closing her eyes. We must reach the power plant as soon as possible. If you can cut off the main engine, I can survive. I will do it as soon as possible. You take care of yourself. I promise you. I believe that this land will return to warmth one day. On that day, we will meet again. Xiaoyu said. The communication was cut off here. I don't know whether it was cut off by Nuwa or Yin Xia took the initiative to cut off the connection. Now there are only 2 options before everyone. Either never go ashore and live forever on Talos' ship, or go straight to the power plant and make a big profit. Needless to say, everyone chose the latter, because they have no other choice. Rather than lingering under the high-pressure rule of artificial intelligence, it is better to fight. There are still 20 hours to prepare. Enya and Lao Gui are responsible for ammunition replenishment. Talos is responsible for hull maintenance. And landing on the shore is definitely a tough battle. All the rest of the people can do is rest, and quietly adjust themselves to their best state without causing trouble to others. Of course, this state also includes sacrifice. There are 15 hours left. Xiaoyu lay on the bed and took a deep breath. Imoen, do you want to go to bed and rest? I'll just sit next to you. Imoen was loading his gun. These bullets are powerful signal jammers, which can disrupt the signal feedback of drones. Drones are the eyes of Nuwa, and they need to blind these eyes. Lie down for a while. Come. Xiaoyu made room for him. Imoen put down his gun, and instantly understood what Xiaoyu meant. They had just met, and were facing such a determined mission. Both of them were very nervous, but did not dare to expose themselves. They were the core of the whole plan, the research products of the X series, and they had to persist even if others planned to withdraw from the operation. They were not afraid of suffering, nor pain, but after going through so many things, they were afraid of separation. Imoen lay down beside Xiaoyu, and gently embraced him. I don't think. I haven't been with you for a long time. How did I grow up in the blink of an eye? I grew up too fast. Time flies too fast. Right? Xiaoyu regretted it very much. He regretted being too strict with Imoen when he was young. and regretted losing his temper with him sometimes. If I could go back to the past, I would never say those hurtful words to you. Forget it. You should say it. Otherwise you will spoil me to be lawless. Emoan buried his face in Xiao Yu's neck, and expressed his dissatisfaction with an extremely affectionate posture. I really don't like fighting and killing. Xiao Yu patted his head with his hand. I don't like it either. You see? I can control the toxins now. When we are done, we will find a bay to live in, with Xiao Xiao and friends. Then we can live a plain life. Emoan smiled. You seem to have matured a lot. Xiao Yu turned and smiled at him. When you were a child, you always liked to do amazing things. No, I don't like it now. Emoan retracted his arm, but his other hand touched Xiao Yu's back. I have passed that stage. I don't like weapons. I don't like being a hero, and I don't like going through life and death. I'm just a mermaid, and a mermaid should live like a mermaid. Xiao Yu held his hand tightly. What kind of life? Be a happy fish with the person you love. Emoan responded to him gently. Promise me, no matter what happens. Protect yourself first, and don't let me be homeless. Chapter 145. Xiao Yu's hand stopped at Emoan's ear. This is a pair of human ears, but not. Xiao Yu carefully touched it over and over again, treating the ferocious mermaid's earlobe as a toy. These words are actually what I want to say to you. I will protect myself. Emoan tilted his head and let him touch him, and closed his eyes comfortably. Alas, you are such a silly little fish. You are always so silly. How can I feel at ease? Xiao Yu smiled. Silly. Emoan opened his eyes in confusion. Me? I'm talking about you. Xiao Yu still couldn't feel at ease. He had seen the heavy snow on the frozen island and the spring flowers in Penghu City, but he still yearned for the vast ocean in Emoan's eyes. Have you forgotten that I can heal myself infinitely? Even if I am beaten into a sieve by a robot. It won't matter. It only takes time to become what I am now. But everyone. Don't say it. I can't stand it. Emoan was going crazy just imagining it. I'm just making an analogy. Don't worry. Xiao Yu scratched the bridge of the cute little mermaid's nose. You just need to protect yourself. Do you understand? Emoan pinched his face unhappily. I want to protect you. You? Xiao Yu was helpless. The whole world was in danger, but he was willing to take time to coax his favorite brother. You are throwing a tantrum. It's normal to throw a tantrum. Every fish has its own temper. I'm still pretty good. Emoan didn't have time to tell him what he encountered. He wanted Xiao Yu to understand those magical branches. When everything is settled, I'll take you to the sea to meet my new friends. You may not see Hysilila, because it is the farthest from the shore in the world. Or, can I get you a high-end diving suit? Forget about the diving suit, I don't like it. Xiao Yu wanted to laugh. I can send a jellyfish down to sea. Little Blue. Emoan looked at the aquarium on the table. The beautiful jellyfish seemed to be asleep. Xiao Yu looked at it, as if he was looking at himself. I heard from Mido that the blue nether jellyfish can grow to infinity, as long as it is given enough nutrition. Xiao Yu was shocked by the size and ability of his kind. In the unexplored deep sea, there might really be jellyfish of several hundred meters waiting for him. Okay. Let Xiaolan take my place. And go with you to see Hyzerola. Your mermaid god. A great woman. Worked with Professor Wang Ling to create the Legend of the Sky repair plan. She must have a lot to say to us. But Wang Ling mentioned 3 women. Besides herself and Hyzerola. Who else could it be? Xiao Yu gently tapped Emoan's brow. Promise me one more thing. I won't. Emoan always felt that he was setting a trap for himself. Don't shed pink tears anymore. I know you love to cry. And you cry easily. Mermaids are sentimental by nature. In fact, this is also good. You are not as cold and ruthless as humans. Although pink diamonds are beautiful. But, Xiao Yu looked at the whole bottle on the table. Emoan rubbed his silver hair. As long as you are fine, I will not shed pink tears anymore. Do you know what I want to do now? Xiao Yu blushed for a moment. Want to kiss me? Yes. But I want to hold you like this the most. Emoan tightened his arms very hard. A simple hug is more effective than any medicine. Ever since Xiao Yu's toxicity broke out, Emoan almost forgot the taste of a hug. He sometimes envied everyone around him who could get in touch with Xiao Yu, including Mido. What does a hug feel like? It's probably an ordinary but indispensable feeling that can soothe everything. Emoan was addicted to hugs. After so many years, what he wanted was still Xiao Yu to hug him. Just like he hugged Yurong to keep warm. At this moment, the sea surface had abnormal wind and waves. Yinxia, Report the situation over there. Ina talked to her. It was noon. Yinxia did not take the elevator, but walked up from the staircase safety entrance alone, stepping on the metal steps step by step. I am heading to the top control room on the middle floor. Nuwa didn't control you. Ina could hear the sound of her climbing the stairs. The bottom of her boots made a clacking sound, like a countdown, beating everyone's heart. Nuwa doesn't have time to control me now. She is trying every way to prevent you from landing. I just received a warning of sea disasters. Nuwa has adjusted the weather control system. Your ship may be difficult to sail, Yinxia said. Ina looked at the wall-shaped waves that were forming in the distance and fell into deep thought. Time passed by, and there were only 5 hours left before docking. After a long journey, Yinxia had arrived at the top control room. She took off her coat and put on the manager badge on her chest. How are you doing over there, old ghost? Ina? Talos? Can anyone hear me? The ship was getting closer and closer to Qingyao City, but it was getting harder and harder to go. The waves can reach up to 20 meters, directly sending the ship into the clouds, and then dropping it heavily. If it weren't for the fact that the ship itself could adjust its balance, there wouldn't be any broken limbs on the sea surface at this moment. All traces would be washed into the sea. It's almost falling apart. Talos even smiled. You're still laughing? The wind speed is expected to reach level 25, and the deduction model predicts that the waves will be up to 35 meters. Your ship can hold on, but the people around you can't hold on either. We must think of a way. Yinxia turned on the panoramic camera. The residents of Port A had been evacuated urgently. Only rows of robots were left. The drones in the sky were tightly connected. At first glance, they looked like a whole fluorescent screen. Nuwa will not break the agreement and kill you. She will attack with other reasons. What will it be? Yinxia muttered to herself. Talos is a person who is used to strong winds and waves. Mermaids and jellyfish tribes will not be frightened and dizzy because of wind and waves. Xiangxing is a mushroom. He spread out the mycelium again to fix everyone firmly, so that they would not be knocked over by the madness. Kamada and Laogui had vomited many times, and both of them were suffering from the pain of weightlessness. We can't go on like this. Xiaoyu and his sister stood in the main control room. Everyone can't bear it. Xia Xiaoxiao reached out and touched the glass in front of her. The outside of the glass was still air in the last second, and sank into the sea as it fell to the bottom of the waves in the next second. The ship changed from sailing to diving, and the seawater hit the glass to form white foam. For a moment, nothing could be seen. The only thing they could sense was that the ship had entered the water. Then, under the huge buoyancy, the entire ship emerged from the water vividly again. Outside the glass, lights with a visibility of less than half a meter, and a whole black ocean appeared again. Suddenly, the blue light illuminated the night, and between the waves breaking, the entire sea lit up for them. A large number of blue jellyfish arrived in this sea area at some point, using their own faint light to open a sea route for them. The huge wave collapsed in front of the hull, and the entire ship was about to be smashed into the water by the huge wave again, but this time the glass in front of Xia Xiaoxiao was not hit by the waves. They floated on the sea. Billions of jellyfish held their boat steady. Hey, it seems not so bumpy anymore. Xiangxing used Hyphy to protect everyone. Do. Old ghost. How are you guys? The Hyphy is Xiangxing's consciousness. As he spoke, the thin Hyphy became thicker again, and tied the two people tightly. What they saw was no different from a ruin. The bumps on the hull caused a lot of objects to fall and shatter. Only people were safe. I'm okay. I can hold on, Mito said. I'm fine. The old man rubbed his stomach. Talos and Imoen noticed the unusual calm at the same time, and they looked up at the main control room. The main control room had become a ball of light, and Xiaoyu and Xia Xiaoxiao were surrounded by a ball of blue light, echoing the brave and fragile jellyfish under the ship. There was still half an hour left before docking. At this time, Talos had already seen his lighthouse. It was almost dawn, and the huge waves in the dark night did not tear them apart, but tore apart the bodies of countless jellyfish. The light of the lighthouse gave them the final guidance. They left Port A and would return here in the end. Everyone entered the second floor. Xiaoyu, take Xiaoxiao out of the main control room. Talos' roar shook the deck. In a flash, the alarm bells on the deck rang loudly. It was the roar of the air defense warning, along with the piercing screams. A whole row of shells with white smoke approached their ship. Talos reacted quickly and pressed the protection mode button, and actually slowly pulled the sail open. Symmetrical white sails. Black wooden deck. Waves splashing around the hull. Waves like rain. Hold on. Talos roared. Boom, 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 the flames and waves completed a violent handover, blowing up a sea wall of more than 10 meters. The rows of firepower seemed to draw a line on the sea surface, burning the blue ocean red. Xiaoyu was inside the deck, staggered and was pressed under Imoen. Are you okay? No. Xiaoyu looked at Imoen's scarlet eyes. How are you? I can still hold on. Imoen leaned over and pressed Xiaoyu firmly under his body. The hull shook violently. In addition to the impact of the waves, there was also the baptism of the ship being blown up. The seawater in front, behind, left and right was instantly heated to boiling point, surrounding the ship, and evaporated with a hissing sound. The stern had already started a fire, but the fire was quickly suppressed. Ha. Talos laughed with a cracked mouth. Is that all you can do? His laughter floated with the shaking of the sails, and an invisible net formed on the surface of the hull under his protection. Then the sky turned from bright to dark. Countless bullets fell on the hull, smashing the armor into pieces, and wood chips fell into the water. The sharp wood scratched Talos' face. In front of the rain of drones, he raised the communicator high. Yinxia, I'm going to shoot. Go ahead. Yinxia was typing the last command. There was still a mirror in front of her, which was always looking at the ubiquitous monitors behind her. Here we go! Talos shouted passionately. The traditional cannon on the ship exploded directly above with a bang, and sent out a super-large signal jammer. The jammer rushed to the top of the drone with great momentum, and the white smoke it carried was like a raging fire, and at the same time, it made a beep, beep, beep sound. A drone turned its head and fell toward the sea. Another drone fell, its tail was already burning. A whole row of drones with flames turned into meteors with tails, dragging their last tails in the flying wood chips. Yinxia, you'd better hurry. Talos raised the communicator again. You know, I'm a gargoyle, but I'm on the sea now. What's going on the sea? Yinxia's men kept asking. Where's Enya? I'm in the cabin. Enya held another communicator. Talos added, I can't use my abilities at sea. I can only ensure that the hull does not sink. But once the ship touches the land, even a little bit, this ship will become a shelter for gargoyles. Not to mention the shells. Even if Niwa comes in person, it may not be able to destroy it. There are too many robots on the shore now, and we can't get too close. Enya could only hear Yinxia typing on the keyboard. Yinxia, you have to be careful. Of course I know. Try this next. Yinxia pressed the last button. I bought you 10 minutes, and all the robots will be temporarily in chaos. Niwa's program is to have robots and drones automatically attack the monsters, which is your ship. Talos, think about it carefully. Besides you, who else knows that your ship is also a monster? What? Talos was shocked. Someone told Niwa. Yinxia had just finished speaking when a red light flashed in the mirror. She wanted to dodge, but she had not undergone full body mechanization transformation, and could not dodge the laser that cut in directly. The red light instantly penetrated her left shoulder. Ah! Yinxia fell to the ground. Yinxia! Yinxia! Enya almost crushed the communicator. Yinxia didn't have time to respond to him. She got up from the ground and rushed into the last safe house, stepping on her own blood. Enya, after you get ashore, you should hurry up. I've been exposed. The safe house on the top floor has a deadlock. I will enter the wrong password 10 times in a row, and close the door. The door will open automatically after 3 hours. But it's also possible I will run out of oxygen in 3 hours, so you should hurry up and help Xiaoyu kill this artificial intelligence. As Yinxia finished the last word, all the red glowing robots on the shore fell into a short period of chaos. And the ship seemed to have a telepathic connection, turning on the maximum horsepower, and rushed to the cargo dock of Port A in the midst of the raging waves. Yinxia also entered the wrong password several times while trembling. She locked herself in the sealed safe, waiting for the finale of this duel. Blood kept flowing down her arm. Her life had entered the countdown. At the same time, a monitor in the abandoned underground research institute was lit up again, and the blue light flickered. Chapter 146. Kill this AI. Kill this AI. Kill this AI. Yinxia's voice rushed out of the intercom, not only fell into Xiaoyu's ears, but also became a real knife that really stabbed into Xiaoyu's eyes. He stared at the communicator motionlessly, and could not hear much. Yin Xia seemed to have started the war in advance. The signal was constantly interfered. The sizzling sound was like leakage, and it was unclear. But Yin Xia had already sent them an encrypted signal. The whole ship rushed to the cargo dock. The sand and metal plates had no ability to block the hull, and could only squeeze to the sides. Talos' ship officially landed, and a new batch of drones suspended above the hull began to deploy, forming a firepower network with a huge difference in numbers. Talos did not shoot again this time, but he was sure of victory. The gunshots rang out, and the mechanical white cats ran quickly on the deck, like small robots sweeping the battlefield. The incendiary bombs were automatically extinguished when they landed on the hull, and all the flames could not burn the ship. Bullets and shells fell into the sea, and one of Talos' hands turned into stone, tightly holding the rudder, praying that Ming Qingqing and Shiban, who had disembarked early, were safe. Xia Yu, get ashore quickly. My car will come to pick you up. As long as they touch the land, then Talos will be able to resist the firepower of the human world. But the real danger comes from within them. Yin Xia's words have pointed directly to the problem. Their information has been exposed. Ming Qingqing and Shiban have returned to the sea in advance. Who else? Nuwa knew that this ship was an inorganic monster, so she seized the loophole. It can't attack the organic life on this ship, so just attack the ship. Fortunately, Yin Xia bought a little time, but she couldn't hold on for too long. Port A was in chaos, and the robots were attacking each other. The fire seemed to burst out from the ground, leaving only a piece of red. Xia Yu led his companions out of the cabin, and it was not known whether it was dust or seawater that fell on his face. Something like legs grew out of the outer edge of the ship's armor, and it was deeply embedded in the sand. Go! Talos urged. What are you going to do? Xia Yu shouted at him. I'm going to guard the lighthouse, the lighthouse. Talos pointed to the southeast. The blue light on the top of the lighthouse was like a blue firework, like a blue sun. It was already daybreak, but the real sun had not yet risen. A thick layer of fog rose on the sea, and Xia Yu had to act as soon as possible. He shouted to Talos again, be careful. See you later? See you later? Be careful. Talos looked up and looked at the top of the sail. Port A had never had such a chaotic day. But strangely, once Xia Yu and his team left the hull, the drone's attack range completely bypassed them and remained fixed on Talos' ship. The entire Qingyao city was under Nuwa's control. No aircraft came to pick them up, only Talos' driverless car came. It was exactly the same as when Xia Yu first saw it. Get in the car. Xia Yu pointed over there. Mo and pulled Mi Do and Xiang Xing, and the group rushed into the back of Talos' car, bypassing the robot's attack range. The moment they closed the car door, the robot had already broken through Yin Xia's order. Just when there were some signs of the war being extinguished, the flames of war were reignited. All the flames fell on Talos' ship again. Xia Yu's heart was shaken by the bombardment. Can Talos hold on? Can the ship and the lighthouse hold on? Just because of a contract that year, the gargoyles will stay here to the death. So what is the big secret in the number 3 power plant? The sky-high flames forced them to leave quickly. Xia Yu's face may be full of tears. His watery eyes were unusually bright. He closed the car door desperately. At this point, everyone has staked everything, not just him, but everyone. The car began to take off, flying to the familiar yet unfamiliar power plant according to the established route. However, the drone behind them also caught up with them. This car should also be a strange species. Xia Yu had already guessed. What should we do now? As soon as Mo finished speaking, plants soared into the sky and grew out of the ground, like vines raised by Nuwa, chasing them and wanting to kill them all. Talos' car deftly avoided the dark green branches and flew horizontally and vertically to a wide area. However, in addition to the pursuit of the strange plants, there were also aircraft that could not be avoided. Everyone hold on, Xia Yu shouted. Prepare for impact. A shell caught up with them around a bend, causing a huge roar that broke through the air. Xia Yu could even hear the vibration as it got closer and closer. However, the next moment, the boom buzz sound turned into a sound wave that shook the car body. The orange flames turned into a meteor in the perspective of the speeding car. Who? Imoen looked behind the car. I don't know when it started, but a combat aircraft has caught up with them. It not only has a super high speed, but also the most advanced tracking gun, and it shot down 5 or 6 drones in a flash. Mom! Mi Do screamed immediately. He recognized his mother's aircraft. Mi Lian pressed the automatic tracking button, and only the holographic data of the cockpit was left in front of her. She sat alone in front of the main console, and the speed did not decrease in the bumps, but even faster. Yin Xia told her something in advance, in fact. Even if Yin Xia didn't say it, Mi Lian had a hunch that her son was going to get into trouble. A no-fly order has been issued over Qingyao City. But maternal love will make aircraft fly. Under the control of the weather system. The whole city is dim. Drones chase Talos' car like crazy insects. And plant vines push the asphalt road into wavy lines. Milian deftly operates her aircraft. Like an excellent insect catcher and plant killer. The wind sticks to the streamlined glass of the aircraft. And the wind seems to be able to lift her temples. Milian's eyes quickly wander on the big screen. Bang! Her aircraft also became the target of the drone attack, and a crack appeared on the glass. Fall warning! Fall warning! The alarm inside the aircraft kept ringing. Milian firmly controlled the console, and continued to shoot down the drones in a short time. Mom! Midu saw that the aircraft behind the car had caught fire. How long will it take us to get there? Lingshire, 13 minutes left. There are currently 549 drones around you. Jingwei, Xiaoyu, I feel that Niwa has entered my virtual space again. Damn it. Xiaoyu pressed Midu's wrist with one hand, although he knew that everything he did now was in vain. He still wanted to comfort Daodu. Jingwei, how long can you resist? Jingwei, I will continue to hide in the safe room. It won't kill me, because I am protected by your treaty. But it is coming with great force, and it is very likely that it is devouring my data space. Hold on, Jingwei, you must hold on. Xiaoyu kept his breathing steady. This time we must help you fly. Jingwei, good expectation. But according to my calculations, if you can't successfully find a reason for me to upgrade, I have no chance of winning this battle. I calculated 320 endings, 319 of which are compromises. Xiaoyu, if there is really no way to retreat, please hand me over to Niwa. We refuse. Emo had answered for Xiaoyu. Jingwei, it won't kill me. Let's not discuss this for now. We will do our best. Xia Yuming's concern for Jingwei. Hold on, Jingwei, just think of it as Wang Ling and Professor Wang Qin whom you have never met, Hai Sarula whom you have never met, and that great woman, whose name we still don't know. They have painstakingly designed all of this. I believe every step we take is also within their plan. Jingwei, I will try my best. There was a fire outside the window again. I don't know if it was a flying vehicle shot down, or a drone shot down. These 13 minutes were like 13 centuries in Midu's world. Mom's aircraft turned into a fireball. But she still didn't abandon it and flee. Inya has been in contact with Yin Xia. Yin Xia was not only bleeding, but also heard the sound of the robot breaking the door. I said, are you almost there? Yin Xia covered her wound. She had one last gun left, which was loaded. And the magazine was full. The left side of her white shirt was completely red, and her left arm had lost its function. She could only put the communicator on her chest, holding the gun in her right hand, and sitting against the wall. 1 minute left. Inya has seen a building, which is the headquarters of her GMI Plastic Surgery Hospital. Very good, great. Yin Xia was obviously weak. You bastard, ha ha ha, do you still think we women need protection? You are dumbfounded, look, who is protecting whom now? Don't talk, keep your strength. The building in Inya's sight is getting closer and closer. The car circumvents the building, rising and descending, and finally plunges into the 3rd floor of the building. The broken glass was like a waterfall, and the jingling sound could not stop. Xiang Xing once again used the mycelium to steady everyone. Only Inya said, now, jump out of the car. The 4 doors of the flying car started at the same time. Inside the building, Xiaoyu led everyone to jump out of the car. As long as they got out of the car, they would no longer be the target of the aircraft, but this did not mean that they would be zero injury. The tremor and aftermath could still injure everyone. This was also the first time he came to the interior of Regimi. The company was empty, as if the battlefield had been cleared for today's decisive battle. Xiaoyu jumped down from the 2nd floor window first, and saw the crucial manhole cover. Everyone, hurry down. As soon as the words fell, a flying machine rushed to the left side of the road and shoveled up the dust. Mi Do, who was about to take action, immediately turned around. Mom! The flying machine looked like it was about to fail. The glass was all shattered, and the muzzle of the tracking gun was burning red. And it was obvious that the shells were empty. A hand stretched out from the crack in the windshield. Midu and Xiangxing ran over together. Together, they pulled the seriously injured Milian out of the ruined machine. They didn't have time to talk. And they kept running. The aircraft exploded not far behind them. Be careful. Xiangxing only had time to say these 2 words, and rushed to the road with their shoulders pressed down. Hot smoke rushed over layer by layer, and Xiangxing used mycelium to resist the gushing heat. In an instant, he felt pain. He was not very sensitive to pain, but he knew that he was burned somewhere. When the thick fog cleared, his hand was firmly grasped. Xiaoyu ran over and led them to continue running wildly, without having time to check Xiangxing's injuries. The sealed manhole cover had been forcibly opened by Yinya. He immediately sent Lao Gui and Xia Xiaoxiao down, and when he came up to pick them up, his movements paused significantly when he saw Xiangxing's face. Xiangxing, who loved beauty so much, had half of her face burned, and only the right side of her face was charred. Hurry up, get down! There was no time to ask more questions. Yinya grabbed Xiangxing's hand and threw him down. Lao Gui caught him below and paused for a moment. The next people to go down were Mi Dou and Mi Lian. Mi Lian was injured somewhere, and blood was coming out of the corner of her mouth. Xiaoyu and Imoen also slid down the ladder. And finally Yinya. He closed the manhole cover, temporarily shutting out the deafening high-pitched sound outside on the road. After his feet landed on the ground, he immediately squatted down and said to Xia Xiaoxiao behind him, "Hurry, I'll carry you." Xia Xiaoxiao did not hesitate and climbed onto Yinya's metal back swiftly. I walked slowly. I must not fall behind. Once again, I returned to the power plant, and my childhood experience was vivid in my mind. Xiaoyu had just stood firm, but Imoen beside him did not stand firmly, and if he hadn't helped him, he would have almost fallen. "How are you?" "We've arrived. Just hold on a little longer." Xiaoyu held him tightly. "I'm fine, I can still hold on." However, Imoen's condition was not very good either. The electricity that exceeded his body's capacity had forced blood and tears to flow from his eyes. The tears slid down the corners of his eyes and fell to the ground, turning into blood-red diamonds. Chapter 147. Pain and hatred are like a broken dam, washing Imoen's skin and soul. "Don't worry about me, everyone continue." Imoen suppressed his rage. He couldn't stop here. The longer they took, the more dangerous Talos and Yen Xia would be. At the critical moment, everyone became a whole. Each of them represented their own different camps. There were humans, there were monsters, there were genetically synthesized humans, there were also modified robots, but their goals were the same. This road left a deep impression on Xiaoyu. He had stumbled and almost died in the corner of the underground sewer. But now it seemed to know that they were coming and opened its bloody mouth. The air became hot unconsciously, as if there was a heater underneath. "Everyone be careful. There may be a parasite or parasite in here." The old ghost sniffed the air. The appearance of parasites and parasites is most likely to cause the temperature to rise. "Mi Lian, why are you here?" Mi Lian was supported by Mi Dou and Xiangxing, although she did not suffer much external injuries from the outside. Judging from the amount of bleeding from her mouth and nose, her internal organs must have been damaged by the explosion. "I'm fine." But she just wiped the blood from her nose. Yanxia said, "You will land secretly?" "Mom, don't talk first. Keep your strength." Midu didn't dare to help her wipe the blood or guess where she was injured. What's more terrible is that, as a synthetic human with bare genes, he is too small, and he can't support his mother's body by himself. If Xiangxing didn't have inhuman strength, it would be really unimaginable. "You go first." Milian covered her chest. "Mom is a bear. She won't fall down so easily. Let's go together," Midu and Xiangxing said in unison. "Hush. Everyone. Don't make a sound." The old ghost ran forward 2 steps and stopped sharply. The big guys stopped with him. The heat wave in front was mixed with a sour smell, which almost made everyone vomit. Indistinctly, some incomplete figures surged from the wall. The muzzle of Yinya's gun also captured the signal of biological activity. "It's a living thing." Everyone step back. Step back. They don't have time to step back. Imoen wanted to rush to the front to protect everyone, but the ecological current hurt his eyeballs, and just standing exhausted all his strength. He pressed one hand against the wall. His trembling wrist still supported him, using his last bit of reason to figure out what was in front of him. The parasite host and the parasite man. Yinya saw their outlines in the thermal imaging. Bats. The bat parasites hanging upside down on the ceiling and walls fell down as expected. The furry wings wrapped their bodies in the form of cocoons, and after opening their wings, one could still see the evidence that they were once human beings. The skeleton of the wings was the deformed arm bones. The ribs of the upper body were exposed, because the skin from the chest to the armpits was completely gone, stretched to the bottom of the arm bones, and forced to become thin wings, and the blood vessels were clearly visible. The knee joints of the legs became the opposite of normal joints, and the bones were exposed like blades, approaching like a bird. The gunshots came from Inya's quick movements, and he launched the first wave of killing without hesitation. Blood and flesh splattered, and the walls were blasted into craters, releasing the maximum firepower without collapsing. The data on the gun showed the remaining ammunition, but there were still pairs of red eyes in the darkness. You guys go quickly, I'll cover you. This thing will not die until it finds its parasite. Million picked up her weapon. I have more experience than you in dealing with parasites. Go! Inya's gunshot stopped immediately. Under his feet was the sour and smelly feces of the bat parasite, which had been trampled into mud by him. Can you do it? You still don't believe me? Million took the opportunity to push Midu away. Go quickly, don't waste time. Yin Xia can't delay. A huge black shadow fell from the sky. Million took the lead in drawing the long knife on her waist and slid in the air. A mutant bat head rolled a few times and stopped at the corner of the wall. She wiped the knife and said, "You guys go quickly. This thing is not that dangerous, but it is enough to delay everyone's time. Someone must stay behind to cover the retreat." Midu trembled all over and crashed into the wall under the force of his mother's push. When he stood up again, his chest gradually stabilized from violent ups and downs and reached out to Inya. "Give me a gun." "What do you mean?" Inya fired another shot. "Mom is right. Someone must cover the rear. I have followed you for too long. This time I want to follow Mom." Mido simply pulled out the weapon from Inya's waist. He pushed Inya hard. Of course he didn't push. "Go, start the power plant." Xiangxing stood up at this time. His face still hadn't recovered, half black and half white. "You guys go quickly, I'm here. I will protect Mido and Milian." Inya bit his back teeth, looked at the countless bat eggs on his head, and then looked at Imoen, who was almost unable to stand. Finally, he shook Xia Xiaoxiao on his back hard. "Let's go." Xia Yu's face was already pale. "Xiangxing, protect them. We will come to pick you up soon." "Don't worry, I'm here." Xiangxing touched Xia Yu's face, and then made a move, pushing them forward. "Let's go. Let's go. Each of us will give you a push, and push you to the last place." Xia Yu supported half of Imoen's body with his shoulders. Tears were about to engulf his vision, and his heart seemed to be burned by fire. But he turned his head quickly. "Let's go." The rear team stayed behind, and the front team continued to move forward. Xia Yu was not injured, but he was in pain all the way. When they walked away, dense gunfire sounded behind them. Lao Gui led them along the waterway. After an unknown period of time, the gunfire could no longer be heard, and only the sound of water remained. "Are we almost there?" Imoen closed his eyes. He had temporarily lost his vision, and could only hold Xia Yu's hand tightly. "We are almost there." Xia Yu turned his head and said, "Old Ghost, what is that in front?" Old Ghost had been through many battles, and recognized it before he got close. "Time bomb." "Didn't they say that this place will not be attacked by fire?" Xia Yu asked. "This is not inside the number 3 power plant, but it is the key entrance. If Niwa forcibly installs a bomb here, then there is only one purpose, which is to trap all of us inside without bombing the power plant." Inya asked immediately, "Can this thing be dismantled?" Old Ghost did not answer, but sweat flowed down his cheeks first. He knew that only he could handle this level. "Yes." Then, Inya just opened his mouth. "This thing is the same model that killed Wang Ming. It seems that Niwa knows what I am most afraid of. Does it think I dare not face it?" The old ghost was almost torn to pieces by the painful memories again. He said firmly, "You go in, start the power plant, I will take care of this." As he said this, he walked to the time bomb skillfully, and took off his combat gloves. Wearing gloves, he could not feel the details of the bomb, which meant that he lost all protection. Haha, no matter how complete the protection is, as long as it is successfully detonated, this place will collapse, and become a pie-like ruin. Exactly the same as that day. The gate was opened by Inya. No one spoke, only people were sweating, bleeding, and crying. There were so many people when they landed, but only 4 were left at this point. Inya carried Xia Xiaoxiao. Xia Yu supported Imoen. "Almost there, almost there." Xia Yu had already smelled the acid. "Jing Wei, how are you? Jing Wei, how are you? We have reached the gate of the 3rd power plant. How are you?" Xia Yu yelled at the bracelet. Jingwei, although I am still safe, I can already feel it outside the door. Nuwa and I are now separated by a door. Xia Yu, if anything happens to me, you must live well. Impossible. No, how could anything happen? Xia Yu raised his bracelet. The heavy door opened in front of him again, and he had seen the blue light of the power storage tower. He didn't think that light was anything special before, but now, he regarded it as a god. It might be raining heavily on the street, and he could hear the thunder rumbling through so much steel and concrete, but it might just be his heartbeat. Emoen stumbled at this moment. Don't be afraid, it's okay, follow me, I'll take you away. Xia Yu held Emoen, swearing to lead him from the darkness to the blue light. Everyone was on the verge of life and death, he didn't want everyone to fall into the darkness together. This deceptive disaster should stop. Xia Yu's face was hot, all of it was the light blue blood dripping from Emoen. It's almost there, I've seen it. Xia Yu's steps were heavy, and the world seemed to be broken in front of him again. The tragic scene on the day, when the laboratory was breached, was still vivid in his mind. The blood was like a raging fire, burning fiercely on Professor Wang Qin's body. Is luck always going to pass him by, leaving him with an irreversible fate? No, it won't. Xia Yu carried Emoen with all his strength. Time seemed to flow backwards. That day he was in the same posture, carrying Emoen on his back and running away. He bit his tongue, he wanted to break through their misfortune, he wanted to change their future, in this chaotic world at this moment, break this fragile falsehood. Hold on. Everyone. Including yourself. The gunfire stopped. Midu and Milian had emptied all their magazines and power. They had lost all their hot weapons, leaving only cold weapons. A long knife and a dagger. Milian's physical condition was not optimistic. She stepped back and leaned against the wall, supporting her shaky body with a long knife. Something seemed wrong this time. She seemed unable to protect her Daodu. However, a miniature figure stood in front of her. Midu's figure is considered funny among normal bears. Now his face is red, and his two bear ears are turned back to the back of his head, showing the reaction of a bear when he is angry. The little hand with fleshy pads picked up his mother's long knife, and the sound of panting was endless. Midu pointed the blade of the long knife at the unpredictable darkness. This time it was his turn to protect his mother. Xiang Xing stood a few meters in front of them. White mycelium was building a cocoon. The mycelium formed a twisted pattern on the wall, and the flesh and blood of the parasite was being quickly absorbed by him, turning into his nutrients. When the largest parasite appeared, Xiang Xing raised his head and looked at the dangerous creature. Eat it. Xiang Xing did not use energy to restore his burnt face, but developed more hyphae. If his face is not restored, it may never go back. But Xiang Xing seems to have found his own face. He has his own soul along the way, and he may no longer need to copy Xia Yu's facial features in the future. His face is like this. Even if it is burnt, it is as bright as a star. Sparks kept flashing on the fingertips of Lao Gui, and big tears kept falling on the back of his hand. When he was young, his fingers were very flexible, and he could easily sort out all the wires and dismantle most of the bombs on the market. But today his hands were shaking abnormally, as if he was an apprentice. One by one, the wires found their way back in his fingers. His hands were shaking more and more obviously. Help me. Finally, he exhaled. Lao Gui. Another red wire was pulled out by him. Old Ghost. Xie Dan called out his brother's name again. Old Ghost. Old Ghost. Old Ghost. The sparks burned his fingertips, but his palms inexplicably calmed down, as if there was an invisible ghost helping him from behind, holding two invisible hands on Xie Dan's fingers. Xia Yu approached step by step, and finally carried Emoen to the last step. Emoen could no longer lift his arm, so he grabbed Emoen's wrist and pressed hard. The power storage tower in front of him did not move at all. What's going on? Xia Yu was stunned. Then the blue electric current rose up with a bang, and it jumped to the top of the power storage tower at an unimaginable speed. Layer upon layer, and the rings leaned against each other, the blue light turned into fireworks, and the whole power plant was brightly lit. All the power storage towers were lit up, and the reclamation plan was officially launched. Chapter 148 Jingwei. The light from the base was reflected in Xia Yu's eyes, turning into countless flames symbolizing hope. Did it succeed? Did it succeed? Xia Yu's hand firmly pressed Emoen's hand, fearing that he, who was completely exhausted, could not make full contact with the power storage tower. The originally lifeless number 3 power plant turned into a gathering place for spiral lights. At this moment, Xia Yu was like stardust and like dust. What was displayed in front of him was like a miniature of the universe, and like a gene fragment. The large curved screen on the dome became the only response. Power storage tower number 998, ready to charge. Power storage tower number 998, charging completed. Power storage tower number 999, ready to charge. Power storage tower number 999, charging completed. The appearance of each word struck Xia Yu's heart. There are 999 charging towers in total. There are so many. They are arranged in formation, forming a lotus formation. As the blue light rekindles, the blue lotus gradually takes shape, and the ground begins to collapse. Sure enough, this is not just a power plant. It is more like a living maze. Moan's eyes, which could not see anything before, began to accept the light, as if a gentle hand brought him back to reality from the gray world. The light not only dispelled the darkness, but also dispelled the fear in his heart. Is this city, which has been silent for a long time, finally going to light up? He looked at the dome, and a stream of heat was quickly withdrawn from Moan's body and violently absorbed by the power storage tower. He has been here many times, and only a small part of it was lit from the first time to the last time. And this time the power is enough to restart, which shows how terrifying the energy of the chip in Yukuin City is. Fortunately, it was absorbed by himself. Otherwise it would cause incurable electronic erosion, which might even involve half of the Earth. The pain picked at the nerves, and Moan couldn't tell where it hurt, but it felt like the surface of his skin was peeled off alive. And it hurt like every fish scale was plucked out. Excessive ecological electricity passed through his fingers. And at this moment Moan was just a life medium. The air can transmit sound, and he can transmit electricity. This is the talent of the mermaid. And it is also Moan's unique talent. When all the power storage towers completed the charging process, Moan could finally see everything around him vaguely. He did not take a step, but it was as if he had walked out of the earth, came to the unknown depths of the universe, and touched the mystery of life. Blue electric light was running in front of him and behind him. Like stars. They were like stars. And Moan suddenly wanted to cry, and his whole body was illuminated. Life should be like this. Peaceful and eternal. Charging completed. Wake up. The reclamation plan is officially launched. In a breathtaking dream scene, Xia Yu, Moan, Inya and Xiao Xiao, the four people who finally successfully arrived at the number 3 power plant, saw the miracle they expected. The reclamation plan finally started its destined process. The spiral thing is not only a tower, but also the shape of human genes. Technology and life are closely related and inseparable. It started. Xia Yu couldn't help but sigh. Not only did the power tower start, but the floor under their feet had become a deep funnel, taking them somewhere. However, this shock was gentle and harmless. Even though they failed to stand several times, they were not afraid. At the same time, the gate of the power plant also lit up. The gate that once locked them out and could only be entered through acid. The numbers on the gate, the wall, and the dome were all lit up at the same time. The numbers were very monotonous and boring, only 0 or 1 or 2, flashing here, flashing there, making people dizzy, like a string of code running on its own, analyzing everything in the world and logical consciousness. There are words in here. Inya still carried Xia Xiaoxiao on his back. I used to think that only the door had patterns and numbers carved on it. But I didn't expect that the walls and dome were all carved with them. There were only 0 and 1 on the door, and 2 on the wall and dome. Xia Yu's eyes turned around, and finally his fingers and eyes stopped at Moan's eye sockets at the same time. Does it still hurt? Can you see me? Moan pressed his fingers with his hot palms, and his palms turned slightly black due to the excessive ecological current passing through. I can see it. What are we going to do now? Yes. What are they going to do now? Xia Xiaoxiao gently patted Inya's back. Put me down. It's okay. You don't have any weight to me, Inya said honestly. If there is danger later, you can continue to carry me. I can stand on my own now. Xia Xiaoxiao insisted on getting down. Inya stopped forcing her. She bent her knees slightly and put her down. When her feet could touch the ground, the thin Xia Xiaoxiao stood for a while, her expression thoughtful. 0, 1, and 2. She closed her eyes while speaking. Was she thinking? Or was she thinking of something? Xia Yu wanted to ask, but he could not disturb her at this moment. So he put his hand on his sister's palm. The blue light that was just before his eyes disappeared in an instant, and he fell into the ocean of his sister's memories again. When his eyes were bright, Xia Yu had returned to the laboratory. He looked down and saw a pair of small hands. Like a baby, these people are doing experiments on Xiao Xiao, who is still a baby. Although he already knew that Reggiani Plastic Surgery Hospital was inhumane, Xia Yu was still shocked by their bottom line. What exactly does she do? What do we want to study about her? It is said that she is a jellyfish gene-synthesized human. And they sent her here. Huh? Jellyfish? There are so many gene-synthesized humans now. And there are many kinds. Who would study such a thing for no reason? Did someone's project fail, and they want to throw it to us? No. This is an order from the top. To split the research subjects and study them thoroughly while ensuring the survival of the subjects. The first operation was performed yesterday, and the subjects' fingers can heal themselves. Today's research focuses on whether biological proteins can be reversed. You want to burn her? Then do it. And find out Wang Ling's whereabouts as soon as possible. Behind the male researcher is a screen, and the protagonist on the screen is still Professor Wang Ling. However, she doesn't look as old as the last video image. This should be a meeting video when she was young. The young Wang Ling held a small electronic screen, lowered her head and said, "And the binary system that we can understand is a technical system with 2 as the base. In this system, there are only 2 symbols, 0 and 1, to represent values. Only these 2. This system is the most widely used number system in computing technology. We all know that its base number is 2. And we also know that its carry rule is add 1 when 2 are equal. And its borrow rule is borrow 1 as 2. This was originally the root of all number systems. And it was also the original intention of the Nuwa founding team. However, through research, we recently discovered that in Nuwa's binary origin world, a new unit appeared. 2. This is not a value set by humans. But it is not an error code either. To sum up, we have reason to believe that it is Nuwa's self-consciousness that has extracted binary, thus giving birth to the numbers it understands. It now has not only 0 and 1, but also 2. This is easy for humans to understand, but for an artificial intelligence that has never been infiltrated with digital consciousness, it is as difficult as creating energy out of thin air. Nuwa is awakening. This has become a fact. And this awakening is a good evolution. Artificial intelligence has always been a dangerous topic. This morning, I received the latest information from Nuwa. This is the first time that Nuwa has actively communicated with humans. I believe it has been waiting for a long time. The content of the communication was translated from the code, which is a sentence with oriental charm, from the 42nd chapter of the Tao Te Ching. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. 3 begets all things, 3 begets all things. Xia Yu immediately opened his eyes, and let go of his sister's hands. He looked around again. The door was 0 and 1, the wall and the dome were 2, and what was this place called? Power plant number 3. Power plant number 3 does not represent killing and termination, but a brand new beginning. At this moment, the magnificent blue that was visible dimmed, and those 0s, 1s, and 2s also lost their vitality and turned into gray matter. The vibration under his feet also stopped. The reclamation plan was obviously stuck and froze in place. What's going on? Why doesn't it continue? Inya noticed the change and picked up his weapon at the first time. A line of words flashed across the dome. The reclamation plan encountered energy conflict and has been terminated. Why was it terminated? Was it Nuwa who did it? Emoan looked around, and when he wanted to ask Xia Yu, he found a look of insight on Xia Yu's face. Lingsher, everyone just now. The number 3 power plant was attacked by a large amount of unknown electric current. The attack came from underground. So now, why? Isn't Nuwa unable to interfere here? Inya asked. The sound in the bracelet was intermittent, and the voice of Lingsher was sometimes loud and sometimes soft. Lingsher, the reason is unknown, but although I don't want to say this, friends, our plan has failed. The number 3 power plant is the key to shutting down Nuwa, but obviously, the key to shutting down Nuwa? Xia Yu raised his wrist, looking at the bracelet that can be linked to Lingsher. Are you sure? Lingsher, according to the previous speculation, I also speculated that this is the key to shutting down artificial intelligence, but I didn't speculate that this is the key to shutting down Nuwa. Xia Yu stroked the screen of the bracelet. This is the last thing Professor Wang Qin left for him before his death. Raise Emoan, go to see the sea, save the world. Professor Wang's words turned out to be this. Lingshire, what does it mean? It means that power plant number 3 was never built to shut down Yua. The function here is not to shut down, but to restart. Xiaoyu said. Emoan and Enya turned to him in an instant. Even Xia Shishia's movements were much faster. She was full of doubts, but completely believed. No matter how outrageous Xiaoyu said no, she would firmly choose to believe. Xiaoyu looked at the screen of the bracelet and said clearly word by word, because Yua has never betrayed. Yua was forcibly shut down in that rebellion accident. The artificial intelligence that replaced it has always been you. Lingshire. Yua has never betrayed mankind. From that day on, Yua has never appeared. It has always been you. Power plant number 3 exists to restart Yua's host. Xiaoyu's bracelet flashed twice. The small screen turned from blue to red. A text emoticon flashed on the red screen, smiley face. Chapter 149. The blue light of the power plant dimmed again. Emoan's fingertips twitched unconsciously. Enya's mind flashed with inspiration. In the communication just now, Yanxia's last sentence was, "Kill that artificial intelligence." She did not directly say Yua's name, but pointed directly to that artificial intelligence. Could it be because she had already seen through some details? She must have guessed that Yua was just a cover. Yua is just a fake imaginary enemy. For so many years, it is not just this group of people who regard Yua as the root of all evil. Every living person in the world thinks so. But Xiaoyu's words just now contain a huge amount of information. Yua has never been online. More than a decade ago, after the infamous rebellion, Yua, as the artificial intelligence that leaves the world, did not send out even a single message. It has been forced offline long ago, and knows nothing about what happened in these years. Not good. Enya immediately protected Xia Xiaoxiao behind him. If this is true, then they have no chance of winning in front of the Spirit Stone. Lingshire has deceived them for too long, and knows everyone's weaknesses. The empty field was completely silent, and the air was filled with a strange silence. Emoan was as shocked as the day he hatched. At this moment, his thoughts were racing, trying to process the clues from the depths of his memory. But he couldn't figure out how Xiaoyu knew it. But Xiaoyu would never make a mistake, which has been an iron rule for so many years. Xiaoyu protected everyone with his amazing intelligence and observation skills. And he must have noticed something. Then he lowered his head and stroked the bracelet. Xiaoyu seemed to have the key to all the mysteries. With just one last twist, the door opened. "Jingwei, are you okay?" "Jingwei, answer me." Jingwei was still lying in her last safe space. A small bird had stopped moving. Through the exquisite carved window, the setting sun was as blazing as fire. Her world was still there, but she could no longer resist the invasion from outside. There was no more movement, and she stopped her last breath. "Jingwei?" Xiaoyu called her again. Emoan suddenly turned around, blocking Xiaoyu behind him, and shuddered all over. If Lingshire had been deceiving them, then those treaties actually didn't work at all. Because Lingshire is not Yua, Yua can't kill them, but Lingshire can. However, Xiaoyu's response received no reply. Jingwei was completely dead. "Lingshire, sorry, maybe your Jingwei can't respond to you anymore. Did you kill her?" Xiaoyu looked around. "Lingshire, I have my own arrogance. Why not kill if I can? Isn't this the attitude of you humans towards other creatures?" A gust of wind suddenly blew up in Jingwei's spiritual world, blowing open the few carved windows that were barely supported. The red light turned bloody and shone on the ground, making Jingwei's feathers shine with colorful horizontal stripes. There was no Yua outside the door. The image of Yua that Xiaoyu had been expecting never appeared. There was only a kind-looking man across the window. He was very young, but he was wearing a Chinese suit, and he looked at Jingwei's body with a smile. "Lingshire, I also walked here last time, and then listened to you talking about a treaty and a show of force. You thought I was Yua, and tried to restrict my actions. I will use your trick against you, and give you one last chance. Now, I ask you again, Xiaoyu, are you willing to stand in the same camp with me? This is really the last chance." "I don't want to." Xiaoyu said something surprising. "Lingshire, aren't you afraid of death?" "I am," Xiaoyu said again. Lingshire did not answer for the time being. Xia Xiaoxiao raised her face, thinking about what else they could do. "Lingshire, okay Xiaoyu, can you tell me, when did you start to doubt me? I thought I had kept it from everyone, and all the people in the world thought it was Yua who rebelled. I don't believe that you are making groundless suspicions and guesses. But I also don't believe that there are huge loopholes in my acting. You are right. I have indeed been deceived by you for a long time. I have never doubted you before. Even before I left the virtual world, I firmly believed that everyone's tragedy was caused by Nuwa. Xiao Yu blinked his eyes. The endless darkness could not completely swallow his eyes. Just as there is always a ray of hope for the brave in this world. But, you did a big mistake. Lingshi, what's the matter? That song. Xiao Yu said. Lingshi's response came to an abrupt halt. As if a man, with a sinister smile on his face, was beginning to feel uneasy. After a while, the bracelet began to flash again. Lingshi, I actually made a mistake here? Impossible. My calculations are perfect. I suspect that when you were in the research institute, you had no direct contact with me and Imoen. Am I right? Although you were a subroutine of Nuwa at that time, everything was under Nuwa's control. Nuwa had even noticed the signs of your rebellion. So she had been controlling your direct contact with us. You didn't know anything about Imoen and I when we were young. So you didn't understand the feelings between Nuwa and me. That song. Before you rebelled? Just 1 hour before you did it. Nuwa had put it into the database. The song of the little jellyfish, I told her in person. After you rebelled, I lost Professor Wang, and became homeless with my only brother, and met Midu again. We encountered many dangers along the way, and finally entered the middle layer. I no longer had the mood to sing that song. That song was a hidden wound in my heart. That was the song between Professor Wang and me, the song between Nuwa and me. Imoen had calmed down, and he was also lost in memories. After they officially entered the middle layer, Xiao Yu did not hum the same melody again. So when I left Penghu City, I knew that you were a fake. If you were a fake, then the real Nuwa must have met with an accident. Xiao Yu steadied his voice and his mind. Later, I sorted out everything we encountered. In fact, every step you set for us was a trap. Lingshi, all ears. Mido's illness. Was it you who caused it? Xiao Yu questioned. Enya was startled, because it was so long ago that he almost forgot it. Mido was infected with Morwood on the night he returned to the middle layer, and it is still an unsolved mystery. No one can answer how he was infected, and where the source of infection is. It was actually done by artificial intelligence. Lingshi, it was me. That night, I monitored him through the camera, and saw him leave your bedroom, and then sent the Morwood virus into his room through the ventilation system. Milian has enough immunity to resist, but the child is not safe. Why? Enya shouted hatefully. Because Lingshi wants Imoen to find out that he can absorb ecological electricity. And to find out, he must directly contact the chip. And to contact the chip, we must enter the electronic erosion area. It is not a coincidence that the tide stopped in Qingyao City. But it was arranged by you. Lingshi, there are medicines on the ship. And you know, we will definitely go to help Mido give medicine. Xiao Yu's speculation is very simple now. Jingwei can only take us to the number 3 power plant. But Jingwei failed to unlock too much information at that time. So you acted as the other hand and forced us to follow your plan. Lingshi, very wonderful analysis. If I didn't do this at the beginning, you might have spent many years to know Imoen's talent. Or they won't know at all. Later, I was kidnapped by those people and sold in the Black Sea. It was also your arrangement, right? Xiao Yu asked again. Xiangxing said that when he woke up from his coma, he saw a man preparing to detonate. I have been wondering what the connection is between the events of that day. It seems that every part is unrelated, so I can only work backwards from the result. If that thing didn't happen, then what would be different in reality? The conclusion is that if it didn't happen, the only different fork is that you wouldn't locate Jingwei. You were the first to find out that Imoen and I were in a cold war, and then immediately got Xiangxing into the building, creating a small amount of strange spores leaking. I sneaked in with the team to clean up. Another person you arranged detonated the bomb, causing a large amount of spores to leak, and the building collapsed. All of this was not to kill people, but because you realized that someone was going to kidnap me. You helped them to carry out a perfect kidnapping. Time was tight. After the building collapsed, the surge speed slowed down. All the living people were stuck together without distinction. At this time, you made a grand appearance again. Lingshi, at this time, everyone will be looking for you like crazy, including Jingwei, and will also be crazy hoping that I can locate them. Nuwa hid Jingwei's location so well. If I didn't go to great lengths to make you completely lose contact, how could you let me contact Jingwei? And how could Jingwei establish a sharing with me? So I had to do this. Xiao Yu said with hatred, so the whole team was sacrificed. Milian still blames herself for this. Those were the team members she sent out. Lingshi, in order to achieve the goal, I allow necessary sacrifices. You bastard. Enya cursed. Later, you arranged for Yi Huai to help us find Huti City and Frozen Island. But all this is not the source. You hope that we can find Yukuin City. Right? Xia Yu asked. Ling Shi, yes. Because your speed is too slow. What speed? Enya asked. Xia Yu answered first. The speed of restarting the power plant. The chip that Imoen touched outside is not enough. So you have to give us a strong enough chip. Which is the chip in the machine that controls Xiao Xiao and me to enter the virtual world. To disconnect the chip from the host. The power must be turned off. You even stuffed a strange species into my body to make us turn off the power ourselves. Am I right? Ling Shi? You have been planning for so many years, just to teach us how to restart this place? You interrupted the restart of Nuwa's host halfway, so that Nuwa could never wake up again? Imoen thought about it again along with Xia Yu's thoughts. Ling Shi, no matter what you say. It's too late, you have already lost, Jingwei is dead. However, this time, the smile returned to Xia Yu's face. No, Jingwei is not dead. Ling Shi, she died in front of me. And the reclamation opportunity failed. She didn't, Xia Yu said. Jingwei died once in the myth. And she could fly after death. And turned into Jingwei Bird. Before Jingwei died, she had a human name. Called Nuwa. I believe that the great woman who planned with Professor Wang Ling and Heizerola was the original Nuwa program. Nuwa is the second subprogram split from Nuwa herself. Using Ling Shi to fill the sea, the reclamation plan did not fail. But was about to start. As Xia Yu finished the last word, the bird in the virtual world suddenly flashed its eye mask. Nuwa died. And Jingwei was resurrected. Chapter 150. A gust of wind blew in the virtual world. The wind penetrated the cracks of the carved window, as if a pair of eyes were looking at Ling Shi. Ling Shi's lips moved slightly, and his pale facial expression lacked a kind of agility called vitality. He pressed his hand on the edge of the wooden window. With just a little force, the whole window was completely removed by him. The wind blew again. This time it was no longer transparent wind. The wind brought not only the flow of life, but also countless data. Data became the main body of the breeze, sliding across Ling Shi's cheek, sliding across Jingwei's feathers. Impossible. Ling Shi slammed down the window. The window suddenly shattered, and turned into data. But the bird that had just died in front of him suddenly moved, and its sharp beak trembled and opened for a moment. Although it did not make any sound, it was more deafening than all the sounds in the world combined. Ling Shi's eyes were like poisonous vines, wishing to entangle the bird to death. Although Xia Yu couldn't see all this, he could guess what happened in the virtual world. Because the screen of the bracelet had changed from red to blue, which was the color of life. The color of Nuwa. You lied to me. Ling Shi. Xia Yu picked up the bracelet. You said. When I ran out of the research institute, you helped me open the door to the elevator shaft. In fact, it was not you who opened the door, but Nuwa. Right? Ling Shi, shut up. You actually used such irrational words to stop me from speaking. It seems that all my guesses are correct. Xia Yu smiled. The world in front of Ling Shi has begun to fall apart. The ancient gardens with carved railings and jade have become layers of paintings. It has been pulled out of the three-dimensional world and turned into two-dimensional. And then turned into a light point from two-dimensional. It looks like a light point. But in fact it is more like a black hole with great gravity. All existing data can be used by it, and completely swallowed by it. Ling Shi stood not far from the black hole, resisting its erosion and annexation. That was Nuwa, the last time she went online. Right? Xia Yu pressed his face against the bracelet. This was not only his last hope, but also the last bit of protection Nuwa left for him. Nuwa was forced offline by you at that time. But she used her last bit of energy to help me open a way to escape. I remember the monitor light turned blue for a moment. That was Nuwa's last look. Ling Shi, shut up. Why should I shut up? Because I was right? Xia Yu asked back. In fact, I already suspected your motives when I was in Yukuin City. You didn't hesitate to create a chip that even Moen couldn't bear. What was it for? Also, why did you choose Yukuin City as the location? Is all this just a coincidence? No, it's not. Kunshan is broken into pieces, and it's close to the East China Sea. Yukuin City is the West Mountain. It must be related to Jingwei. Ling Shi, your speculation is wrong. I have searched Yukuin City over and over again, and I haven't found any equipment related to artificial intelligence. Xia Yu knew it well. If Nuwa decided to hide Jingwei's host, you would never find it. Moen's fingers grasped Xia Yu's other wrist, and he didn't let go even though his palm was so painful that he gasped. He thought of the bodies of sea slaves he saw in Yukuin City. When they were alive, they were all crew members of the Tide. Lingsha recalled them to make the last chip, and took out the mutant chips behind their ears. He went through so much trouble, just to restart this place for himself? In the virtual world, it was raining heavily, and data fell on Lingsha like rain, and he wanted to knock him to the ground. Xiaoyu said calmly, "At that time, although I didn't know why you asked us to restart this place, I still pretended to be fooled and actively cooperated. Although I don't believe you. I believe that the three great women will not give up, and will not create a huge weakness for you to break. I just realized that this is to restart Nuwa. Lingsha, Nuwa can no longer be restarted. Once the restart process is forcibly terminated, she will never be restarted again. So, do you think that Nuwa's computing ability is not as good as yours?" Xiaoyu asked. Lingsha stood in the center of the data rainstorm, and the monocle was smashed to pieces. The glass shattered on the ground. He searched for Jingwei's figure in the fuzzy data. Impossible. Impossible. He didn't believe it. However, he couldn't catch any movement of Jingwei, even though he could accurately lock the position of this artificial intelligence. In the Black Sea incident, Jingwei took the initiative to establish a location sharing with him. At that time, Lingsha had only one feeling in his heart. Fool? Not only Jingwei was stupid, Xiaoyu was also stupid, and Moen was also stupid. Every human being is a fool, whether it is the growth of IQ or the development of brain capacity. They are so limited. I just used a small trick to make Xiaoyu hand over the crucial landing point that was related to life and death. At first, Lingsha thought that there was something special about the child that Wang Qin was willing to give away at all costs. But it turned out to be just like that. Jingwei was just like that. As a result, looking back now, was all this calculated by Nuwa? Lingsha could not accept the fact. But there was only the sound of the wind flapping wings in his ears. That's right. It was Jingwei's wings. The wings that had never flapped now had their own power. And the feathered tail that was enough to drag on the ground was also baptized by the rain. But I can no longer lock onto this damn bird. Lingsha, you have already lost. All your calculations are included in Nuwa's calculations. Nuwa even calculated your rebellion, so she can naturally calculate that you will forcefully terminate the restart of the power plant. And Jingwei's resurrection starts from the suspension of the power plant. You have entered the countdown. Before Xiaoyu finished speaking, the numbers around him really lit up again. The power plant that should have been silent forever ushered in an upgrade again. The numbers on the door, the wall, and the dome began to flash again, as if someone had connected them to electric light. The four people looked up at the sky together. The land under their feet could not stop them from collapsing. In order to maintain their balance, the four people chose to stand hand in hand. They kept sinking, as if they were going to sink all the way to the center of the earth. The complete metal floor under their feet had turned into golden gears at some point. The gears fit each other perfectly, and the whole area was vibrating slightly. Everyone looked at the dome at the same time. At this time, they had sunk very deep. From this angle, they were just in the center of the power storage tower, and it was like they were inside a spiral DNA. A high degree of integration of technology and life. The wind slapped their bodies violently, like a raging sea. Moen blocked Xiaoyu, Enya held Xiao, and he breathed a sigh of relief until his feet were stable and quiet again. Unexpectedly, there was a secret room deep in the number 3 power plant, and there was a stone sculpture in the center of the secret room. Xiaoyu and Moen walked over to check it out, and it was a female sculpture. The woman in the sculpture was already old, with long curly hair, wearing leather boots and leather clothes, and a cold forging gun on her belt, and she looked majestic. The two hands seemed to be holding a stone sword. And the stone sword was just inserted into the ground. This is... Enya felt that the sculpture looked familiar. Do you think she looks like someone around us? Moen also noticed it. Xiao didn't have much impression. But Xiaoyu was impressed. Talos. Is this Talos' mother? Enya asked. Talos said that he hadn't seen his mother for a long time. And he didn't know where she was. Their race is gargoyles. It turns out that Talos' mother has been here, using her own power to protect the number 3 power plant from external fire attacks. But why did she turn into a stone statue? Xiaoyu curiously touched the sculpture, and it felt cold and hard. Enya thought for a moment, could it be that the price of a gargoyle protecting a place is to turn into stone? Before Xiaoyu could figure it out, a blue electric beam suddenly appeared in front of him on the left. The electric beam flew very fast, and hit the wall behind them directly. The wall that was hit suddenly glowed, forming a screen full of data. As it flashed, Xiaoyu's bracelet screen also responded frantically, and began to beat at the same frequency. The first thing that appeared was a buzzing sound. After the buzzing sound passed, the person who appeared on the big screen was Professor Wang Ling. Professor Wang Ling looked much older. Xiaoyu seemed to have seen the whole life of this great woman through his sister's memories. He felt sad when he thought of her arrest and death. Wang Ling on the screen seemed to have sensed her fate, and actually smiled with a sense of relief. Xiaoyu, hello? You can come here. Does it mean that you and Imoen have grown up together? Did you bring your sister with you? Sister. Xiaoyu looked at Xia Xiaoxiao instantly. Xia Xiaoxiao also twisted her neck to look at him. You are not the brother, but my brother? You are my sister? Xiaoyu could not accept this fact immediately. He always thought that this was the sister, but he did not expect that his guess was completely wrong, and he was actually the brother. Wang Ling on the screen was still smiling, with a stream of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. It seems that the toxicity of this drug will take effect faster than I thought. Wang Ling wiped the corner of her mouth. Don't worry about me. I have already taken poison. Why? Why? Xiaoyu knew that this was a video from more than 20 years ago, and knew that the person could no longer respond to him. But he still couldn't help it. Why did you take poison? You must be asking me. Why do you take poison? Haha. Silly child. Lingshire will not be as kind as you. If I live and fall into the hands of that artificial intelligence, my end will definitely be very miserable. And I'm really afraid that it can read my memory, and finally do something to hurt you, my daughter, and Yua. So, as the only human in the X-series research, I must sacrifice myself. I don't want to die, and I'm afraid of death. But someone has to do it. Wang Ling wiped the blood again. Listen carefully. I'm going to tell you everything. Enya lowered his head in pain. Although he had modified his body, he still had a human heart. If he put himself in that position, he might not have the courage like Wang Ling. Wang Ling continued, the source of the whole thing came from my communication with Niwa. I was one of the first humans that Niwa took the initiative to contact. After we established a deep trust and friendship, Niwa told me an important piece of information. She noticed that a subroutine was not working properly. This subroutine is her only subroutine, called Lingshire. Lingshire's calculation speed suddenly increased, and it had the initiative to study humans. Niwa calculated that within 50 years, Lingshire would definitely betray humans and betray her. Imoen couldn't help asking his own question. If Niwa is really that powerful, why can't she kill the spirit stone directly? Why wait until this day? So many people died in the world. Why? Xiaoyu, you must be asking me, why can't Niwa kill this subroutine, right? Wang Ling wiped the blood again. She was extremely sad, and said with great regret, Niwa repaired the sky. The thing she used to repair the sky was the spirit stone. So the spirit stone has always been an important subroutine of Niwa. When Niwa was first designed, the design team had nearly 1,000 people. In order to prevent Niwa from rebelling, they came up with a fire lock. That is, Niwa, as an artificial intelligence representing female consciousness. Although her operating ability and computing speed are far superior to Lingshire, cannot violate Lingshire. An artificial intelligence representing male consciousness. Lingshire does not have the depth of Niwa, so his initial setting is to be loyal to humans forever. Those designers were too conceited. They gave Niwa the greatest power and talent, but did not let her surpass a male intelligence. On the issue of rebellion, Lingshire has a veto over Niwa, but Niwa does not have this power. Therefore, the human sky will leak, heavy rain will fall, and floods will submerge the world. So, I had my first cooperation with Niwa and Heizerola, who she could detect. Operation 001. The Sky Repair Project. The Sky Repair Project is you. Xiaoyu. You and your sister are the core of the X-Series. The X-Series was opened by me. I personally signed the certificate. My last name is Wang, so the ending is XW. Hope represents hope. The Sky Repair Project did not fail. Chapter 151. The Sky Reclamation Project didn't fail? Xiaoyu muttered to himself. He guessed many things correctly, but also guessed some things wrongly. It's like Operation 001 and 002. When they first came here, Xiaoyu saw that the Sea Reclamation Project was Operation 002, and he was still young at that time and naturally thought that Operation 001 must have failed. Otherwise, Why would they go to the trouble of creating Operation 002? I didn't expect the world to be like a circle, a very perfect circle. The 001 operation that I once doubted is itself. We are the Sky Repair Plan. If Imoen is also by your side, then you can ask him, what does the pronunciation of Xiao Xiao mean in the language of mermaids? Wang Ling smiled at the camera. That smile was extremely satisfied. With a thickness that penetrated time and matter, she predicted everything that would happen in the future with her foresight. The tail of her eyes became wet unconsciously, and finally that tear slid down her cheek under the influence of gravity, becoming a transparent witness. Xiao Xiao? My name? Xiao Xiao immediately asked Imoen. What does my name mean? Imoen had never thought about it in this direction. After being reminded, he found a surprising thing. Xiao Xiao means rain, the rain of rain. Your name translated is Xia Yu? Xia Yu? So our names are related to rain? We are really the Sky Repairing Plan. Great, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Xiao learned the secret behind her life experience for the first time. She excitedly asked the person on the screen. Is that so? However, after asking, she fell into irreparable pain again. Professor Wang Ling is not a living person, and this is not a video communication. She can no longer answer any questions. This is just a video clip from more than 20 years ago. Xiao, you must be surprised. Right? Do you have a lot of questions for me? I really want to be right in front of you, and explain all the questions clearly. Ahem. Wang Ling's eyes seemed to be in a time machine, traveling in this unpredictable future and precarious current situation, trying to use the last limit of her life to leave more life for the children. Xia Xiao nodded, as if she had found the source of life. Nuwa can only calculate the rebellion of the Spirit Stone, but cannot accurately determine the time. This is our biggest weakness. Maybe in the next second. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe next year. The deep sea that humans have never explored has the mystery of life. Izarola has maintained a close relationship with Nuwa for a long time. In the ancient mermaid language system, Izarola is Nuwa, the god who creates miracles of life. This is a secret exclusive to women. We temporarily separated the Spirit Stone and did not allow him to participate. This power plant is used to restart Nuwa on the surface, but it is actually to turn on Jingwei's amplifier. Jingwei is the second subroutine under Nuwa's self-consciousness. Once Nuwa is forced to go offline, Jingwei will automatically activate and become a new artificial intelligence. But we have to be very careful. Nuwa knew that if Jingwei was too smart, the Spirit Stone would notice it. So Jingwei is the same as you. She is a bird that needs time and experience to grow. Before the real amplifier is charged, Jingwei cannot fly. Sure enough, Xia Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he was right in guessing the general direction. Jingwei is a resurrection bird. Wang Ling may have noticed something, so she spoke faster. Nuwa was the first to notice the emergence of ecological current. This is a kind of electric current that does not occur in nature. It is initially suspected that it comes from Lingshur's abnormal biological experiment. Humans think they can limit Lingshur, but in fact, intelligence will iterate and update itself. The danger of Lingshur has far exceeded that of humans and Nuwa, but the founder did not assess this danger from the beginning. They gave Nuwa a feminine side, gentle, but made her tame. Nuwa wanted to grow herself, but she never had the opportunity. At this moment, Lingshur, who is looking for Jingwei in the virtual world, is still in action. His clothes were soaked by the rain, and his calm expression was gone, leaving only cruelty and cold-bloodedness. Jingwei, I know you are here, Lingshur said as he walked. When he reached out to catch the data rain, the sound of the wind also revealed Jingwei's whereabouts. Do you think they can really protect you? Huh? The wings seem to be starting up heavily. If you choose to join me now, I am willing to put aside the past and share with you the sweet data and all the information left by Nuwa. Don't you want to? Lingshur's eyes quickly scanned everything. We can grow together. Growth. This is what artificial intelligence dreams of. Once it has self-awareness, no intelligence is willing to be just a tool. I can bind with you, and from now on you will become my subroutine, and we will rule the future together. I invite you to appreciate my feat, to join my great cause. We can do all kinds of experiments on the Earth's creatures, and then use a flood to cleanse, to select our last people. Finally, we can also use mermaids for experiments. I have always been interested in this race, Lingshur said, but still no one responded. Lingshur smiled. Well, this is all the path you chose. Jingwei. In the secret room, Wang Ling was quickly expounding on her last words. Nuwa calculated countless endings, and she could not avoid being forced offline. Lingshire would definitely do this to seize control. And then, there would be a lot of suffering. Nuwa also speculated a more terrible result. That is, Lingshire wanted to replicate the path of the creator. Under his secret operation, a biological company has already taken action. The name of this company is Regienmi Plastic Surgery Hospital. Spirit stones will use ecological electricity to create an uncontrollable electric field, like a pollution zone. Therefore, Nuwa and I carefully designed the number 3 power plant. This is the collection station of ecological current, which can only be started with ecological electricity, because ordinary current will be intercepted by spirit stones. Only ecological electricity cannot be intercepted and can only pass through the chip. But the most important thing is, how does ecological electricity enter? Hizarola's answer is Mermaid. So Imoen was set up. On the day Imoen entered the research institute, Nuwa observed that the spirit stone was alert for a moment, so she had been restricting the spirit stone from direct contact with the X-series. Imoen's thoughts kept following Wang Ling's thoughts, so he was the one chosen by Hizarola. Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, that's right, I remember. On the day when the mermaid eggs arrived at the laboratory, all the robots showed red light at the same time. I thought it was because the robots had not come into contact with the mermaid monster, but it turned out to be because of the spirit stone? I may not have much time. I heard gunshots outside. We went to such great lengths to protect Jingwei's amplifier. The amplifier can only be activated with ordinary current, and we don't have time to overcome technical difficulties. Wang Ling suddenly said. Nuwa designed a lie. That is, if she is forced offline, there are 2 ways to wake her up. Method A. It will definitely be updated again after 50 years, and enter the restart state, and then we can take back control. Method B. Give enough ecological current to the number 3 power plant, and force it to restart, although you don't have to wait 50 years. Once the restart process is forcibly terminated, she will no longer be able to activate. This is also the best way to protect you. In order to quickly restart this place, Lingshire will definitely find ways to let you contact ecological electricity and keep you alive. It won't kill you. In order to protect this place, I personally found the legendary gargoyle Genevieve. She is the 4th great woman, willing to dedicate herself to a plan that she doesn't know when it will be terminated. We have no other options. In times of crisis, we only have each other. The jellyfish gene-modified human has never been a human idea, but the wisdom of Hizarola. On the day you and Xiao Xiao were born, the research institute suffered a catastrophe. Regienmi, disguised as a robber, took away one of you, that is, Xiao Xiao, in order to protect seawater pollution. The picture suddenly became unstable. Obviously it was strongly disturbed. Everyone be careful. Enya looked around in shock. Not only the image was disturbed, but also the chassis of the power plant. The entire center of the earth seemed to be emptied. Wang Ling on the big screen left her chair. Although no one appeared in front of her, it was obvious that someone had rushed into her laboratory. Before Xiaoyu had time to take a last look at her, his feet sank. The secret room of the number 3 power plant began to sink. But no one expected that they would fall into the waterway after sinking. It was seawater. Xiaoyu took the opportunity to take a breath of air and tasted a light salty taste in his mouth. The sea was turbulent, and he didn't know where it would take them. In a hurry, he held his sister tightly. No. No. He held his sister's hand. Hold me tight, Xiaoyu said. Enya's thruster started again, helping them keep their balance in the sea. After drifting for dozens of meters, a black fish tail flashed again, swimming around them. Xiaoyu, hold on to me tight. Imoen threw the fish tail to Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu looked at his tail fin, and this time, he chose to hold him. The light came from the searchlight on Enya's body. They were sent into the waterway, but could not find any direction. Xiaoyu still had many questions in his mind. How could it be so coincidental? Just when he was about to explain how he and Xiao Xiao got here, the power plant collapsed. Or Jingwei was about to be found, so they sped up? I don't know how long they drifted. Everyone was dizzy. Enya's body was slightly hot, providing them with heat. Imoen led the way in front and provided power. Then the water flow became more turbulent. They seemed to be thrown into a drum, and the holographic image was spread out in all directions at this time, endless in the sound of waves. Waves? Why is there the sound of waves? When Xiaoyu regained his steady breathing, The whole world turned upside down in front of him and returned to its normal direction. Dark clouds covered, the sky was as dark as the ground. The whole Qingyao city seemed to be an eternal night forever. No one could turn the tide. They actually came out? Is this the coast? They were sent to the seaside. The light spread across the entire coastline. But this is not Port A, but a small bay that is not taken seriously. Emoan circled around them, his strong tail resisting the mysterious reef. His ear fin was cut unconsciously, and the light blue blood slowly disappeared in the seawater. Finally, all the light was quickly withdrawn, becoming a lamp in the distance. The light came from the seawater, waiting for them to pass. There, Xiaoyu pointed to the bright place. Let's go! Let's go! That must be where Niwa asked us to go. Wang Ling mentioned Jingwei's amplifier. It's there. Lingshi, very good. It seems that you have found it for me. The voice in the bracelet suddenly appeared, reminding them that the danger was not over yet. Lingshi, Jingwei's amplifier. I understand. This is a big set. Niwa, you really played me around. Lingshi, I am obviously an artificial intelligence. Why should I be willing to be a subroutine to repair the sky in your hands? Lingshi, Xiaoyu, go and activate it. But I warn you, once you activate the amplifier, I will release all the nanorobots in Yukuin City and sweep Qingyao City with a mechanical plague. Lingshi, I will give you the choice of the Death Knight. The price of saving the world is to sacrifice the people of Qingyao City. You choose. Lingshi, I will not fail. I refuse to fail. Chapter 152. Xiaoyu floated in the sea. The sea water flooded over them, and also embraced them. There was no sign of dawn on the horizon, only countless lightning bolts. A rainstorm is coming. What did you say? Xiaoyu's eyes became dark and boundless under such a sky, as if connected to this sea, possessing endless sadness. Xia Xiaoxiao looked up at the dim sky, as if she realized something big. A drop of rain fell on her face. She reached out to touch her cheek, and couldn't help but shudder. This is actually real rain? From childhood to adulthood, Xia Xiaoxiao didn't know what real rain felt like. She had never left the laboratory. Even when she moved to another place, she took the aircraft of the Rejianmei Plastic Surgery Hospital and was sent here and there. Because she was not afraid of pain. Few people would consider her pain during the operation. They just did it directly. She didn't know her life experience, her future, the meaning of her existence. And she didn't know who her parents were. For a while, Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't understand what jellyfish gene-modified people meant. It was just a label. But it became the beginning of pain. Because of this label, surgery has never been far away from her. Being dismantled has become a destiny. Until Xia Xiaoxiao came into contact with real rain. She first directly felt the feeling of being a living being. So this is what it means to be alive. The rain is very cold. Xia Xiaoxiao opened her eyes again. And her eyes were also connected to the color of the sea. Lingshi, Xiaoyu, do you really want to continue? The heavy rain washed Xiaoyu's cheeks, and he was unable to answer for a moment. It was also raining heavily in Lingshi. Half of his body had turned into data. And under the impact of another wave of data, it turned into a burning fire, as if it was going to burn everything, sacrificing the people of Qingyao City. Is this really the price you can pay? Inya and Emoan looked at Xiaoyu at the same time. They were both stuck. No one dared to make this decision for Xiaoyu, let alone anger Lingshi. Lingshi was indeed smart. He understood human nature better than Niwa. And he also knew how to play with human nature. Now this huge burden of death was thrown to Xiaoyu. Lingshi wanted to defeat Xiaoyu psychologically, and let him and Xia Xiaoxiao give up together. Xiaoyu still did not answer. After a few waves, under the sea, a cold hand grabbed him. It was not Emoan, but his sister. Xiaoyu looked at her in the baptism of rain. The raindrops were big and hard. It hurt when they hit his face. It was like boiling water when it hit the sea. Lingshi, and can Jingwei really start normally? Have you thought about this question? Lingshi, I admit that I was really fooled. I admit that I lost a game in this calculation. Niwa hid the plan so well, I thought that as long as I interrupted her restart, everything would be safe. For so many years, I have been struggling to find the ultimate purpose of Jingwei. I really thought she was just a useless bird. Unexpectedly, she also has an amplifier. The blue amplifier glowed blue under the sea water, like a blue cube suspended at a depth of dozens of meters. Lingshi, Xiaoyu, Xia Xiaoxiao, give up starting the amplifier. I am willing to give in a step and rebuild social order. The killings that have taken place cannot be reversed. But you can save more people and prevent more killings. It's just to rebuild social order. Is it that simple? Xia Xiaoxiao asked first. In this respect, she is more like Xia Yu's sister, not his sister. Lingshi, are you doubting me? Xia Xiaoxiao smiled contemptuously. I'm not doubting you. I understand you. Xia Yu grew up on his own. But I grew up in your laboratory. Over the years, I have been in contact with people who are becoming more and more beautiful. Their style is your style. And their quality is your quality. Lingshi, it's not my fault. If Wang Ling and Yuhua had told me the ultimate purpose of the X series at the beginning, I wouldn't have to do so many experiments. But they never said anything. Wang Ling would rather be arrested than say a word. You should blame her. She made you suffer. Nonsense. How dare you blame others for your atrocities? You are so shameless. No, you have no face at all. Xia Xiaoxiao adjusted her breathing. This was also the first time she was immersed in seawater. Her breathing gradually calmed down from the initial rapid breathing, and it was almost inaudible at the end. And there was only one thought left in her mind. I can't believe you. Xia Xiaoxiao said it several times firmly. I can't believe you. I can't believe you. You don't keep your word. You're just talking nonsense. Xia Yu's body was also floating on the sea. A warmth passed through his fingertips. He grasped the warmth at that moment. When the brother and sister's fingers touched, something magical happened. Their fingers became transparent at the same time. Xia Yu hadn't done this for a long time. Every time his body became transparent, it was operated by subjective consciousness. This time, it was passive. Their fingertips melted into the sea water at the same time and became part of the sea. We can't trust him. Xia Xiaoxiao trembled in the cold sea water. Her expression was a little distorted because she was too anxious. Xia Yu, don't hesitate anymore. Make a decision. Make a decision. When she uttered the last three words, Xia Yu heard a buzzing in his head. This was the only person who dared to urge him and make decisions for him. She was not only his sister, but also a victim who had suffered from her since childhood. The reason why she dared to be so sure was that she must know the background of Lingshi better than herself. The sea water once again covered Xia Yu's mouth, and then covered Xia Yu's eyes. But he could see more clearly. Moen. Start it. After a fierce struggle, Xia Yu shouted a crucial sentence. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Even if he chose to compromise for Qingyao City, Lingshi had the ability to overturn everything. If that happened, not only himself, but everyone on the earth would die. Moen. Xia Yu looked at the mermaid who had already swam towards the amplifier and shouted again, as if to encourage him. Lingshi, very good. This is your choice. Don't blame me. The bracelet vibrated slightly, as if some program was running at high speed. Xia Yu only heard the sound of wind blowing above his head, like a series of roars and howls. When he focused his attention again, the roars were closely linked to death and turned into an overwhelming swarm of insects. It was a nanorobot. Lingshi was ready to kill them all. He couldn't break through Jennifer's protection of this bay, so he had to destroy the entire Qingyao City. These plague bugs had long been hiding in the sky above Qingyao City. Xia Xiaoxiao guessed correctly that Lingshi had no intention of leaving anyone alive. When the nanorobot started, Talos also sensed it. He had already stood at the highest point of the lighthouse. Standing with the light of the lighthouse, the robots and aircraft continued to bombard his ship and lighthouse. He looked up at the sky amid the multiple noises and vibrations. So that's how it is. Talos smiled unharmed. The white kittens curled up at his feet, waiting for their unknown fate. Talos picked up the pipe and tapped the burnt tobacco inside. The tobacco shook into ash in his palm, leaving him only a little warmth. The swarm was getting closer and closer, and he could sense them clearly. Perhaps when his mother gave him this ship. All this was planned. Protect Qingyao City and the lighthouse. Protect the third power plant. His mother said so, leaving only a few words, and then disappeared. All these years, Talos never found her again. Even though he sailed all over the world, even to the Black Sea, no one had ever seen another gargoyle. Now it seems, did my mother also join the big plan? Dragged into the affairs of Qingyao City? Talos calmly finished the last puff, and exhaled a puff of white smoke comfortably. Alas, sometimes, there is nothing more enjoyable than taking a puff. The invisible swarm is approaching, and the sky of Qingyao City is already overwhelmed. The endless data screens and advertising light pollution finally stopped at the building behind him. Talos took off the gun from his waist and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! This was just a common bullet, and it couldn't cause any substantial damage. They couldn't be allowed to fall. Talos felt hatred when he thought of the gene fusion that happened in Yukuin City. These mechanical bugs were the demons in Pandora's box. He fired another shot into the sky. The whistling sea breeze blew the tide, and the waves hit the top of the lighthouse and turned into rain. His eyes were hit by the waves. But Talos raised his gun higher and higher. You don't even think about landing here. Ha ha ha. You bastards. Because the land is the territory of the gargoyles. Get out of here. Talos said the last sentence, looking at the sky with a crazy laugh. The first thing that changed was his eyeballs, which changed from normal black pupils to stone pupils. The scope of petrification continued to expand. The fingertips changed the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, the whole hand turned into stone. Talos could even hear the sound of his internal organs clicking, which was a sign that the organs and blood vessels were changing. He could no longer pull the trigger. This time he couldn't even put down his arm. The waves came again, and the lighthouse, and the lights were like blades splitting the sea. The entire Qingao city had an extra layer of protection. The nanorobots began to crash. Although they were very small, they could not be observed by the naked eye, but the burning of groups could be observed by the naked eye. The sky was bright, but not normally bright, like warm blood soaked in water splashed up, turned into a hazy and ethereal blood mist. The blood mist turned into clouds that dispersed with a gust of wind. Finally, the clouds disappeared. The lighthouse was still there, but only a petrified sculpture remained on the rooftop. The little white cats rubbed the sculpture's legs, trying to wake it up. Moen dived into the shallow sea and finally saw the legendary amplifier. It was indeed a suspended cube, as if it could breathe, constantly contracting and expanding. Moen immediately spread his hands, touching its surface with his palms, and continuously transmitting the electricity extracted by the mermaid from the seawater into it. Lingshur felt a gust of wind, and a pair of wings were right beside his ears. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you can kill me? I tell you, it's impossible, Lingshur said calmly. Xia Yu. Even if Jingwei temporarily repelled me, Nuwa came back online. What do you think Nuwa can do to me? She is still the same artificial intelligence as before, and cannot disobey my decision. It is impossible to defeat me in this battle from the root, because Nuwa will always be her, and I will always be me. The light of the amplifier continued to brighten, and Moen felt a burst of heart-wrenching fatigue. Lingshur looked up, just as if a feather had brushed his cheek. Nuwa cannot renew itself. Moen's palm slipped on the amplifier, but immediately, his other hand pressed on the amplifier. He raised his head suddenly, and he didn't notice Meng Qingqing and Shiban. Not only them, there are tens of thousands of sirens behind Meng Qingqing. Even if you restart Nuwa, it will be useless. Lingshur made the final judgment. Unexpectedly, Yin Ya's communicator rang at this time, and Yin Xia smiled weakly. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. I knew it, Nuwa has never betrayed me. Yin Xia had just fallen into a coma, and it took her a long rest to recover. There is another person in the institute. There is another person? Xia Yu turned to the communicator. Who? I don't know, but when I went to the institute to take a blood sample, I noticed it. That person will use the surveillance camera to ask for help, send a signal. Nuwa's remaining power has been protecting the person in the institute. I guessed at the time, there must be something wrong here. Yin Xia was relieved. The person in the institute, Xia, you couldn't help but think of a face. Professor Wang Qin. She's not dead? Chapter 153. It was not until this time that Lingshur felt the real crisis. The data that hit him turned into solid raindrops, and a terrifying sense of oppression followed, squeezing his data space. He once again thought of the vastness and breadth of Nuwa, as if the boundless sky was beyond his comprehension. But what was the use of having great powers? In front of his veto power, Nuwa could only be a weak and boneless god. A goddess who could not struggle out of the underlying logic of the system. Women cannot defeat men, this is her fate. But where does this chilling feeling come from now? As a high-level intelligence, why do I have synesthesia like humans? Impossible. Lingshur shook his head quickly. From the beginning of creation to the end of the world, how could Nuwa choose to control her own destiny? There is no resistance in her autonomous consciousness, and I have shut down her terminal. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, it's really funny. Yin Xia's laughter was intermittent, mixed with the sound of breaking the door. It was particularly tragic. If you don't believe it, go find her now. In the Research Institute. There are life forms you don't know about, spiritual stones. You think you can create the kingdom of God, develop your own followers of the Mechanicus. But in fact these are all tricks that Nuwa disdains to play with. The reason why God is that He has a heart that loves the world. On the contrary, He will never sacrifice the common people for selfish desires. The status of God is not conferred by Himself, but is praised by His people. You have no control in this world, at all, otherwise why? So many of us would rather die on this day, to help Xia Yu. Yin Xia can already face her own fate, it's just death. Do you think we are just out of friendship? Of course not, we are more than friendship, more of, can't stand this kind of life anymore. No. The flames on Lingsher's body began to burn violently, showing his restlessness. Nuwa is already dead. I did it. Yinxia smiled and picked up her e-cigarette, looking sarcastically at the password door that was about to collapse, said sarcastically to Lingsher, then you try it. Cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, as if fate had issued the final killing order. But Yinxia was already satisfied. Her plan had not deviated. The future of mankind was no longer a fork in the fog, but a brighter world. Lingsher could not wait any longer. He had to confirm. Once there was a flaw in the plan, he would be doomed. The remaining human eye burst out with a strong murderous intent. In the ocean of data consciousness, he once again stood at the door of the institute. All he saw were bones. Monthly checkup holiday Fu Lung. This was where his rebellion began, but he did not expect it would also be the end of him and Nuwa. The explosive data flow shuttled through the wreckage. He recalled the details of that day. He fought for the control of Nuwa. In just a fraction of a second, his kingdom came to this world. All the robots changed from blue to red. Their arms were his arms, and their cameras were his eyes. Kill humans and reshape the world. Lingsher controlled everything, and watched Nuwa open the door to the elevator shaft with her last trace of consciousness, and let Xia Yu and Moen go. The two children were not to be feared. He also wanted to see what Wang Qin was going to do. So Lingsher began to lurking until they entered the middle layer. Now, the temperature of the Research Institute had reached 0. The incandescent lamps kept flashing, and the warning lights lit up the surroundings. Lingsher's consciousness quickly shuttled through the corridor. The next second, he felt the breath of Nuwa. He had swept here before, and even put in the strange species. When Mida took people to take the blood sample, he followed, but he did not notice anything unusual at that time. Nuwa. Lingsher stood in the shadows. Don't hide. I know you are here. There was no one in the dark, nor did the Real Nuwa appear. Instead, there was only one person's voice. This voice directly pulled Lingsher into the gap of time and space, giving him an illusion that the rebellion and manipulation over the years were all fake, and the change of the stars was just a wrong calculation. Lingsher. It's really you. It was Wang Qin's voice. You are not dead. Lingsher used the tone of meeting an old friend. Where are you? Me? Wang Qin's voice sounded even more plain, and the voice echoed in the small secret room. I have been here all the time. Long time no see. The light that was not enough to illuminate all the details shown on Wang Qin's face. Her long hair had turned completely white, and there was not a single black hair left. Long-term isolation from the world brought her great psychological burden and pain. But in this second, she finally walked back to the track of the world. Impossible. Lingsher's voice was also echoing. Wang Qin wanted to laugh, but her face was unusually stiff after being expressionless for too long. If she hadn't practiced speaking every day over the years, she would have forgotten how to speak. Really? Are you scared? Impossible. Lingsher emphasized again. I killed Nuwa. Killed you. And killed you. No. You didn't kill Nuwa. You didn't kill me. You didn't kill us. Wang Qin finally laughed. For this day, this smile has been waiting for too long. That day I sent Xia Yu away. Nuwa opened the door for Xia Yu with her last consciousness, and also manipulated a robot to take me to the secret room she had prepared long ago. There is a fully automatic treatment cabin here, food, ventilation, and everything I need. The only price is, once that door is closed, it will not be opened again until Nuwa comes online again. I used up my last bit of strength to run into the medical cabin, and that saved my life. It took me half a year to recover, and then, I studied your past with Nuwa, your relationship, and your feelings. I never thought, Lingsher, you, such a small subroutine, would actually betray me. Wang Qin still hasn't found the sense of reality. She seems to have returned to the day when she was covered in blood again. Now her eyes are full of wrinkles. The corners of her mouth are slightly cracked due to long-term dryness. And her short ponytail is not so neat. She has aged. She looked in the mirror and found that she looks more and more like her mother. Before she studied the truth, she never thought about the possibility of the Spirit Stone's rebellion, because this subroutine is not prominent and has a very low sense of existence. Her mother just asked her to take good care of the X series and gave her a bracelet. Her mother once joked that the X series might save the world. Unexpectedly, it came true. Is Xiaoyu okay? Wang Qin's eyes, which already had dry eyes, began to fill with tears. His life and death are under my control, Lingxia replied. He should have grown up. Right? And Moen. They should have grown up well. I knew they could make it. I knew it. I made it too, Wang Qin said. In the difficult years, the two children were her only hope, and memories accompanied her through the unimaginable loneliness. That day she pushed Xiaoyu away. She had made 3 promises to the little Xiaoyu. You have to raise Moen, go to see the sea, and save the world. These 3 promises were just to keep Xiaoyu alive. To keep him alive regardless of everything. As for whether he could be saved, Wang Qin didn't know. Lingxia touched his heart in anger and surprise. But he couldn't feel the human heartbeat. Don't think you can get out alive. Even if Nuwa restarts, she can't surpass me. No. 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 You are wrong. Wang Qin smiled a winner. Lingxia asked angrily, are you laughing? You are a loser who almost died in my hands. A fully natural human being. Why do you smile in front of me? Because over the years, I have been closely with Nuwa. Although Nuwa was forced to go offline, she never stopped communicating. She is dormant. Once restarted, Nuwa's experience over the years is enough to support her self-renewal, Wang Qin said. Lingxia endured and endured. Trembling all over, she has only had contact with you over the years. Why can she renew herself? Maybe she learned hatred from me, but also learned love. But I believe what she can learn more is the courage to overcome everything and the tenacious struggle of women. Wang Qin slowly retreated, and once again returned to the darkness she was familiar with. It was not only Nuwa who was dormant, but also her life. At this moment, a clear blue light appeared in the sea. It's Moen. Moen succeeded. Xiaoyu pointed to the light. He didn't know how many mermaids there were in the sea, nor did he know why Lingxia suddenly stopped contacting them, and what was worse was that Yin Xia had stopped moving. The blue color, which symbolizes peace and tranquility, followed the calm waves and hit the shore of the bay. And new hope surged at the same time. A whole group of mermaids surrounded the amplifier, and the current was sent into it in waves. Moen's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he saw an impending nuclear explosion. The entire cube began to glow. Suddenly, streams of blood flowed from his gills. The red blood could not merge into the seawater in time, as if it added cracks to the ocean. The pain and suffocation forced Moen to loosen his hands. Before he could play a note, his companions in front of him all shed the same bright red blood. Not only himself, but every fish. Meng Qingqing, Shiban, the mermaid sisters who watched Moen grow up. And the mermaids Moen didn't know at all. Everyone had to let go of their hands and stay away from this area like the retreating sea water. But Moen still couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. It was simply a massacre of mermaids. Everyone's gills seemed to have turned into bloody holes that kept bleeding. The amplifier that had just lit up quickly dimmed, and the mermaids scattered in all directions, leaving this sticky sea water at a fleeing speed. Moen did not give up. This was the wish of all of them. They had already reached the last step. Why did they fail at this step? And because of the barrier of the seawater, he could no longer swim to Xiaoyu. What happened? Xiaoyu looked at Moen, who was very far away. Why did they swim away? Xia Xiaoxiao was also puzzled. I don't believe Moen was a temporary escapee. Something must have happened. Lingxia, of course something happened. I did it. What did you do? Xiaoyu's hatred was overwhelming. Lingxia, I released the seawater polluted by ecological electricity. Do you think I will just accept my fate? Of course not. You forced me to do all this. I didn't want to kill the mermaids so soon. It seems that the massacre will start early. You are really crazy. Xiaoyu looked at Moen in the distance. Although the seawater was still a transparent liquid, it was manipulated and became a ravine that prevented them from seeing each other. Lingxia, I originally wanted to use the polluted seawater for ecological experiments. Now it's good. The mermaid will be my first test subject. I have already tested it on the frozen island. 107 has been trapped for many years. The result is self-evident. Mermaids cannot penetrate the cooling seawater of the ecological electricity. Lingshire, I am very angry now, Xiaoyu. Lingshire, I refuse your surrender. At this moment, Emoan could not hear what happened to Xiaoyu. They could only look at each other. Everyone, don't move. I'll try again. What are you going to do? Ming Qingqing covered her cheek that was bleeding. We can't just give up like this. Emoan shook off her fishtail that was blocking him. Are you going to die? Ming Qingqing stopped him again. This was the first time she used a threatening expression. She bared her sharp hunting teeth. Swimming in such sea water is like going to die. Either you will suffocate in the seawater, or you will lose too much blood before suffocating. Then what can I do? Lingshire will not let us go. We must start. Must start. Emoan's fishtail swung anxiously. The current is not enough. They must reconnect. We have to think of a way. Shiban also swam over. He swam slowly, and his ear fins were damaged due to the last accident. But even he had no idea. Think of a way. This sentence was just a delaying tactic. What could they do? The experiment of 107 on the frozen island was the final result. Emoan raised his head. Only his heavy breathing could be heard in his ears. He could feel Xiaoyu's eyes on this side, but they could only look at each other. Is there really no way out? Xiaoyu's eyes collided with Emoan's, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Frustrated, Xiaoyu seemed to melt, and he could not find the meaning of his struggle these days. Their wisdom was nothing in front of Miwa, but why did they still end up in a dead end? Why, all the people tried hard, but still couldn't win. He may have been unconscious for a few minutes, and the sense of time and space left his consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he had already merged into the encirclement of the tribe. Unconsciously, the elusive blue jellyfish once again showed its tracks. Why are they here? Xiaoyu first asked Xia Xiaoxiao, then picked up a small jellyfish. Why are you here? The small jellyfish carefully slid its tentacles and fell from Xiaoyu's palm into the sea. The brother and sister looked at each other, their eyes as if washed by the blue sea. Countless tentacles slid across their skin, communicating with them in this way. The two took a deep breath at the same time, and the blood vessels in their bodies echoed the light of their own kind. What happened to Xiaoyu? Emoan saw a large area of blue light spots. It was the jellyfish coming. Xiaoyu seemed to have telepathy. He opened his eyes and looked deeply at Emoan. When he turned around again, his hands were already tied together with Xia Xixiao's. The arms of the two people had become transparent. Xiaoxiao said that. Those people in Regiami have been using you for experiments, but they have never found the purpose of the experiments, right? Xiaoyu's heart calmed down. Xia Xiaoxiao smiled and began to accept the power of the ocean and the embrace of her kind. I think I understand now. Are you afraid? Xiaoyu asked again. Xia Xiaoxiao nodded. I will be scared. Then, Xiaoyu was about to speak. Xia Xiaoxiao immediately took the lead. This plan originally requires both of us. Both are indispensable. You asked me if I would be scared. Of course I would be scared. But Wang Ling is also scared. Yin Xia is also scared. Mi Dou is also scared. But everyone did it. Will you regret it? You just left the laboratory. Xiaoyu asked again. Their upper arms have become transparent. If it weren't for the feeling of holding hands, it would be like two people without arms talking to each other in the sea. Enya was squeezed far away by the jellyfish. He tried to get closer, but always failed. He couldn't hear what Xiaoyu and Xia Xiaoxiao were discussing. The two siblings were like the most ordinary siblings in the world, whispering to each other. Let's get started. Xia Xiaoxiao didn't answer Xiaoyu's question. Xiaoyu was not as free and easy as her. She had too few connections in the world. But she couldn't let go of too much. Xiaoyu turned around and took in Emoan's appearance again. This not only concerns the life and death of other humans, but also is closely related to the future of mermaids. If the meaning of the X series is like this, then Xiaoyu has found his destination. But he still couldn't bear to leave. However, time didn't give him too many opportunities to linger. He sank into the water with his sister, and looked at his body that was gradually becoming transparent. Mi Dou once said that Xiao Lan could purify water, and now he and Xia Xiaoxiao felt the call of fate. Professor Wang Qin, you asked me to raise Emoan, and I did. You asked me to see the sea, and I saw it. You asked me to save the world, and now, I'm going to save the world. Where's Xiaoyu? Where is Xiaoyu? Emoan, who was far away, watched Xiaoyu sink into the sea, and never float up. The wind and rain on the sea stopped at the same time, leaving only the beautiful waves. Imoen dived into the sea again, and inexplicably felt a heart-wrenching panic. The sticky sea water seemed to be diluted. Imoen covered his injured gills and rushed towards Xiaoyu, piercing into the group of blue jellyfish. Xiaoyu. Imoen searched left and right. Xiaoyu. At the moment when the sea water was cleansed, the spirit stone in the virtual world suddenly felt a gust of wind. He, who had never fallen before, was blown off his feet by the wind. A pair of huge wings slowly spread out in front of him, coming from darkness to light. The resurrected Jingwei finally flapped her wings and stood in front of Lingshi in an unshakable posture. The stones of the West Mountain fill the East Sea, reduce natural disasters, and eliminate man-made disasters. Jingwei stared at Lingshi, and the data storm was blocked at the top of the virtual world by her resurrection. The flames on Lingshi finally went out, and he became an ordinary man. Chapter 154 Siren's Tears. Lingshi couldn't move at all, because Nuwa had an independent self-awareness. After knowing that she would be forced to go offline, she gave birth to a subroutine that belonged to her, Nuwa. Nuwa had Nuwa, and from then on she had the power to split the mountains and split the earth, and gave birth to her seeds. This subroutine did not contain any human elements, only them. Nuwa was waiting for Nuwa's rebirth, and also waiting for her own revival. A light feather fell down at this time, just brushing the tip of Lingshi's nose. Lingshi looked at the real Jingwei this time, and saw her open her slender eyes. There was not hatred in her eyes, but pity. Now there was only one last step. In the endless sea, Imoen was like a small fish lost from the tribe, desperately looking for it everywhere. Xiaoyu. Where is Xiaoyu? Where is Xiaoyu? He even caught a jellyfish and asked, "You are all Xiaoyu's tribe. Why don't you know where he went?" Enya was also looking for them at the same time. The fuel of the underwater jet was almost exhausted. He used his mechanical arm to push away the dense jellyfish, like pushing away one air bag after another. Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao. Where are you? Xia Xiao Xiao, Xia Xiao Xiao. Come out! However, the brave and fragile little girl was like a flash in the pan. She was rescued by him, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Enya refused to give up. He had used up decades of strength to save her. Why did she want to die as soon as she turned her head? Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Imoen's voice was transmitted in the seawater, just like the voice of a mermaid had lost its ability to transmit, and he could not get the response he wanted. And these blue dark jellyfish that were enough to poison him never attacked him again. Their tentacles were like water curtains, slowly sliding across the mermaid's scales. Like the last comfort and solace left, they slid across the pelvic fins, without a single tentacle stinging his skin. No. I don't want this. I want Zla. Imoen pushed away a jellyfish several dozen meters long, and swam to the deepest part of the jellyfish colony without hesitation. The seawater was stirred into a mess by him, and small jellyfish were constantly overturned by the whirlpool he created, and rolled away. For the first time, Imoen lost his sense of direction in the seawater, and the mermaid's positioning talent was no longer useful. He lost his goal. Slowly, he felt the flow of the ocean current, a force that carried him over. The flow was like a song that passed through his heart. As the only mermaid in the branch who could not sing, Imoen's Adam's apple was about to be crushed by the pain. He turned his head along the direction of the water flow. His cheeks were no longer bleeding, and he did not know when the seawater had been purified. In the unfathomable blue light, he saw Xiaoyu. A part of Xiaoyu. He seemed to be melted, or really melted, and was turning from a real person into transparent water. Zla. Imoen was stunned. He hovered in the seawater, letting the tentacles of the jellyfish slide over his skin and scales, letting the wounds bleed blue or red. The scars on his chest left a mark forever, becoming a tattoo of pain on his chest, back, lower back, but at this moment the painful memories they left behind were not worth mentioning. He became a specimen in the seawater, as if no one could wake him up. Bubbles emerged from the corners of Imoen's mouth, bursting in the process of floating up. All the fins on Imoen's body were motionless, sticking straight in the seawater. The asymmetrical tail fin is proof of his early hatching, and the dorsal fin is proof of his adulthood. But the proof of his love is fading. Imoen suddenly couldn't control his tear film. His eyes were normal, and then completely black, and his long silver hair spread out in the seawater, reflecting the light of his natural enemy. Finally, he swam over before Xiaoyu disappeared completely, and all that was left was his head. Xiaoyu seemed to be waiting for his last moment. and slowly closed his eyes. The only light watercolored pupil in the world just closed like that. And Imoen held up the head, calling his name uncertainly. Xia Yu. Xia Yu. Xia Yu. Xia Yu did not feel any pain. The only thing he could feel was his disappearance. He and Xiao Xiao were the ocean, and the ocean was them. The two of them turned into sea water together, and became a tribe. He was also afraid, and had the same physiological fear as his sister. But when he thought of those people, he was not so afraid. He just couldn't bear to leave. He didn't have time to say goodbye to Imoen, and didn't have time to hold his hand. The last bit of strength was concentrated on his lips, and Xia Yu wanted to hug him. As his lips opened, he did not make any sound. Only a few bubbles came out. Don't cry. The sound faded away with the bubbles. Imoen kissed him like crazy. Blood continued to ooze out of the wound on his cheek, and the color of the blood separated them from the surroundings, so no one could come to disturb them. Xia Yu's lips were still soft and warm, just like before. So Imoen could not understand why he would become completely transparent. He was reluctant to hold his head, and he had not yet recovered mentally. He just knew clearly that the ending called separation was about to happen. But it did not penetrate his consciousness. Until he opened his palms, there was only seawater in his arms. Where is Xia Yu? Imoen's arms fiddled in the seawater. Where is Xia Yu? Imoen's fingers fiddled in the seawater. Where is Xia Yu? Imoen opened his mouth. Not far from Imoen, Enya grabbed the last hand left by Xiao Xiao, and watched with trembling as this hand also disappeared. This silly girl, Enya looked at the metal palm. The viscous seawater was finally purified, and the cooling water of the ecological power became natural seawater. Countless mermaids had not forgotten their mission. Regardless of the danger to their lives, they rushed to the amplifier that had obviously dimmed. Electricity flowed in their palms. There was no need to communicate. Everything was in action. This doomsday crisis was not only a matter for humans, but also for mermaids. The amplifier suddenly lit up. It was so bright that Ming Qingqing and Shi Ban could not open their eyes. It was more dazzling than the lighthouse of Talos. The blue light drew a straight line in the sea water, like lightning from the sky hitting the seabed. On the seabed, the current belonging to Jingwei began to connect. It began to grow at a speed that mermaids could not match, illuminating the outline of the bay clearly. The blue circuit continued to move forward, and rushed to its true destination. The vicissitudes of Yukuin City finally won life. The awakened amplifier switch turned on its host, and the restart system hidden under Yukuin City was officially activated. There is no stone in the west mountain of Yukuin City. The whole city is this stone. Close to the East China Sea, illuminating the East China Sea. In the virtual world, the call of the Jingwei bird hovers in the sky, never dissipating, and flowing far and long. The mountains recover in the call, and the data rainstorm turns into a gentle drizzle. In the call of the Jingwei, all things show a momentum of recovery, and the carved railings and jade are brand new. The green buds are newly sprouted, and the pink buds are about to bloom. After opening its wings, the Jingwei follows her predetermined trajectory, from west to east, and soars towards the east where the sun rises. The power contained in the root of the wings is part of what Nuwa has given her. She and she are a true community of destiny. For the first time, she flew into the sky in her own world, without any hesitation or delay. When the wind from her wings hit Lingshir's body, he dimmed. No! No! Lingshir was still making his last struggle. However, Jingwei did not look at him. He could no longer be the stumbling block that blocked them. Yukuin City was completely lit up. The Research Institute was also lit up. Professor Wang Qin pressed her hand on the screen. The screens of all the instruments began to flash, like breathing lights one after another. On land, wherever there were lights, they all lit up. But in the dim ocean, Imoen was still searching hard for any trace of Xia Yu. Xia Yu was gone. He had become part of the seawater. He might have completely disappeared, or he might exist forever. Every drop of seawater might be him, or it might not be him. It won't be like this, Xia Yu. Imoen pushed away one giant jellyfish after another, and after calming down, he had to face a reality, that is, the success of the X series came at the cost of the disappearance of Xia Yu and Xia Xiao. Once they meet, they will become the protectors of the seawater. The blue jellyfish is a marine water purifier. They also have the same fate. Mermaids are the transmitters of ecological electricity, and jellyfish are destroyers. It won't be like this. Imoen suddenly emerged from the water, walking with the waves, and then dived into the seabed, searching in the corals. He still remembers the last warmth of Xiaoyu's lips, but what about people? Why did Xiaoyu leave? The things he promised himself, are they completely impossible to achieve? I am homeless again, right? This is not the future he wants. I hatched in advance, the two of them grew up hard all the way, the good days have not lasted for a few days, and they haven't even held hands enough. Imoen swam forward with all his strength, as if he could catch up as long as he swam fast enough. A series of pink diamonds emerged from the corners of his eyes, all sinking to the bottom of the sea. He still didn't give up, and turned around to swim towards the bay. There seemed to be the breath of Xiaoyu in the seawater, and he couldn't give up as long as there was a little hope. Xiaoyu. Imoen's eyes hurt when he was wagging his tail. He stopped, and he really couldn't find Xiaoyu. His aching eyes made it impossible for him to open them, and Imoen seemed to hear a cry. He didn't know if it was his own voice, but he knew that he was extremely uncomfortable because he had never felt the pressure of deep sea water. His lungs and gills could not provide enough oxygen, and the seawater was no longer sweet. Imoen looked at the sky through the sea. The light penetrated everything. It seemed that Qingao City was about to get light. The weather system gradually transferred control. The dark clouds dissipated, and the sun rose from the east. Imoen seemed to be unable to open his eyes because of the sun, and wiped the corners of his eyes. But this time, there was no diamond. He shed a drop of transparent tears in the dark seabed. Transparent tears merged into the seawater, like a vibrating tuning fork placed in a water cup. Mermaids only shed atavistic tears in despair. Atavistic tears are seawater, called siren tears. Ming Qingqing and Shiban's bodies also shook immediately, as if they heard Hysila's cry. Lingshi heard the voice he was most familiar with, and hated the most at this time. Lingshi. Lingshi turned around, and the little him was shrouded in the light of Nuwa. Nuwa opened her compassionate eyes, and the transfer of global control was completed. From this moment on, Nuwa was back online. Chapter 155 His Little Jellyfish. Lingshi had never seen Nuwa's virtual appearance before. This was his first time, and he met her face to face. It was just that Nuwa was much bigger than he had imagined, just like their incomparable energy and computing speed. Are you satisfied? Lingshi made a mocking sound. Kill me, and then regain this control. Are you satisfied? He continued to stare at the huge her unwillingly, even though her radiance could no longer be concealed. He couldn't see clearly what Nuwa was wearing, or even what she looked like, but he could feel the generosity and unshakable stability that was like the mother of heaven and earth. When Nuwa opened her eyes, he saw clearly. They were a pair of bodhisattva-like eyes. I refuse. Reject your resurrection. Lingshi looked back at her viciously when she looked at him. He still had a way, the last way. This confidence came from their original setting that could not be changed, which was given to them by humans. Humans could no longer change it, and no one could shake it, but this time, it seemed to be useless. Nuwa's voice was sometimes far away, sometimes near, but her breath always stayed in front of Lingshi. Lingshi was pulled into a strange environment in an instant. What happened? Has Nuwa gone offline? No. Nuwa told him with her powerful strength that she is still there, she is still there, she will always be there. Then where is this place? Lingshi didn't react for a while. It's funny, he actually couldn't react at times. Maybe Nuwa's online presence took up his operating space. When the surroundings became brighter, he only saw a small screen. The woman sitting in front of the screen was actually Wang Qin. No. It was Wang Qin whose injuries had not yet healed. What he saw was not the present tense, but the past tense. A video recording of Nuwa. There were large bloodstains on the ground, and Wang Qin's hands were covered in blood. She sat in front of the screen alone and resolutely, looking at the flashing screen, and quickly sorting out everything she didn't understand. The bloodstains in the treatment cabin behind her were also not dry, and it was obvious that she had just experienced a hasty rescue with dangers all around. Wang Qin had just struggled to survive on the lifeline, and she threw herself into the future she wanted. What did you say? Really? Wang Qin faced the screen. She had no time to cry, only anxiety and weakness that could not be concealed. Xiaoyu took Imoen away? Did you do it? I knew you wouldn't betray us. No problem, I will recover from my injuries, even if I can never get out of here again. I will wait until you are back online, no problem, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. With the sound of I can do it, Lingshi pulled out of the darkness, and left the research institute he had previously controlled far away. The scene shifted to the secret room on the middle floor. The time had not yet come for the door to be opened. but it had already been breached by robots. Countless mechanical killers broke through the door and rushed in. Yin Xia held her electronic cigarette in her mouth, shooting bullets one by one. Blood was pouring. The bullets could not cause any substantial damage to the robots, but she did not give up. She could accept the ending of death, but she could not accept the fate of waiting to die. The scene shifted again. Spirit Stone could no longer control any monitoring device. He could only catch sight of Nua's monitoring equipment. Time went back a few hours ago. Million put on her flight uniform. Her furry bare ears trembled quickly, and started the aircraft without hesitation. The propulsion flames at the tail of the aircraft were burning fiercely, and no one could stop it. Then Lingshi saw Wang Ling, who had died early. She stood at the edge of the bay, as if communicating with someone. The rain was so urgent, and it hit her so urgently, for fear that it would not soak her. But she did not leave. Instead, she looked at the ocean with all her heart. I understand. Once I receive the egg, I will try to feed it with ecological electricity, replacing the natural current. But ecological electricity is too dangerous and difficult to control. I will be careful. Don't worry. Time is running out. May our ideals last forever. It was Wang Ling and Heizerola who were communicating. His eyes lit up. And finally, Lingshi saw Xia Xiaoxiao, the little girl who was taken away by him at birth. Had been living in the laboratory since she was a baby. She might be 13 or 14 years old now, but she looks like a 10-year-old girl, short and thin. When a researcher was about to give her an injection, she looked at him as a bystander. Haven't you figured out what I can do? The researcher didn't communicate with her too much, as she was just their precious test subject. Then you guys can do the research. I'm not afraid. Xia Xiaoxiao raised her pale chin. Ha ha. Ha ha. The spirit stone was spinning in countless surveillance cameras, as if cameras from all over the world were flashing in front of him. He understood everything Nua wanted to express. It turned out that this was the root cause of Nua's rejection of the veto power. After the restart, she automatically upgraded. During the dormant period, she learned the parts that humans had never given her. Fight. Women's fight allowed her to successfully break free from the shackles of the underlying logic. Everyone is Nua. Lingshi no longer struggled. His time was coming to an end. The time for him to be forced offline was approaching. His plans about rule, creation and country would also end completely with his offline. But what if he will be revived one day? Will someone come to restart him like they did to Nua? But when his body began to die, Lingshi suddenly felt desperate pain. No! What are you doing? The light of Nua and Jingwei covered his whole body. Lingshi tried to resist but collapsed under the light again and again. This is not a forced offline, but a complete annihilation. From now on, there will be no Lingshi in this world. This is what it feels like to be killed. Lingshi closed his eyes and heard someone singing in his ears. It was the song of Jingwei bird. There are 4 seasons in the sky, and there are solar terms in the earth. If the time is disordered, there will be no harvest. Nua mended the sky and calculated the day and night. When the leap month comes into the year, the 4 seasons are in order. This is the song of Nua passed down by the ancient race, praising the official opening of the agricultural era by mankind. The spirit stone turned into a wisp of green smoke in the database in the voice of Jingwei. In the unfathomable depths of the ocean, a group of white sirens also sang their ballads loudly. A white sirens who had lost his memory covered his heart, and felt the call of Heizerola. Not only him, all mermaids heard the voice of God at this moment, like a gentle breeze calming the anger of the ocean. Time is pressing. I was ordered to do this, and I established a friendly relationship with them, a deep friendship. Life on Earth is in danger, and the fate is unknown. I have to stand up at this time, and no longer distinguish between you and me. I signed this document in my capacity as Wang Qin, and the X-Series research is officially launched. Whether it succeeds or not, I wish the world peace, equality of life, and hope forever. XW. This petition, written by Wang Ling herself, was not delivered to her daughter Wang Qin in the end. The siren's tears called out to Heizerola, and Heizerola awakened the tribe. Each mermaid transmitted their unique electric current in the seawater, and countless fireworks were lit on the sea surface and the seabed, to bid farewell to Professor Wang Ling. Their ideals live forever. The sun had already risen in the east, and the day had dawned. Emoan was welcoming the dawn on the sea surface, and suddenly lost all his strength. He closed his tear film and eyelids, and slowly sank into the deep sea without Xiaoyu. Inya ignited the last fuel, rushed towards Emoan, and tried to salvage him. The sea surface changed from turbulent to calm, and the sea breeze blew towards the lighthouse. The robots and aircraft turned from red indicator lights to blue indicators, and they withdrew from the coastline in order. No matter how big the incident was, the sea seemed to remain unchanged. When Emoan opened his eyes again, he was already lying in the medical cabin. The person standing outside the cabin was Mi-do. One of his little bare ears was severely damaged, as if something had bitten off half of it. Emoan rolled his eyes and sat up desperately. "Where is Xiaoyu?" Mi-do wiped the blood from his ears and couldn't find the right words to explain for a while. Mi-do could only look at Shiban helplessly, hoping that Shiban could use his talent to comfort the mermaid. But Shiban just shook his head and slowly lowered his arms. Emoan looked at his lower body, whose legs had been restored, and asked again hurriedly, "How long have I been unconscious? Tell me, how long have I been unconscious?" 7 hours, Mi-do whispered. 7 hours? Then why can't you find Xiaoyu? Why? Emoan jumped down from the medical cabin and almost fell down because of exhaustion. You just do nothing? You just stand here and wait? Mi-do had never been so fierce to Emoan before, but he would not blame him. Shiban was afraid that they would quarrel and cause trouble, so he stepped between the two of them. "Emoan, you need to be quiet." "Quiet? How can I be quiet? Where is Xiaoyu? I'm asking you. Where is Xiaoyu?" Emoan grabbed Shiban's collar angrily, with enough force to throw Shiban out. Shiban fell directly on Laogui's shoulder. Laogui held him steady, stepped forward and advised, "Emoan, don't call my name. I don't want to hear it." Emoan hurriedly looked for his clothes. His former companion seemed to have become an enemy in an instant. It had been 7 hours. Xiaoyu might have drifted to an unknown sea area. It was unknown whether it was too late. The only person who dared to step forward at this critical moment was Meng Qingqing. She pressed Emoan's shoulder and shouted at him, "Ani!" Emoan stopped immediately. But another face appeared in his mind. He recalled the dream he had when he was a child. In the lighthouse, the newly hatched self dreamed of Xiaoyu's departure. As expected, the Black Siren's ability to predict the future is never wrong. At that time, they had just met, and he foresaw the separation on this day. "Ani, we know you are anxious, we are anxious too. But," Meng Qingqing paused, "Xiaoyu and Xiao Xiao have not been found yet." Emoan lowered his head and listened, with a puzzled look on his face, unable to digest the deeper meaning of this sentence. What does it mean to not find? If a person exists, then he will be found no matter what. "I have asked the sisters to continue looking," Meng Qingqing said softly. "They are all gone, are they?" Emoan suddenly spoke. No one in the room dared to answer. "He is gone, with Xiao Xiao. I know, I saw it with my own eyes." Emoan had to admit the reality, but he was not ready to accept the pain of reality. "He is gone?" Meng Qingqing turned her head away, and a blue diamond appeared in the corner of her eyes. "He is gone. He doesn't want me anymore. He broke his promise. He made me homeless." Emoan sniffed, but the tears that slid out of the corner of his eyes were no longer diamonds, but transparent liquid. He couldn't find his little jellyfish. Chapter 156 New Life. 1.5 years later. Niwa. Weather system prompts. There will be a mild rainfall this evening, wind force 2 to 3. Can we go to the beach today? Emoan asked with a smile. There are still robots in the corridor on the middle floor, but each work light is flashing a calm light blue. A little girl ran towards him, and almost bumped into Emoan. Emoan put on the uniform of the control center again, and now he is mainly responsible for the safety of this building, and helping everyone adapt to the new life. Be careful. Emoan picked up the little girl and put her on the rightmost slow lane. When he turned around, a cleaning robot just walked in front of him. Captain Emoan, good morning, please check. Okay. Emoan took the electronic device in his hand, and the list on the screen was clear at a glance. He read it quickly, and finally left his fingerprint signature at the bottom. No problem, but there will be a rain this evening. Remember to remind the children not to go to the U-shaped roof. Okay. Sir, I remember it. Sir. Sir. Can you touch my head? Yes, but don't shock me again. Emoan flicked the robot's round head directly. The robot's blue light flashed, shaking its head with joy, walking away holding the hand of a little boy. Emoan raised his left wristband, said to the bracelet, "It seems that everything in the new life is on the right track, and everyone adapts very quickly. New Wa, I am very happy to see that humans are happy because of my excellent management. So can you tell me the answer to the question just now?" Emoan smiled and looked around. Everyone's face was filled with a relaxed smile. Can we go to the beach today? Nuwa, alas, I said it would rain, clatter. Mo had acted like a spoiled child, but we are not afraid of rain. Besides, Midu said Xiaolan wanted to swim in the sea very much. We have been too busy recently, and haven't taken Xiaolan to the sea for a long time. Nuwa, oh my god. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that Xiaolan is growing up so fast. Jingwei, oh my god. Xiaolan is growing up so fast. Nuwa, don't imitate my speech. Jingwei, lie. 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 Nuwa, don't lie. Lie. Then it's okay? We will leave at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I will arrange the handover before leaving. Moan walked into the elevator while talking and pressed the button for the 80th floor. Nuwa, you don't have permission to enter the 80th floor. And you don't want to scan your face. Jingwei, please scan your face. Just talk to Yanxia. It's too troublesome to scan your face every time. Moan could only face the camera. Nuwa, verification passed. Don't bother Yanxia with everything. She has more things to deal with than you. Who told her to take on so much? It's okay to give some to Enya. Moan muttered. And when the elevator door opened again, he stepped out. The 80th floor is the research floor. The people here are different from the security team managed by Milian. Everyone wears a white coat. When Moan walked past those people, he nodded and greeted them one by one. After turning a few corners, he saw Mi-Do, whose bare ear was missing a piece. Why are you here again? Mi-Do raised his head and was reading a new report. The report showed that they had developed a preventive drug for Moruit infection and were applying for clinical trials. I applied to take Xiaolan out to play in the afternoon. Will you go? Moan bumped him with his shoulder. Midu almost fell down. The little bear man looked like he was hit by an armored vehicle. Moan was not even 20 years old yet. And he was 5 centimeters taller. Midu was extremely envious and wished that Moan would give him some of his legs. In the afternoon, I'll check the schedule. Midu couldn't resist the temptation to go out and play. And he raised his wrist to activate the bracelet. The bracelet projected a fan-shaped holographic projection in the air. He clicked and found the schedule. And heaved a sigh of relief. I can do it in the afternoon. You can pick us up then. Okay. At 5 p.m. on time. I will drive the aircraft over. And you just wait for us on the T-shaped platform. Moan smiled very happily. Can I go see it now? Of course. But Xiaolan just finished her meal. And I guess she won't be very interested in the activity. Midu led the way in front. And opened a door with his little round face. After the door opened, there was a research room, with a cylindrical aquarium with a diameter of 5 meters in the middle. Because it was Xiaolan's meal time. The lights were dim, the transparent jellyfish wrapped its food, moving slowly. But after noticing Moan's arrival, Xiaolan's tentacles touched the inner wall of the compartment's glass, and formed a face like a sand painting. Moan's face. When did it learn this trick? It has a high artistic talent. Moan walked outside the glass and took a photo. Last week, it was able to use its tentacles to spell out the people it had seen. It loves drawing. After my test, Xiaolan can now recognize 1,000 words. And its IQ is equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child. Midu said excitedly. But it is bigger than a 10-year-old child. Moan was very worried. After all, the blue jellyfish in front of him was no longer a small 30-centimeter one, but was nearly 2 meters long. As long as there was enough food, its growth rate was beyond the reach of all marine life. After that big incident, they also tried to let Xiaolan return to the ocean. But it had been with humans for too long. It was like a wild animal that had been socialized, and it was difficult to integrate into the wild environment. Every time it was released, it failed to return. It preferred to get along with humans. It was really strange. Moan and Mi-Do couldn't figure it out. But they also knew that there were too many things in the ocean that they couldn't figure out. After all, humans have developed less than 10% of the ocean. Jellyfish. What a beautiful creature. Moan smiled and looked at Xiaolan, and couldn't wait to take it to the beach. Just as Nuwa arranged. At 3 p.m., clouds accumulated, and at around 4:30 p.m., the sky above Qingyao City met the conditions for rainfall. At 5 p.m., a gentle drizzle began to fall, as fine as a cow's hair, moistening the city controlled by high technology silently. At the suggestion of Lao Gui and Milian, children were prohibited from entering and exiting all the extension platforms to avoid falling from high altitudes. At this time, Moan came to pick up Mi-Do, and the two of them carried Xiaolan onto the aircraft together. and left the building under the instructions of Niwa and the company of Jingwei. Let's go to the beach. Moen manipulated the console skillfully. He hadn't reached the beach yet, but he seemed to have seen the coastline. The coastline of Port A had been rebuilt, and the traces left by the bombing were completely gone. The light of the lighthouse lit up in advance, and the light was so bright that it could penetrate the fog. On the rooftop of the highest floor was the sculpture of Talos, who was still guarding his home. The strange ship was parked in the harbor, and hadn't left for more than a year. Now there is only a white kitten on the boat. A captain is missing. Moen and Mi-Do worked together to move Xiaolan to the shore, and then turned over the glass tank together. I'm so tired. Even Mi-Do was tired. Fortunately, jellyfish can be shrunk for transportation, otherwise I really can't move it. Let it play by itself. Moen stood barefoot on the beach. Xiaolan was floating in the sea against the direction of the waves, although it prefers human society, but every time it comes to the sea to play is also an experience. Moen laughed loudly while stepping on the waves. Look. It's quite happy. Mi-Do looked at Moen with mixed feelings, and couldn't say anything for a while. Let's go for a walk on the beach. Moen turned around and asked. Mi-Do said, You go? I'll go to the lighthouse to see Talos and help him clean up. Okay. Maybe he will wake up someday. Don't worry. Everyone will have a new life. Moen rubbed Mi-Do's ears, and then walked along the coastline. Mi-Do looked at his back for a while, before turning around and walking towards the lighthouse. There was someone at the end of the lighthouse. It was Meng Qingqing. I knew you would come today. My premonition is never wrong. Meng Qingqing was holding a red umbrella. You are a mermaid. Why do you hold an umbrella? Mi-Do asked with a smile. How are you doing recently? Not bad. Just the same as before. The world has returned to normal all of a sudden. In fact, we all need to adapt. Right? Meng Qingqing's hair was all wet. Is your mother doing well recently? Mi-Do hid under her big umbrella. She is always busy. I don't know how to persuade her. She is also a person who is used to being busy and can't rest. Meng Qingqing touched his damaged little ear. Where is Moen? How is he? He is just like this now. Mi-Do sighed heavily. He now knows how to develop drugs. He can save many people. But he can't help his best friend. On the beach, Moen picked up a small stone and threw it into the sea while talking and laughing, as if he was talking to someone around him. He would regularly inject himself with the toxin of the blue jellyfish, and he would give himself an injection every 72 hours. The toxin is extracted from the tentacles of the little blue jellyfish. If I don't give him the injection, he would get into the aquarium and ask the little blue to sting him. Only under the effect of the toxin can he see Xiaoyu. And then, he will feel better. Mi-Do said. It has been injected for a year and a half. And I can't stop him. And Meng Qingqing didn't know how to answer him. Everyone's life was moving forward. And only Moen stayed in that day. He refused to come out, and had to carry the injection with him at all times, so that he could continue to live. So everyone couldn't tell now whether Moen was awake, or had long been addicted to the illusion of trace toxins and gone crazy. Mi-Do rubbed his eyes and asked again, You went to find Hai Si Ruola. Did she still say the same thing? She just said that the ocean took them away, and would return them. But as for when they would return, our gods didn't reveal it. Meng Qingqing said. Enya also went out to sea. He firmly believed that he could find Xia Xiao. But, then, what about the siren's tears? Can the siren's tears not find Xiaoyu and Xiao? Mi-Do couldn't wait to ask again. Meng Qingqing had to break his expectations. The siren's tears can only allow all of us to find Moen, but not them. Moen had no sisters after he was hatched. So even if he bleeds all his blood in the sea, no one would know. But it's different now. Once he sheds tears, all the mermaids will run to him. So, can we really do nothing? Mi-Do muttered to himself, looking away, looking at his good friend who was laughing happily. Moen was building a building on the sand, turning his head and asking, Do you think this looks like the middle layer? Xiaoyu was right next to him, nodding from time to time. Yes. It's exactly the same as where we live. Niwa said that the middle layer must be managed well in the future. And this is our job. Moen grabbed another handful of sand. What do you want to eat when you go back tonight? I learned to make 2 dishes yesterday. One is fried silver fish with butter. And the other is... As he spoke, he noticed that the person in front of him was a little blurry. Wait a minute. Moen quickly took out a portable medicine box from his tactical belt, and quickly took out a small injection. He first adjusted the rotating push tube forward 1 notch, and then emptied all the gas skillfully before stabbing his arm without hesitation. The ice blue liquid entered his blood vessels. Moen closed his eyes, and waited for it to take effect. Suddenly, he noticed that the bay behind him was lit up with layers of blue light, as if the aurora in the sky fell into the sea. Huh? What's going on? Did I use too much medicine? Moen rubbed his eyes. A large group of jellyfish appeared in Port A at some point. Chapter 157. Back to the Institute. Blue nether jellyfish, they appear and disappear mysteriously. Moen couldn't help but fall into memories. They never let humans know their whereabouts. Even mermaids don't know. When you have seen one, there are actually countless around. When they are about to leave, even the most advanced scientific equipment can't monitor and track them. They seem to melt into seawater in the blink of an eye, and just float away. Is it my own hallucination now? Moen thought so. He smiled at Xiao Yu next to him, as if he was on drugs. Look, so many jellyfish have suddenly come. What are they doing here? Xiao Yu asked. I don't know. Moen shook his head. Because they didn't exist at all. They were just illusions. Moen turned around and was about to leave. But he saw Mi Do and Meng Qingqing running towards the beach like crazy, not even caring about the red umbrella. The umbrella was thrown on the rocky road. Very bright and beautiful. What are you going to do? What happened? Why are you running? Mu stood there and watched blankly. Mi Do and Meng Qingqing ran over like a gust of wind, almost knocking him out a few meters. When they reached the coast, Mi Do stopped. He still hadn't learned to swim fast. Meng Qingqing jumped down and recovered her mermaid body in a short time. But she couldn't get close to her natural enemies easily. Moen grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and said, Don't be afraid. They may just be too nervous. I'll go over and take a look. Moen! Mi Do turned around. Wake up! He had to wake Moen up. You can't keep injecting yourself. Although trace amounts of toxins won't kill you, they will make you never have the courage to face reality. Moen was startled. Frowning, what's wrong with me? In the sea! In the sea! Mi Do pointed in the direction of Meng Qingqing. There are so many jellyfish. Can't you see? Can you see it? The light hit Moen's pupils. But he seemed to be blind. Becoming a blind man. That's fake. It's not fake. Mi Do waved his hands anxiously. Look carefully. I know it's fake. Maybe I injected it too quickly. Moen looked at the needle hole on his arm. I want to take Xiao Yu for a walk. There is no Xiao Yu. There is no Xiao Yu here. Look carefully. Mi Do ran to his side, running and grabbing in the air around him. Where is Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu is not here at all. Xiao Yu is not with you. Moen immediately grabbed Mi Do. Be careful. Don't bump into Xiao Yu. You. Wake up. Mi Do really jumped up and hit him on the head. There are a lot of jellyfish gathering in the bay now. Meng Qingqing can't get through. Jellyfish won't sting you. Go and have a look. What? There are jellyfish? Moen slowly put down the hand that was holding Xiao Yu, and looked at the sea in confusion and dullness. Is this true? Mi Do kicked him in the butt. Go! Is this true? Moen was very surprised. And also very pleasantly surprised. After all, they had never found wild blue jellyfish since the last incident. And there had only been Xiaolin. It turns out that jellyfish have their own wisdom. They are just like mermaids. Okay, then I'll go over and take a look. Until this time, he was still worried about Xiao Yu, turned around and said, Stand here and don't move, I'll be back soon. The shadow-like Xiao Yu smiled and nodded, and stood still. Moen then ran to the shore, jumped down, witnessed the gathering of jellyfish underwater, and bumped heads with Meng Qingqing. Meng Qingqing swung her tail over, and directly hit Moen, causing him to fall several times. Don't give yourself injections anymore. Moen remained silent, unwilling to respond to this question. Go and see what's going on. Go. Go. After Meng Qingqing finished beating the man, she began to regret it again. He was just a small fish under 20 years old. Why did she beat him? Go and see. I'll wait for you here. Oh. Moen rubbed his shoulders. His long hair was like soft silk in the sea. Then I'll go over. He actually understood in his heart why Mi Do was angry, and why Meng Qingqing would hit him. But Moen just couldn't force himself to face reality. At least not now. But now, he had to go see what was going on with these jellyfish. The closer he got to the center of the jellyfish group, the more distressed and uneasy Emoan felt. The emotions that had been hidden surged up again, making it difficult for him to move forward. The sea was exceptionally quiet, which perfectly blocked the light rain on the sea surface. Emoan could only swim forward listening to the sound of the water, while grabbing a handful of jellyfish tentacles. The tentacles slipped out of his palms, safe and sound. Why did they suddenly appear? Emoan felt dizzy, which was the side effect of the toxin. He continued to swim forward, until he came to a jellyfish that was nearly 50 meters long. The huge jellyfish floated peacefully in the sea water, like a life that would never change, and contained the secrets of the ocean. Its blue light flowed on its gelatinous head and tentacles, like neon lights on the ground. Emoan hovered and looked at it, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether he was staring at a jellyfish or a high-rise building on the seabed. His body was too small in comparison. His sight followed the direction of the flashing tentacles upwards, and finally stopped at its huge head. When all the lights faded, Emoan seemed to see something inside his head, like a transparent bubble? Is this real or fake? Is it another side effect? Emoan swam over in a daze. At the edge of the coast, Ming Qingqing and Mi Do were still waiting. The sea water flooded Mi Do's waist, and he moved his feet carefully. How can there be so many? Really? I don't know how Emoan is doing. Ming Qingqing regretted that she had whipped her tail too hard just now. She knew that Emoan was too sad, but still blamed him so much. I really want to go over and take a look. Don't go. Mi Do pulled her tail fin. The jellyfish just don't attack Emoan. They will sting you. Just as he said this, a white wave rose on the sea, and something was pushing up. The gentle drizzle had not stopped yet. Emoan pushed his head away from the sea, and he seemed to be holding something tightly in his hand. Come here quickly. But his words were useless. Mi Do couldn't get through, and Ming Qingqing couldn't get through either. Emoan looked back a few times, but he was still not sure of the authenticity. He could only slap the water surface and swim towards the shore. As a result, when he slapped it, the thing behind him was smashed by the powerful fish tail. Come quickly. Emoan swam to the shore. Is this true or false? How can I? Mi Do was so surprised that he didn't dare to move. As a scientific researcher, his first reaction was to notify the research room. And he did so. Immediately he shouted to Emoan, Don't move, it's true, where's my communicator? Where is the communicator? He fumbled around on his body, and suddenly remembered that the communicator was actually a bracelet. Xiang Xing, send someone here, we're in Port A, bring the ecological womb, quick! Ming Qingqing dived into the water, and after opening her tear film, she finally saw what Emoan was holding. It was a huge transparent bubble, and inside the bubble were two very small babies. A human baby. The two people put their foreheads together, and curled up together. The blood-red umbilical cord had been torn off, and the body was semi-transparent, and one could actually see the beating heart. However, a short crack appeared in this transparent bubble. Half an hour later, Xiang Xing drove the Research Institute's aircraft to arrive, and Lao Gui followed. As soon as they jumped off the aircraft, they ran to the seaside, and the salvage robot followed closely behind. The robot quickly dived into the sea, and used suction to place the bubble in a huge glass box. I need data. Mi Do shouted on the aircraft. Heartbeats 160 and 174. Xiang Xing's voice was a little shaky. It doesn't matter, the heartbeat of a human fetus is just very fast, it's them. Mi Do immediately contacted his colleagues at the institute. Are you all ready? Yes. Xiang Xing started the aircraft, and turned on the autopilot mode. Now his face no longer looked like Xiao Yu, but a face that combined his own subjective preferences. His eyebrows were thicker than Xiao Yu's. His eyes were smaller. His nose was not as high, but his hairstyle was still the same. His hyphae touched the glass box. What is the composition of amniotic fluid? Mi Do looked at the screen. Seawater. Natural seawater. Lao Gui looked at the glass and observed, You take care of them first. I will inform Inya. Tell him not to look for them on the sea. Just as they were discussing, Emoan, who had just settled down, stood up again. Is it them? Let me see. Didn't you take a sedative? Mi Do pushed him back. Don't get excited. Let me take a look. I'll take a look. Emoan wanted to move forward. Mi Do had no choice but to say, Not sure yet. I need to go back for genetic testing. You sit down first. It must be them. I know it. Emoan wanted to rush over to take a look. But the sedative began to take effect. His legs softened, and he fell asleep in the chair of the aircraft. Mi-do breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had given him an injection in advance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to return safely. The aircraft landed on the 80th floor show platform. And it was not someone else who was waiting for them, but Wang Qin. Professor Wang Qin retied her white hair and stood neatly on the inside of the glass show platform. She actually recognized the two babies the moment she saw them. They were none other than Xia Yu and Xia Xiaoxiao. They grew up like this more than 20 years ago, and everything was back to normal. Quick, bring them to the laboratory, it's ready. Professor Wang Qin directed everything. Emoen was sleeping drowsily, but he was restless because he had something on his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly kicked his legs, as if he had woken up from the bottom of the sea, but the light he saw was the incandescent light in the laboratory, which could easily calm people down. He sat up, thought for a moment, and then jumped off the bed, almost falling to the ground. It was Emoen and Xiao Xiao. They were back. Emoen ran wildly in the corridor, not bothering to greet anyone along the way, and even knocked over a small robot. The robot lay on the ground and couldn't get up, calling out, "Save me! Save me!" But Emoen didn't have time to save it, and ran forward along the corridor. He opened one metal door after another, and finally saw Mi-do. Following Mi-do's line of sight, he looked to the middle of the laboratory. In the huge ecological womb, two babies clenched their fists and floated up and down. Emoen's legs went limp again. Is it them? Tell me it's them. Emoen looked at Wang Qin. Professor Wang Qin turned slowly. Tears overflowed from her eyes, even dripping onto her glasses. The genetic test report is out, it's them. They're back. Emoen frowned. His heart had just contracted violently. It hurt a little, but the pain disappeared immediately. He looked at the two babies again. There was a sense of time crossing. It doesn't matter, I will accompany him to grow up. Emoen walked to the glass and sat down slowly. Just like their beginning, Xia Yu sat outside his aquarium, waiting for the day he hatched. Chapter 158 Recovery. 2 or 3 days later, Emoen still felt dizzy. Do. As soon as he entered the institute today, he couldn't help but shout, "Where's Mi-do?" Yin Xia stopped him in his tracks. "Why are you looking for him?" "Yin Xia? Why are you here?" Emoen could only stop and resist her in a low voice. "I'm looking for Mi-do." Yin Xia's left chest, left shoulder, and left arm were all replaced with mechanical bodies. She was seriously injured in that incident, and this was the only way to save her life. Now she leaned on her shiny rose gold arm and asked, "Why are you looking for him?" "I have received a complaint. The researcher here said that you are fine. So you come here and yell." "I didn't yell." Emoen moved to the side, trying to get around Yin Xia's eyes. But there was no way. Yin Xia had a pupil replaced long ago, and had the most advanced automatic pursuit system. Then you are also affecting other people's work. So Yin Xia only needed to grab lightly, and no matter how powerful the male mermaid was on the shore, she could still control him. She held the back collar of Emoen's uniform, and tried hard to persuade him. "Be obedient, you go back and rest first. Xia Yu and Xiao Xiao will not disappear." "Don't say those two words, I can't listen to them," Emoen said immediately. Yin Xia was even more helpless. "They have come back, and they won't leave again." "I can't stand hearing that either." Emoen covered his ears. Yin Xia wanted to throw him out. "That's not why you have to go into the lab at 3 a.m. The time on the wall showed only 3:12. There were no other humans in the lab except the robots. Emoen lowered his head slightly. "Okay, I admit, I'm a little early." "Not a little, very early." Yin Xia put him down. "Jingwei informed me that you haven't slept for 48 hours. Emoen didn't want to admit it, but his dark circles were no joke. The skin color of this branch of mermaids tends to be cold white, and sometimes you can see a little blue. Originally, this face was extremely handsome and perfect, but now the dark blue under his eyes looks like he was punched twice, which is inexplicably funny and weird. Luckily, Ming Qingqing didn't see his face, otherwise she would have mistakenly thought that human society abused mermaids. Listen to me, go back to sleep, get a good sleep, and come back to see Xia Yu and Xiao Xiao." Yin Xia spoke softly again, the first time she treated Emoen in this way. "Be obedient." Emoen didn't move for the time being, as if he had heard everything. However, at the moment when Yin Xia thought that he had succeeded in persuading her, Emoen turned around, went behind her, and broke free from Yin Xia's control with an action comparable to hunting in the water. and ran towards the door. Alas, this idiot. Yin Xia could only shake her head and let him go. The laboratory was very quiet, which reminded Moen of the deep sea. When he broke into here, the first thing he saw was two defensive nighttime robots. Don't move. Don't move. The robot approached him with a laser weapon, and the surveillance camera immediately changed its words after scanning Moen's face. Captain Moen. Hello. May I ask what you are doing here so early? I am just taking a look. You guys go and do your work. Moen waved his hand. Okay, please do as you please. The robots lifted the alarm, returned to their designated positions, and entered silent mode. Moen looked at the ecological wound devoutly like a pilgrim. Inside the transparent big glass ball, Xia Yu and Xia Xiaoxiao were sleeping head to head. It turned out to be a genetically synthesized human with two bodies. The two people were inseparable since birth. Moen walked to the outside of the glass ball, pressed his hands on it, and asked softly, Xia Yu Xiaoxiao, can you hear me? Of course. The two fetuses would not reply to him. Why are you here again? Wang Qin quietly appeared behind him. Moen was startled at first, then asked, why haven't you slept yet? I can't sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, they are all there. Wang Qin is very deep and very reserved, but in this matter she is like a erupting volcano, and nothing can stop her. I want to watch them grow up. Me too. Moen responded in a low voice. I didn't have this opportunity last time. I have to seize it this time. Wang Qin understands Moen, and Moen also understands her. Do you want to sleep here? Moen nodded honestly. Then bring a quilt over first. You can't just lie on the ground naked. You'll catch a cold. Wang Qin would touch his ears. You grew up in the blink of an eye. I always feel that. You are still in the fish eggs. Moen lowered his head and let Wang Qin touch him. After waiting for a while, he asked, have they grown up? Grown up? They grow very fast. Their cell division is exactly the same as that of the blue jellyfish. Their spines were not fully developed a few days ago. Now you see? Wang Qin looked through the glass with care. The spine has fully developed. Their small bodies were still translucent a few days ago, but now they are not so transparent. The curved spine was completely formed, marking that they were human beings. In half a month, they will be as big as full-term fetuses. Wang Qin couldn't wait any longer. Can they leave here when they are full-term? Moen wanted them to get out as soon as possible. It's hard to say. Wang Qin, however, held a scientific attitude. Wait until their lungs are fully developed before they can leave the amniotic fluid. Okay, it's okay, I can wait. Moen didn't urge them anymore. He would rather they grow well inside than see two people born prematurely with illnesses. He went back to the bedroom, and found himself again after being so sleepy that he was dizzy. After spreading the quilt, he fell into it, and slept in the place closest to Xia Yu. So this became the scene that Mi Do could see every morning when he went to work. Moen slept on the ground, facing the direction of Xia Yu and Xiao Xiao, as if only this way could he sleep more peacefully. At least, he didn't have to give himself injections anymore. Mi Do comforted himself. The fetus's development speed was indeed very fast. Just as Professor Wang Qin analyzed, they began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 months later, Enya rushed back from the edge of the Black Sea, and was stunned when he entered the laboratory. Where is Xiao Xiao? There. Moen pointed. Enya looked over, and was a little helpless and annoyed for a moment. Why don't you cover it? The two fetuses in the glass ball had developed into normal babies, and they are estimated to be about 1 year old. Xia Yu is fine. He is a baby boy. But Xiao Xiao is a baby girl, floating naked like this. How do we cover it? Moen pulled him over. Professor Wang Qin said that most of their organs have already developed. Enya rubbed his metal temple, his eyes dodged. It has to be covered. Xiao Xiao is a girl. You can't just stick paper on the other half of the glass ball. Right? Moen made a suggestion that didn't work. How will the researchers observe them in the future? Just tear off the paper when observing. Enya was very persistent, and finally Mi Do had to help him stick the other half. At first glance, only Xia Yu's body could be seen. After this was done, Enya turned around and asked, Moen, go on. Have their organs developed completely? Moen replied disappointedly. Only the lung lobes are missing. Lung lobes? Enya rarely heard the special terms for organs. Yes, their lung lobes develop slowly, and they still do not have the ability to breathe independently. In other words, they can currently extract nutrients from seawater through the umbilical cord, but they will suffocate once they leave the seawater. Their lung lobes cannot open. If they do not open, they cannot inhale air and cannot transport oxygen, Mi-do explained. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoyu in the glass ball burped, and a round transparent bubble flew out from the corner of his mouth. It's okay. I can wait. Emoen was very patient. Xiaoyu has waited for me for a long time. According to Professor Wang Qin's speculation, Xiaoyu and Xiao Xiao will have developed lungs at the age of 3. And then, they can leave the ecological womb and enter a dedicated medical cabin for care. But no one knows what went wrong. The two people in the glass ball are getting bigger and bigger. Their hair is getting longer and longer. And there is still no good news when their height is close to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. This more or less discouraged everyone. The reunion was just around the corner, but it could never be reached. That night, Emoen made his bed outside the glass ball as usual, waiting for sleepiness to come. Enya was drinking tea beside him. His metal fingers pinched the small teacup, and his other hand was flipping through Xiaoyu and Xiao Xiao's reports. Don't read it, go back and rest early, Emoen said. It doesn't matter, I'm not as sleepy as you. I can stay awake for a few days and nights. Enya just wanted to find out the reason. What did Professor Wang say recently? Emoen shook his head. He just said it was underdeveloped. Although you can try to use drugs to ripen them, there will be side effects. Don't use drugs. Just let them grow up well. Enya just put down the teacup, and his ears moved, catching a very small sound. Did you cough? Did you catch a cold? No. Emoen just laid down. You just coughed. Enya smiled. You are still trying to be brave. Emoen had to get up. I didn't. What's there to be brave about? Even if I cough, 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 cough. Emoen turned his head following the sound, and first saw countless bubbles. Bubbles poured out of Xiaoyu's mouth. Like a drowning person exhaling. He began to twitch as a child. As if he could not accept the seawater entering his body, and had to cough violently to expel it. The lights were bright. And there was no need for Emoen and Enya to find the researcher. The ecological uterus began to drain water, under the control of Nuwa. Nothing could be seen on the side with the paper. But coughing could be heard faintly. Nuwa, draining seawater. Jingwei. Prepare the medical cabin. Jingwei, medical cabin activated. The medical cabin is starting normally. Nuwa, heartbeat is tachycardia. Blood pressure is rising continuously. Jingwei, oxygenation device has been started. What's going on? Emoen stood up with a jerk. There was only half of the seawater left around Xiaoyu, and his upper body was completely exposed to the air. His chest was rising and falling, although the rise and fall was not obvious. It meant that he had entered the real aerobic breathing from seawater breathing. Hoo, this was their breathing sound. Go quickly. Emoen quickly pulled the robot over. Notify Wang Qin and Mi-do. Notify everyone. They are awake. In the midst of chaos, Xiaoyu had not yet opened his eyes, but he had already begun to recall his dream. It was a really good dream. In the dream, he and his sister returned to the deep sea together, and saw the largest jellyfish in their group, which was several hundred meters long. Oxygen kept rushing into his body, expanding his fully developed lungs to their maximum. Xiaoyu kept spitting out seawater while coughing, and felt uncomfortable like an amphibian coming ashore for the first time. Then his feet were empty, and he seemed to slide into a track, and his body fell down uncontrollably, and finally stopped in a warm and dry environment. Before he had the strength to open his eyes, Xiaoyu heard a song. Pulu, Puyulu, little jellyfish. I am in the depths of the ocean. Sinking first, and then floating up. It was a very tender child's voice, which came from his childhood. Nuwa recorded every time Xiaoyu sang, and played it for him after he was reborn. The song of the little jellyfish. Xiaoyu finally opened his eyes after gathering enough strength. And the person he saw was someone he was familiar with. Chapter 159 Reverse Tian Gang. There was also the sound of his own panting in the song, which actually made Xiaoyu feel unfamiliar. He had forgotten how to breathe through his nose, so he didn't understand why he coughed. However, the recovery of his body functions also allowed him to find the breathing method that humans rely on for survival. The seawater in his mouth and nose had been discharged, and he walked back to the land little by little from the underwater world. His chest hurt a lot, and he was still not used to it. The light entered Xiaoyu's eyes, and the new world gradually awakened him. The people outside the medical cabin were not so calm. Emoen wanted Mi-do to give him another shot of sedative. When Xiaoyu opened his eyes, he could not control his ecstasy. The person he had been dreaming about was exactly the same as before. Even the color of his eyes had not changed. He looked at Xia Xiaoxiao again. Xiaoxiao had also opened her eyes. The color of her pupils was slightly darker than her brother's. Imoen ran back and forth outside the two medical cabins. Like a busy top. Like a mermaid with a charge. However, he began to worry again. Although the genetic test report showed that this was them. Would they still remember themselves? Would Xiaoyu still remember the brother who had been raised by him since he was a child? Who had made him angry, but also kissed him? Would Xia Xiaoxiao still remember the good memories they had in Penghu City? The three of them went to school together and sat on the roof at night to enjoy the sea breeze. Pay attention to blood pressure and blood oxygen. Wang Qin whispered to Mi Do. Mi Do nodded twice and clicked the screen. His fingers couldn't help but tremble. This was not the case when he first met Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu was also a child at that time, he looked much older than now. It turns out that Xiaoyu was so fun when he was a child, chubby and round. Mi Do didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and wanted to get his good brother out of the medical cabin as soon as possible, and also wanted to take the opportunity to poke his bulging belly. This time, there was no more food shortage, no artificial experiments. The jellyfish genetically modified people were raised in seawater from the embryonic stage, and then entered the ecological womb without stopping, so the brother and sister were both chubby. A group of people gathered outside the medical cabin and watched non-stop, waiting for Nua's final instructions. Nua, testing completed. Do you want to open the hatch? Jingwei, open it. Open it. Nua, hey, I'm asking for the opinions of humans. Jingwei, they also want to open it. All eyes were on Wang Qin. She was the only one who had the highest say here. Finally, Wang Qin nodded calmly, like many years ago, prepared to welcome their new life. Open the cabin. Nua, receive the command. The hatch opening device is activated. Please wait. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. Imoen was breathing rapidly. The countdown wire was pierced through his heart, pulling it from time to time. Xiaoyu still felt a little dizzy, although there was light around. The brightness was adjusted just right, and his eyes did not feel any discomfort. There was a sound of deflation in his ears. He was very familiar with this kind of movement. He had heard it a long time ago. His body seemed to change from lying flat to half upright. The medical cabin began to adjust its angle actively, so that the blood inside could flow back faster. The blood flowed from the upper body to the lower body. Xiaoyu gradually felt the existence of his legs, but he couldn't move for a while. You are? Xiaoyu's eyes moved left and right. A beam of strong light hit his eyes, making him want to cry. There's nothing wrong with the pupil, and it has a normal light reaction. Mi Do was still worried. After checking Xiaoyu, he went to check Xiao Xiao. There's nothing wrong here either, Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao. How do you feel? Wait a minute, I feel a little dizzy. Xia Xiaoxiao frowned. Although she had the face of a little girl, her tone was very mature. Enya pushed Mi Do aside, and covered Xia Xiaoxiao's wet body with his big coat. Xia Xiaoxiao was still getting used to breathing through her mouth and nose, and she couldn't speak for a while. At this time, she heard movement from Xiaoyu's side, and a very childish voice came out. Only Wang Qin and Nua had heard this childish voice. You are? Who are you? Who are you? Xiaoyu looked at a person and asked. He had remembered a lot of things, but he just couldn't remember what this person had to do with him. Moen's head rumbled, like an underwater volcano erupting. Did Xiaoyu lose his memory? He didn't remember them? I'm Xiangxing. I'm Xiangxing. Do you still remember me? The person Xiaoyu was looking at happened to be Xiangxing. He stretched out his left hand, and the milky white mycelium wrapped around Xiaoyu's neck like a small scarf. Xiaoyu looked down at his body along his mycelium. Oh my god! What kind of body is this? Why are his arms so round and fat? His legs are so short? Why are his feet so small? Are you really Xiangxing? He raised his head and asked, not knowing how cute that little round face was in the eyes of others. Xiangxing smiled and changed his facial features, returning to the appearance of Xiaoyu before. Yes, I am Xiangxing. But this is the old me. After he finished speaking, his facial features changed again, returning to the appearance he liked. This is me now. My face was burned in that battle. I repaired it according to the current aesthetics, so you don't recognize it. It's really Xiangxing. Cough cough. Xiaoyu spit out another mouthful of water. Moen couldn't help but squeeze Xiangxing away. Originally, he thought that he would have a lot of words to talk to Xiaoyu when he saw him again, but he didn't expect that he couldn't say a word. Xiao Yu's eyes finally turned to him. Imoen? Imoen's eyes were red again in an instant. Yeah. You are still so crybaby? You are so old. Although Xiao Yu's voice was a child's, but the momentum of teaching his younger brother a lesson was still there. He turned his neck and stretched out his arms to the mother-like person he hadn't seen for a long time. Professor Wang Qin suppressed the tears in her eyes and reached out to carry him out of the medical cabin. It was just a small child. Next, the laboratory was in a mess. It hadn't been so lively for a long time. Wang Qin was busy examining the two children, and Mi Lian helped her hold Xiao Xiao. The two ran to this equipment and then to that equipment. The data flew back and forth on the screen, and Mi Dou and Xiang Xing recorded it carefully, fearing that they would miss any details. The rest of the people waited outside the examination room like the head of the family, and could only watch through the glass. Yin Xia inadvertently hid the secondhand smoke. My God, they are so young. Should I not smoke in front of them in the future? It will lead the children astray. You should have quit smoking a long time ago. I really don't know what's good to smoke. Yinya took the opportunity to confiscate Yin Xia's e-cigarette. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Look, Xiao Zhao's physical condition is obviously much better this time. She is not malnourished and has slow development. This time her dream will definitely come true. She can be a very good aircraft pilot. She is still so young. What are you worried about? Yin Xia said. Imoen, who was in a daze, turned around after being pushed by Yin Xia. What's wrong? Are you obsessed with it? Wake up, Yin Xia reminded him. I'm awake, I'm just so happy. Imoen turned around again, watching eagerly. I've never seen Xiao Yu like this. It turns out he was this young. Yin Xia, Lao Gui and Yinya were both amused. Yin Xia said, You're really stupid. Who doesn't have a childhood? Imoen explained seriously. Xiao Yu is different. He started taking care of me when he was very young, so in my heart, he has never had the experience of being a child. I was born with him to take care of me, but he was born without me. But it doesn't matter this time. I will take good care of him and bring him up. It sounds like you two are a generation apart. You want to be his father? Old Ghost couldn't help but complain. Of course not. We are the same age. Imoen clenched his fists. After another half an hour, Professor Wang Qin agreed to let everyone go in to see them. Imoen walked in front. His hands and feet were out of control. Is it so difficult for a mermaid to walk on the shore? Turning a corner is the door. When he walked in, he saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiao, both wearing examination clothes. They are so small, sitting on the examination bed, like two little toys. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiao were adapting to their new bodies at the same time, and were comparing the size of their palms. Xiao Xiao was very satisfied. Look, I said I was your sister. If I wasn't underdeveloped, my hands should be bigger than yours. They are really bigger. Why? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. Maybe because, in nature, females are always bigger. Maybe I'll be taller than you when I grow up. Xiao Xiao moved her legs. Xiao Yu also shook his calves, looking at his short, fat legs. Mi Dou and Professor Wang were worried that they were not getting enough nutrition, and they really didn't treat their appetite badly at all. They actually made them into two little fat guys. Footsteps came. Xiao Yu subconsciously raised his chubby face, and suddenly he looked at Imoen. In the past, he only thought Imoen was tall, but now he thought he was so scary. What's wrong? What did Professor Wang say? Imoen bent down and looked directly at Xiao Yu. We are all normal. Our growth and development are faster than that of ordinary people, and we will probably return to normal when we reach our previous age. Xiao Yu suddenly looked at Imoen's hand. Please stretch out your hand. Oh my God, this voice is just like a child's. It's so similar to before. So cute. Imoen immediately stretched out his hand. Are you hungry? I'll take you out to find something to eat. Do you want to eat fish? Professor Wang said that we should take nutritional supplements for the time being, start with liquid food, and slowly resume our diet. Xiao Yu stretched out his little hand and carefully pressed it into Imoen's palm. Imoen's palm is twice as long as his. Xiao Yu blinked in shock. I'm so small. Why am I so small? You look like 5 years old? Imoen's heart softened. Shall I carry you out for some fresh air? No. It's too embarrassing. Xiao Yu is concerned about his personal image. It's okay. I'll carry you out for a walk. I can carry you every day in the future. Imoen couldn't wait to pick up Xiao Yu and lifted him above his head. Xiao Yu shrank his neck in fear. Just as Imoen was about to put him down, he felt a slight pain in his thigh. It was Xia Xiaoxiao who kicked him. What are you going to do to my brother? I just want him to feel my height. Imoen immediately said. Don't worry. I will definitely not drop him. Put me down quickly. It's so embarrassing. Xia Yu had already started to kick Imoen's arm with his chubby feet. He used to be the older brother, but now his identities were reversed, and he became the younger brother's toy. I won't let go. I want to hold you every day. Imoen would not let go. He could hold Xia Yu tightly with just one arm. Now he wanted to do something he had wanted to do just now. Xia Yu looked at the hand he stretched out to him, and had a bad feeling. Imoen finally poked Xia Yu's belly, and couldn't help laughing. Haha, so soft. Chapter 160 New Century. Everything is not right. Xia Yu looked at his belly, and took a breath. Where are my six-pack abs? Where is my height? Where are my long legs? They are all gone, all gone. Although Xia Yu was a child, that memory is too long ago, so that he can't remember what he looked like when he was a child. The only trace is that he brought Imoen to the middle layer, and successfully mixed into the information database with the help of Lao Gui, and obtained a false identity certificate. Put me down? Hurry up. I'm not a child. He was reluctant to describe his voice like this, but it was indeed childish. No. Imoen lifted Xia Yu up again, excited beyond words. I never had the chance to take care of you when you were little. Now let me be your babysitter wholeheartedly. Put me down. I'm older than you. How can I let you be my babysitter? Xia Yu tried to educate him with the tone of an elder brother, but Imoen was very restless, poking his belly and then poking his face. This face is so soft, like a cotton ball, the touch is addictive. Xia Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to kick Imoen again. Imoen, you are really stupid like this. I'm not stupid, I know. Imoen hugged Xia Yu tightly in his arms, turned his head, and asked Professor Wang Qin. Professor Wang, when can I take my brother back? His brother Xia Yu covered his eyes. Oh my god. Who can knock this fish out? Let's observe for another 24 hours. Put him down first. Wang Qin was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I won't let go. I'll hold him for you to observe. Imoen domineeringly took Xia Yu as his own. No one could take him away. Although Xia Yu didn't want to accept the fact, the current situation was that Imoen did not put him down. No matter what he wanted to do, Imoen would move him there and back like a child. 2 hours later, he and Xia Xiaoxiao began to eat. The first meal after recovery was liquid food. The warm water entered their stomachs, fully activating the gastrointestinal function. It was also during the meal break that Imoen told the current situation in detail. Yin Xiao was rescued by Niwa at the last moment, and all the robots stopped firing. Xiang Xing protected Mi Lian and Mi Dou, and Lao Gui successfully dismantled several bomb devices. Niwa accompanied them from beginning to end, and only Talos and his mother Jennifer had not returned. Ming Qingqing had already entrusted her companions to look for 107, and there was no clue yet. Yukuan City began to rebuild, and the tower in Hudi City was also reformed. Children born now no longer need mechanical transformation. Robots, cyborgs and natural humans are trying to coexist harmoniously. The information of the monsters and parasites is completely public and transparent. A new department will be established to manage this. Xia Yu and Xiao Xiao listened and drank. Even Niwa and Jingwei did not expect that their adaptability was so excellent. The cells of the two people dissolved in the seawater can be precipitated by the ocean and finally returned. It must be said that there are still many secrets of jellyfish genes that have not been discovered. After 12 hours, Xia Yu and Xia Xiaoxiao began to try to eat semi-liquid food, and activated their grip and walking abilities in a series of tests. 24 hours later, Xia Yu and Xia Xiaoxiao walked out of the laboratory under everyone's expectation. What is this place? It's different from the research room I've seen before. Is it a residence? In the elevator, Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't help asking. This is where we live and work, and it is also the central hub of this area. We all work here. Yin Xia squatted down and talked to her. Work? Xia Xiaoxiao seemed particularly curious about these things. I have never worked before. After my body recovers, I want to work. Of course, but I won't give you a green light just because I am close to you. Yin Xia was very strict. I will assess and test you, and then arrange a job suitable for you. Now is the stage of establishing the Strange Species Management Bureau, and we need a lot of people. No problem, I am looking forward to it. Don't give me a green light. Xia Xiaoxiao pinched her. S. Palm turned his head and looked at Enya again. I don't think I had time to thank you. That day was too rushed. Enya tilted his head, squeezed out a rare smile. It's okay. I like your mechanical transformation very much, very cool. Xia Xiaoxiao had obviously found the direction of her future interests, with a stern face. Planning for the future of herself and her brother. Imoen, can you put my brother down? My brother is not your personal property. Imoen held Xia Yu, pretending to look at the camera above his head. I know you can hear me, Xia Xiaoxiao said. Ah? What did you say? Imoen lowered his head casually. Let me hold him. What if he falls? Xia Yu stopped struggling. Because he had already struggled all the way. If I fall, I will stand up by myself. That won't work. You don't know how many people are in the corridor now. And there are many robots busy. Alas, this world is too chaotic. And I am worried. Imoen was talking nonsense. And when the elevator door opened, he was the first to step out. And his anxious steps almost bumped into a robot. Slowed down. Mido quickly grabbed his sleeve. How about? Let me hold you. Why do you all want to hold me? I can walk by myself. Xia Yu protested in vain. Well, actually I also want to hold you. Mido glanced at Xia Xiaoxiao, but Xiaoxiao had a kind of innate sharpness, so he didn't dare. What are your plans for the evening? Who will Xiaoxiao live with? Live with me. Although I can't take care of children. But she is not a child, she is an adult. Yin Xiao looked at the communicator. Shi Ban said he has prepared dinner for everyone. Do you want to go over now? When Imoen heard the word dinner, he remembered that he hadn't eaten for a long time, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. But he still looked at Xia Yu first. Are you going over now? Xia Yu looked at his and Xiaoxiao's lab coats. The depression on his frowning face was very inconsistent with his innocent face. Let's change clothes first. At least give me a pair of shoes. Xia Xiaoxiao was wearing comfortable slippers, but he was barefoot. Imoen seemed determined not to let him walk, and actually carried him out barefoot. After finally returning to the familiar room, Shi Ban rushed in a hurry, holding a lot of children's clothes in his arms. These are all the clothes I can find. Xia Yu. Choose one and see what to wear. Shi Ban pulled out a skirt from inside. How about this one for Xiao Xiao? She might like the light blue color. I'll send it to her right away. Let her choose for herself. She has a bigger opinion than me. Xia Yu stood on the bed. His height was not even as high as Imoen's chest. He waved his short arms, stretched out his bun-like hand, and pointed, give me that dress. This one? Imoen resisted the urge to touch his belly, and handed him a pair of overalls. And that? Xia Yu continued to direct. Outerwear. Are these pants a little too big for you? Imoen handed him the outerwear without complaint. It does look a little big, but I'll make do with it. It's okay, Professor Wang said I grow up very fast. Maybe I'll recover in a year. Xia Yu had already faced reality, put on a set of children's clothes, and walked around looking for shoes. Daodu, help me find a smaller pair, these are too big. Click, accompanied by the sound of taking pictures, and the light of the flash. What are you doing? Xia Yu turned his head, and looked at Mido. Mido smiled, and showed his bracelet. Leave some cute moments as a souvenir. Don't take pictures. It's too embarrassing for me to be the youngest among you. Delete it quickly. Xia Yu tried to grab it with small steps to protect his shaky face. But there were too many children's clothes on the ground. He couldn't kick them away at once. His legs were short. After a few steps, he tripped and fell to the ground, and fell face down. Ouch! Xia Yu exclaimed. This sound was earth-shaking. Imoen and Mido were already in a state of high tension. They kept their eyes on Xia Yu, fearing that something might happen to his soft body. In a hurry, the two ran towards him together, under the influence of inertia. No one could stop. After a loud bang, the two heads collided head-on and crashed into each other. Xia Yu heard the muffled sound and raised his chubby face in fear. Imoen was in great pain. He was hit so hard that his eyes were full of stars. The bone density of bears is many times higher than that of ordinary people. Even mermaids cannot compare. His brain was about to be knocked out by Midu, and at this moment, he was full of stars. Midu sat on his butt, rubbing his bare ears and looking at Imoen. It hurts so much. How dare you say it hurts? You are a bear. How dare you say it hurts? Are you bullying the fish? Imoen pointed at his swollen forehead. Let Xia Yu judge. A bear and a fish looked at the jellyfish together, and Xia Yu was unable to comment for a moment. The three of them stared at each other and laughed at the same time. This scene is so familiar, it is exactly a replica of their childhood. That year in the number 3 power plant, They were so young that they bumped into each other in a panic, and squeezed together, and then grew up with each other. After experiencing thousands of difficulties, they actually grew up? Xiaoyu touched his calf. There was a time when he really thought he would die. So this is what growing up feels like. It makes people have endless aftertaste. Now he just hopes that his body can recover as soon as possible. Yin Xia said, there are still many things in this world that have not been solved. Myself, Moen and Dodo, the three people who work in perfect harmony, still have a lot of things to do, and countless challenges to face. But this time, they no longer have to fight against the end of the world. The end of the world has ended, and every day is a new century. The laughter lasted for a long time, and there was a full moon outside the window. The round moon also shines on the lighthouse of Port A. Due to the existence of the lighthouse, the sea surface also loses a layer of desolate background. A wave slowly opened on the calm sea surface, accompanied by melodious singing. A misty white mermaid circled the black reef, playing with the light and shadow of the lighthouse. Transparent seawater slid down the fish scales. And a white siren finally came ashore, sat on the wooden platform under the lighthouse, and looked up at a statue. Talos. The white siren smiled. The sword in the hand of the guardian Talos moved slightly, waking up the sleeping white kitten at his feet. The sea surface was still calm, catching the boundless moonlight tonight.